What's up, Dangle? Hey, when do Heat Lakers start? I don't even know when game one is. Cool, I'm gonna have to start tomorrow on time at 3 p.m., huh? What's up, Ixa? You have a good weekend? Hey, Mordu. I'm good. I'm not like feeling bad today or anything. The 2 hour late start is because I woke up at 2 p.m. first of all, and then just had some stuff with Rachel I wanted to talk about and take care of. But hey, thanks for subscribing again, Dangle. Really, thank you for everything. But yeah, I'm feeling all right. What's up, Rachel? My sleep has been not great for the past week, so I've just been doing the like sleep 9 hours one night, sleep 4 hours the next, wake up at 2 p.m. one day, wake up at 9 a.m. the next. Thanks for subscribing again, Rachel. I know you got that first badge in 21 months, the whole time I've been streaming. Thank you for your support. What's up, Dr. Silly Scopes? What's up, Scott Martin? Hey, what's up, LeGrand? Glad you can make it live. It's basketball. It'll be over by 11:30. You're not that old, Dangle. What's up, Brazil? How you doing? What's up, Sean? I am doing well. How are you? Good afternoon, Buy a Canary. Hey, you're welcome, D. Hodgin. Congratulations on the 7-win draft, and thank you for the compliment. Fresh draft. We're going to start in a minute or two. Not going to wait too long because I know it's already a late start. But, I did just literally turn the stream on 3 minutes ago, so I'll give people another minute or two to realize I'm online, and then we're going to start the first draft. We're going to be doing Zendikar today. I'm not mythic yet. I didn't actually play that much over this weekend. I did a couple of drafts, but not like as much as I usually would. I think I'm like Diamond 2 or 3 or something. Let me take a look. Yep, Diamond 2. You'll notice I'm Diamond 1 in Constructed. I usually don't even play Constructed on this account. So I have another account that I use to like test for big tournaments, kind of like incognito. And then this account, I'm usually like Bronze or whatever in Constructed. But since I wasn't really enjoying Amonkhet or M21 that much after a month or two of it. I think it was a fine format, but not that interesting that after playing it for a month or two, I didn't need another month. So I played a lot of the Turbofog deck over the couple weeks I wasn't streaming. So I want to try and hit double Mythic. I don't know if I've ever been Mythic in Constructed on this account. But, of course, today we're going to work on hitting Mythic and Limited, which we may or may not hit today. 3 drafts, and I need to win like 8 more games than I lose, so, that could easily happen, could easily not, but today is not the last day of the season, right? I think tomorrow is, because it ends at the end of September. So, tomorrow I'll do the proper start time, and if I don't hit Mythic today, hopefully I'll hit it tomorrow. Oh, yeah, 21 hours, wow. So it actually does end tomorrow, but before I would start my stream. So we'll see. I don't know. Tomorrow I might have to do the opposite of today and start at noon or something like that. It looks like, 21 hours, I didn't realize that. So I knew it ended tomorrow, at the end of September, but because there's 30 days in September. But so if it ends 21 hours, that's 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So I may have to start at like 11 or 12 tomorrow. Noon Pacific, so that's 3 p.m. my time. Yeah. Hey, thanks for resubscribing, Twitch chat. It's pretty cool having the Twitch chat themselves subscribing. Also, thank you, Surge Protector. Appreciate your 18 months of support. I mean, it's not a big deal to me whether I'm top 1,200 or not. I'm pretty sure being in Rivals cues you for the qualifiers. But I do want to make Mythic. So, we'll see. Hopefully, I'll just run well today. Because we need like 8 more wins than losses. Which could easily happen or not happen in 3 drafts, right? If I go like 5-3, 4-3, 7-1. Like, that's like, what, 16 and 7. That's right there. So, of course, I might go 0-3, 1-3, 2-3. But, or I might go 7-1, 7-1, 5-3. But, a pretty average day for me is probably right about 8 more wins than losses, right? Something like 7-2, 7-1, 5-3, 3-3. Some records like that. So, we'll see how it goes. Today, at the end of the 3 drafts, if I'm like 1 or 2 wins away, I might just do it so that I can do my normal 3 p.m. start time tomorrow and not worry about it. If I did bad in the 3 drafts, if we're still Diamond 2, not even Diamond 1, then I might do an earlier stream tomorrow or something. We'll see what's up. We'll have to kind of play it by ear and wing it. But I do want to hit Mythic Limited, and I don't think I've ever not hit Mythic Limited for the season. I'm not 100% if I missed one, but I don't think I did on this account. So I do want to hit Mythic Limited. I want to, it'll be kind of cool years from now if that's ever like a stat, 35 months straight of Mythic Limited or whatever. So, I mean, and I don't want to do it off stream. I think it's kind of a cool journey to do together, So I might do a 4th draft today if I need it, or I might just start tomorrow at like noon or something and give myself 2 to 3 hours to try and hit it. We'll see. But either way, and on that note, I appreciate it, Confucius. On that note, let's start trying to hit Mythic Limited. So today, we're definitely doing Premier, Best of 1 all day. I mean, maybe, whatever, if we hit Mythic, if we 7-0 the first draft or whatever, but you get the point. We're going to be trying to hit Mythic. That is the plan. Again, we'll have to play it by ear. If I'm 1 or 2, like maybe 3 wins away, I will probably do a 4th draft. But if I'm more than that, then I'm not going to. Then I'll consider just starting early tomorrow to try and hit it before the season resets. Okay, so Thieving Skydiver, it's more like a good common than a rare, except when you steal an artifact. There's nothing wrong with a 2-mana 2/1 Flying Rogue. Like, that's a fine 3rd pick common or whatever. But it's only a broken card if you steal an artifact. Bulika Rebirth's actually a decent land spell because it's really cheap to use as a spell, and you get a lot of value if you're ever able to successfully use it. And in the late game, you have creatures out that you can like trade off and then use it on. And then, of course, in the early game, you just play it as a land. I've talked about this concept a little bit, but I think it's worth repeating, given it's the new mechanic and it's, like, really important. The better a spell is in the late game, the better a split card it is, because you're going to want to land, like, half the time or more out of this when it's in your opening hand, out of all of these modals. But when you draw them in the late game, you almost never want to land. So stuff like the Force Spike that's just unplayable in the late game, I think, really underperforms. And stuff that's good in the late game really overperforms. So here it's the Skydiver or the End of the Royal. I think Skydiver's probably a little better than End of the Royal. It could be End of the Royal. I think it's close. But I'm going to go with the Skydiver. Again, if you're never going to steal an artifact with this, Into the Royal is probably a little bit better. But if you ever steal an artifact, it's not until end of turn. You keep it. Then it's a broken card. Okay, so here's the one I was actually just talking about. Jurari Disruption, the Force Spike. So, like, this is still a fine card. You're never cutting this from a blue deck. You're playing it in 100% of your blue decks. But, counter a spell unless they pay 1 in the late game, that's a dead card. Like, everybody can pay 1 in the late game. So, this is a land half the time when you need it to be in your opening hand, and a Force Spike, an okay spell in your opening hand, but it's a dead card in the late game when a land is dead anyway. Flying Haste, you can lower the cost of spells. That's actually not very exciting, even if you're wizards. I think the Wind Rider wizard is probably better. We first pick a rogue, but it's blue. So I think we're going to take one of these blue uncommons, the Jurari Disruption or the Wind Rider Wizard. I think it's pretty close. I think the Wizard is probably just better. Like I said, Disruption's one of the worst modal split cards in my opinion, because like it's a dead card in the late game. And the main upside of these split cards are when they're in your opening hand or you draw them early, they can be lands when you still need lands. But they greatly prevent mana flood, because when you no longer need lands, they're a spell. But when you no longer need lands, that one is not a spell. So, like, that one is actually one of the worst ones. It might be literally the worst one. Like, it's a fine playable, because it's still just a tap land with some upside. But I'm not kidding, that could be the worst one in the entire set. I don't know if it's literally the number one dead last, but it easily could be. Okay, so let's see. This doesn't look like a card for limited. 1 to each player, no. Okay, wow, Umara Mystic. That's the blue-red gold uncommon. Whereas the blue-red gold rare we just saw is playable but unexciting. This card is really good. It's practically a 3/3 flyer. Occasionally you'll trigger it twice. Sometimes you won't be able to trigger it. But this is pretty much a 3/3 flyer for 3. That's a really good card. Thank you, RJ Proy and Rusty Winchester. Appreciate the subscriptions. Okay, so we're looking to play blue. I mean, we don't have to play blue-red just for this card. We could still play blue-white or blue-black for these uncommons. But I think Into the Royal is a really good card. Roughly as good as Spoils of Adventure and Paleka Predation anyway. So there's no reason to have to decide on a second color yet. We'll take Into the Royal, further solidifying ourselves in blue. This is actually one of my favorite ways for a draft to start, where you have one color and your options are open to whatever else is being underdrafted. So we're looking blue-red, but we're certainly not forcing blue-red. But we're pretty committed to blue with 3 good blue cards here. Okay, so now we're going to have to make a little bit of a decision. If we go blue-black rogues, which of course we're not deciding our colors with this pick, but we are risking taking a card we can't play. Mindcarver is excellent. I think Mindcarver is a bomb in blue-black rogues. It's really easy to put 8 cards in the opponent's graveyard, and +3/+1 equipment is just incredible. But if we go blue-red, we won't even be able to play it. Otherwise, there's what? Shell Shield, that's not that exciting. Clerics, fine, not very good. So I guess we can take the Mindcarver here, and we're not missing out on much. I mean, the best card in this pack is probably Vastwood Fortification, and I mean, we're not looking green yet. So we can go blue, and then we can look to black or red, depending on what we see. Okay, here, pretty easy Bay and Veil. This is better than the Drori Disruption by a lot. -2/-0 can be a really good spell in the mid to late game. Sometimes it's not, but a lot of times it is. You know, they attack, you -2/-0 all their creatures, double block one creature, block another. And then, of course, it's a land spell modal, so this is just a good card that we're happy to get. Oh yeah, we're not looking to splash. We're looking to play blue-red or blue-black, depending on what we see. And I mean, look, we could still play blue-white or blue-green, obviously. We're 100% committed to blue. We're going to play blue in this pod. But we don't know what our second color is yet. We have one really good black card for blue-black rogues, one really good red card for blue-red wizards, and then we have 4 blue cards that'll be good no matter what blue deck we play. Okay, let's see. Nothing too exciting here. I don't think we're going to do Party especially well. I mean, Seagate Colossus is sometimes playable. Living Tempest is not a card I like very much, but it's good if you have a lot of like other flash cards and cards to play on their turn, like Into the Royal. Yeah, I think this is actually the right pick in case we go rogues. Skitter Sneak's not great, but it is a rogue. Similarly, Duelist, I think, is a pretty good card. The Mill 2 helps turn on the good cards like Mindcarver. It's just a good trick. It's a body. I actually like this card quite a bit. Thank you. Whoa, a whole ton of subscriptions there. I think I saw the first 2 already, but thank you to everybody who's subscribing. RJ Pro, Rusty Winchester. Also, thank you, Codester and Count Coco Fang. Really appreciate it. I just literally looked at my feed and I saw 4 subscriptions. Thank you to everybody who's supporting my stream. I really do appreciate it. I don't really like Hellion that much. Picking up a land can be good if you have a land spell, but it can also be a drawback. And, a 5-mana 4/5 or whatever generic in this format is, not really a very good card. I mean, listen, it's a fine card. It can pick up a land spell. It can be a curve topper for an aggro deck. But if we go blue-red, then it's not an exciting card in that deck. It's substantially better if you're, a red-white aggro deck or a red-green landfall deck or something like that. So, it doesn't look like we've seen much red, unfortunately. But we did get this Mindcarver late. We got the Malikr Rebirth here. We tabled it. We got it 10th pick or something. So I think we're pretty heavily leaning blue-black. I mean, we've seen almost 0 red. We haven't seen a ton of black, but like I said, we did get the Mindcarver late. We did get a land spell split card back on the wheel, 10th pick or something. So I think there's a good chance it's going to be blue-black, not blue-red. This card is totally broken, but we can't use it. Selundu Vision, actually one of the better split cards for the reason I said. It's a land in the early game, and even though it's really expensive for not that powerful of ability, in the late game you have endless lands, and this is just a full spell. I don't know if it's better or worse than Bubble Snare. I don't really like the Silencer that much. Royal Eruption is better than Bubble Snare or Selundu Vision, but again, I think we're leaning blue-black. So I would be hesitant, because we're not 100% blue-black, we could still go red, to take a black card that was substantially worse than Royal Eruption. But if we take a blue card, we know we're going to play it. So I think it's definitely right to take either Bubble Snare or Vision, which I feel like are pretty close. I don't know which one I want. I only have one of... No, I have 2. And I think these land spells are really good. So I think I'm going to go with the Vision, but you could take Bubble Snare. Bubble Snare is good removal. I think that's a really close pick. I'm really not sure what I like better in general, Vision or Bubble Snare. I just feel like they're offering very comparable amounts of value. All right, let's see what's here. This card is really strong, but again, we're not going blue-white. This card's strong, but we're not white. This card's strong, but we're not green. We're not blue-green. So looks like we're going to have to look to the commons, because while there's a good rare and 3 good uncommons, none of them are blue and either red or black. They're blue-white, blue-green, and not red or black. So, to the commons. I don't see much. Hogger Constrictor is a black-green tokens card, counters matter card. It's not going to offer anything to a blue-black rogue deck. This pack is horrendous, really. There's not stuff in red. There's not stuff in any color that I want to play. I guess I'll just take one of these. The modals that are off-color can be good for splashes or easy to use, but that pack really just had nothing for me. Alright, so red-white is not useful for us. Thundering Spark Mage is good if we go red-blue, but again, I think we're leaning blue-black pretty substantially. Yes, we're not committed to black, but again, we saw these black cards later than this red card, which we got third pick. Then the person passing to us is obviously not blue, as we saw infinite blue, but there could easily be red and not blue, because we got, like, no red pack 1. So this pack, not a lot better, but it has a solid blue playable. Cunning Geyser Mage is good. It's not amazing. It's not what I'm hoping for third pick, but it is a good card. There's nothing wrong with picking up a Geyser Mage. And then we move on to the next pack. This pack 1 went pretty well. Pack 2 is not going well for us. Like, I can grab Cascade Seer or Cleric or a third Skitter Sneak that I don't want. These red cards aren't particularly good or exciting either. I mean, the Florahedron's pretty good, but I don't think we're going blue-green. I mean, hey, what's up, Cornball? Yeah, this is not going well. I don't know what to take. I don't really want any of this. I guess Cascade Seer is probably the best card here. Okay, well, those are some black cards. I wish they had been in different packs. Expedition Skulker is an excellent 2-drop. It's pretty much a 2-mana 2/2 Death Touch, which is just a very good card. Vanquish the Weak is solid removal. I pretty much always take Deadly Alliance over Vanquish the Weak in this format. Of the 3 black common removal, for me, it's almost always number 1, Deadly Alliance, number 2, Vanquish the Weak, number 3, Feed the Swarm. But all 3 I'm going to include in my deck in almost any number. But here, I think it's a pretty clear Vanquish the Weak. Again, pretty clear Sky Dancer, I think. Field Research is fine, but, you know, we don't need the card drawing. We're not doing the kicker thing. This is a nice rogue that can mill 2 cards, turn on our Mind Carver. And it's just a good card overall, honestly. It's, you know, it's nothing exciting. There's not much I can say about it, but it's just a very solid playable common that you're happy to pick up for your rogue decks. Yeah, I'll be watching it whenever I get off stream, Library Manipulator. Okay, so at this point, Chilling Trap, if we have Wizards, is good. If not, it isn't. I mean, this card's pretty straightforward. If it's target creature gets -4/-0, draw a card, that's a good card. Without draw a card, it's not a good card. Or there's the Silencer, but again, I don't think that card's that good in blue-black rogues. You're not very good at party. Easy Skulker here. Most of our creatures are going to be rogue, and we're going to have a few wizards. The black clerics are tough to come by. Like, I pretty much just expect us to have... And blue, like, does rogues and wizards, and then black does rogues and clerics. So when you're playing 2 colors that share a tribe, you end up with a pretty tribal deck, a rogue deck. And then we'll have a few wizards, maybe like 1 cleric, but I don't expect to have much in the way of clerics. So I don't think we're going to do party well at all, which is fine. We're trying to do rogue synergy and rogue lords and rogue enhancements if we can get them. We're not too concerned at all about party. If Deadly Alliance costs 4 or 3 or 5, who cares? It's a good card either way. Blue-Green Kicker's excellent. I 7-1'd to finish the stream Thursday with a Blue-Green Kicker deck, and it performed extremely well. I'm a big fan of a good Blue-Green Kicker deck when it comes together. What's up with these packs? Like, why can't we open good cards for us? This card is pretty good. I mean, Warrior's a type we don't have any of, so if we splash this, it's going to make like 2 to 3 1/1s and then give +2/0 or +3/0 every turn because it's a warrior itself and we're not going to have any other warriors. I do have that white modal that I could use to help splash. Otherwise, what am I taking? I don't like Plunder. I don't really like Silencer. I think I'm going to take the Squad Commando. I don't really like splashing, and if this pack had even a Vanquish the Weak or an Into the Royal, just a good common, a Bubble Snare, I would take one of those good blue or black commons. But there was nothing for me, and we have the Shelter, so I mean, I might try the light splash off the land spell modals, depending on how the rest of this pack goes. Pretty easy Into the Royal here. I mean, this is just Into the Royal by miles and miles, nothing to think about. We're not playing Constructed, we're not playing green. Cobra might be a standard all-star, but this is Into the Royal by literally miles. So, the Stampede is a good split card for the aggro decks, of course. It's a land, or it's +2/+2 to all your creatures if you have enough lands. But it's not a great one to splash, because it's double white, so we're pretty much never going to cast it. Vanquish the Weak is a good card for us, so this is just an easy Vanquish, I think. Hey, a blue-black duel can help us splash white. I know that's a little bit counterintuitive, so let me talk about it for a brief second, but, you know, if you get a blue and a black source out of one land, that makes it easier for you to have the amount of blue and black sources you want, plus put in 2 or 3 planes in your deck. So something doesn't have to produce your splash color to help you splash. Now, there is also a Feed the Swarm, which is a pretty good removal spell, but I think we do want to splash white. I think Shelter's a good land spell split card, and Squad Commander is going to be near broken in our deck. So I'm going to grab this blue-black dual land to help us splash white. I wasn't sure if we'd be able to splash, and there's so few extra sources, but this is a really good card to splash, because Warrior's a type we have none of in black or blue, so this is going to go on to make, like, minimum 2, maximum 4, and a lot of times it's going to make 3 1/1s when it comes into play. A 4-mana 3/3 plus 3 1/1s, that's a totally broken card. So I'm happy to splash that. Alright, easy Wizard here, I think. Easy Mill Crab here. Voxy's favorite card. We never pass this when we're blue. I don't think I'm going to splash Practice Tactics. Keep the splash light so it doesn't mess up my deck, which is pretty good, I think. Second Mind Carver looks good. I mean, look, with the Shelter being a split card, we can toss in like 1 to 2 planes, probably 2 since we got the blue-black duel. And then if we draw planes, we can cast Shelter and Commander. If we don't, we can play the Shelter as a land and use it for colorless and get value out of it, and use it to cast the Commander if we need to. I don't think any of these are going to make our deck, but we're not playing best of 3, so Negate offers us nothing. I think I already have a Shell Shield or 2 that I'm not going to play. I don't think these cards matter. Crocodile is like medium if you're black-green with counters matter stuff. I don't think that card's really playable in blue-black. Definitely not going to play 2 Shell Shields. Maybe I'll play 1. I forgot we're going to splash white probably, so I'll grab Smite. Although, again, there's no sideboarding. It's best of 1, so I doubt we're going to use that. If it was best of 3, Smite is a decent sideboard card for sure. But this looks pretty close to right. I probably have to put in 1 more playable because we have several of the land spell split cards, and then also this just blue-black duel is just a land. So I'm pretty sure we're going to play less than 16 lands when we have like 3 or 4 of the land spell modals. We have Shelter, Veil, Rebirth, Vision. So we have 4 of them. So we'll probably play like 15 lands, but I don't think we're going to play 16. So most likely we have to find 1 more card. My guess is actually that's going to be the exact land count. That's 772. And then you have the Shelter as a 3rd white source for the Commander, the reason we're actually splashing white. So we need to put in 1 more card in our deck. So let's see. Chilling Trap might be okay. I know we have a couple of wizards. Seer and 2 Wind Rider wizards and Geyser Mage. That's 4 wizards. So we could certainly consider that. Otherwise, I mean, we could splash a Practice Tactics, too. We do have 3 white sources. This will deal a substantial amount of damage, but most of our creatures are still rogues and wizards. The reason the Commander's so good is because it itself is a warrior, so it's going to trigger for 2 or 3 every time. This, we won't have a warrior out when we're casting, so it's not going to be that effective. So, I don't know what I want our last card to be. I don't think it matters a ton, but I definitely think 15 actual lands is plenty for this deck. We have 4 land spell split cards, so that really means it's more like 19 lands. Yeah, Anti-Cognition's fine with the crab. It's just fine overall. I don't think it's a great card, but it's certainly playable. And we do some mill twos. We can get to 8 pretty consistently, I think. Let me check that out. So the crab obviously gets us there, and then otherwise we have Duelist mills 2. I don't think I got a ton of that. Skydancer mills 2. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I didn't get a ton of mill in this one. No, I wasn't, and I didn't even know that, Mr. August Pokemon. Where did they post that? That sounds pretty cool. I haven't actually seen that. Well, I don't think we want to cut a Mind Carver. Like I said, if you do get them to 8, this card's really good. I just don't think I necessarily want to play Anti-Cognition. I would love to see those stats. That sounds pretty cool, though. I do a lot of playing Magic. I won't lie to you. Okay, so let's see. So we need one more card. We don't really have anything that mills or puts cards in the opponent's yard. I think we'll just play another Skitter Sneak. Our curve isn't high. Another 4-drop is fine. Like, our curve's pretty low. I mean, I probably wanted the mill. I think Duelist is pretty good. More often than not, I would take Skulker over Duelist. But in general, I think Duelist and Skulker are not far apart, and Skulker's a little better. So if it was earlier in this draft, we were committed to blue, and we weren't sure between black and red. Also, I may have just wanted the mill 2 to go with the Carver I already had and stuff like that. Okay, here we got to play the crab turn 1, not wait till turn 2, because we have 2 drops to play. Of course, we'll wait on the pathway, because we don't know if we want it to be black or blue yet. Turn 1 crab. Operation Deck Them in full effect. Oh, so if it was before the Mythic Invitational, it might have... Was it for only the Mythic Invitational competitors? Like, you know, Deathsea might have earned over 1 million gems, too, with all he plays. It may have been of the people in the Mythic Invitational. Still cool that I won the most gems out of the people in the Mythic Invitational, which is all of the MPL and the Rivals and a bunch of streamers and whatever. But yes, it's not like I'm the only person on all of Arena who's done it then. Okay, so now clearly we want a black because we already have a 3rd blue. Oh wow, yeah, I just clicked on that link, and it says, while competitors outside the MPL have plenty of success, just one player has broken the 1 million gem earned barrier, Ben Stark. The next 2 closest, MPL player Andrew Cuneo and Christopher Palmigliati, have earned 790 and 750. Well, that's pretty sweet. Thank you for sharing that with me. I didn't know, but definitely proud of my gem earning. So that can't really block the Skulkers, and I don't really care if they mill me for 3. So I see no reason right now to bounce that. Even though I kind of wanted to use the mana and get some more cards, I'm way ahead on board. So I would much rather use the bounce spell to take away a blocker that can actually stop my Skulkers from attacking. Whereas, like, right now, I can just hit them for 5 and they can't even block. Because this doesn't have Death Touch unless they have another Rogue. But mine have Death Touch because I have another Rogue. So for now, I'll just hit them for 5 and see what they do. So now that's for 2, except it'll only be for 1 if I into the Royal in response. So now I'm definitely going to do that. I'm going to bounce the Stinger. I would bounce the Spark Mage if I didn't have the Duelist in hand, but I'm totally happy to put the Duelist in play. So by bouncing the Stinger, I can now attack. They block. We Duelist. Life is good. This will also turn on the Carver. We don't need both effects right now in combat this turn, but having the Carver turned on is pretty valuable. And unless they have some kind of a sweeper, this game is over. I'll take another Carver now that it's +3/+1. Oh, a ton, F-Saber, a ton. I play Infinite. They stay between turns. Armade of Mace. Okay, 2 blockers, so they're probably not dead, but they're still in dire straits, and this isn't even a rogue, so the Stinger doesn't have Death Touch. If I Carver up the Skulker, they can still let a Skulker through, but they have to let Duelist through, which means they're blocking a 3/3 and a 5/3 Death Touch, which means they'd go to 1, they would probably chump block the 5/3 Death Touch with the Ambusher and put the Stinger on the Seer. On the other hand, if I put the Carver on, like, the Duelist and attack with all of them, then none of them have less than 2 power, which means the 5/3 has to get blocked. And then they can still block a 3/3 here and take, like, 6 and go to 1. So pretty much no matter what I do, I think they're going to end up having to take 6 damage here, lose one of their creatures, and kill none of mine. So I don't think it matters much. Obviously, putting it on the Seer would do even less, because that's already the biggest one to start, so that's just kind of more in one basket. So if we pump the Duelist, we kind of take away their options. All of them have at least 2 power, and they're at 7, which means they can't let a 5 power through. So they have to block the Skulker with something, so it might as well be the Ambusher. And then the Stinger can block the 3/3 and live, but it's not going to kill it. So they end up taking 6, going to 1, losing one of their creatures, and killing none of mine. And I'm pretty sure that's the best we could do. Cinderclasm cost 2, didn't they only have 1 open? I think they only had 1 open mana there. They cast Stinger and Ambusher, and they had 6 mana out. Oh, on this turn? Well, they have to Cinderclasm and something else, or they die. I mean, I could have always moved the Carver post-combat. So, you're right, maybe to play around that. My attack was fine, and then post-combat, maybe I should move the Mind Carver to the Skulker over here, so that I'm better protected for Cinderclasm, which is one of the only cards that they could conceivably use to come back. How does Carver on Seer force them to lose both creatures? It doesn't. Then they just let through the 1/1 Duelist and the 5/3 Skulker and take 6. We literally figured this out already. Oh, wait, because this other 2/2 Skulker has Death Touch, so if they block that... So they block Seer... You might be right. If they block Seer and the 2/2 Death Touch and take 6, the 2/2 Death Touch kills something and the Seer kills something. No, you're right, I missed that. Good job, chat. Whoever said that. Silverson. So, I was thinking power and toughness and forcing blocks, but since the 2/2 Skulker has Death Touch, forcing them to block that to not die means we kill an extra creature. So, yeah, it actually should have been Carver on Seer, and then attack like this, and then they'd have to block, like, the Seer and, like the other Skulker, because they could block the 2/2, but then they would still die to Death Touch. Good job, Silverson. Okay, anyways, though, they're dead, so whatever. Sure. Thank you, Nixius999. 999. Appreciate that subscription. Oh, this format's way better than M21. I think this is definitely my 3rd favorite limited format after Dominaria and M20 of the past couple of years. The land spell modals and kicker are awesome. Plenty of removal. Oh, come on. You're going to call that a punt? One person in the chat saw it. It was slightly better, but, like, come on. I didn't dislike IKO or War, but I didn't love all the Planeswalkers in play all the time in War. IKO had the cycling payoff problem. Whereas this format doesn't really have problems. It's just kind of a pretty healthy, solid limited format, I think. Alright, so I think we can hold the Shelter a little longer, see if we draw planes or not. We have plenty of lands for now. If we draw plains, we'll be glad we held that. If we draw the white rare that we're splashing, we'll obviously play the shelter as a land. Hey, we got probably the best raid. Definitely one of my favorites. What's up, Numot the Nummy? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate the support. I know you've been raiding me since day one, so thank you for introducing your viewers and your long built-up Twitch community to my stream. I really appreciate it. So what should we discard? Probably just an island. I still would rather have a white source in play, so I'm not going to discard shelter. We could discard Shell Shield, but I think island is probably the right play. Hey, the best misclick there is. That's one of those, like, play poorly and get rewarded. What's up, Scott Molaski? Thank you for the subscription, Stisiak. Appreciate the support. Okay, let's see. So, what are we going to do this turn? Theming Skydiver and the white tap land is starting to look like a pretty good option since we discarded an extra island. I'd probably rather cast the Vision and count on having my white source in play. Especially because we're looking to cast our 2-drop this turn. It's not like I'm looking to play Vision this turn. I'd rather just put a 2-mana 2/1 flyer out. I did not think you were serious. Whenever I run with jokes that people make, they never know that I'm joking too. Thank you, S-Code. Appreciate the 100 bits. Thank you for the generous donation and the support for my stream. Yeah, we need a couple of 6 and 7 win runs today to make Mythic, so that's hopefully going to happen. It's actually even funnier in the real world. That happens to me all the time. Like, I'll go to, like, whatever. Let's say, go to dry cleaning or something. And the person will, like, run the same joke that they always get to run with their profession on my clothes, that, like, I've heard before or whatever. So I'll have some kind of, like, a response that's, like, obviously I know they're joking, and I'm joking back. Like, I'm running with the joke or whatever. And then they never know that I'm, like, running with their joke. And they're always like, no, I didn't actually mean that that was going to happen or whatever. And I'm just like, yeah, I know you were joking. Like, I do play poker and Magic for a living for 20 years. Yeah, you can shoot me a DM. Twitter's a lot better than Twitch for that, Random Fancy Pants. I don't see all my Twitter DMs. Like, some weeks I get 100, some weeks I get 5. So it varies. But I don't check my my Twitch DMs, and I do check my Twitter DMs sometimes. Okay, so, end of their turn. Let's just Skydancer. I mean, I don't mind racing. No decisions now, just attack unless they do anything and then drop our 4-drop. It's not like I'm worried about playing around removal or something. If they do something, okay, whatever. If not, all the better. I don't make poker content. If you want to see poker content of mine, you'll have to come play my 2-5 table at the Hard Rock if you're in South Florida. I am there a lot, though, so if you are going to come to the South Florida Hollywood Hard Rock, shoot me a message on Twitter or wherever, and I'll let you know when I'm going to be there, and we can coordinate meeting up. But but if you want to see my poker content, that's pretty much the only way to do it, because I don't make content. I just grind. Yeah, our casinos are open. For better or worse. So they don't have 8 cards in their yard. I just want to Mind Carver a flyer here, I think, though. And then I can Vision into their turn. I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter much which. And again, this is a race we're winning pretty comfortably. They hit for 4, we go to 8, they play a creature. We can bounce that creature, and then they're not threatening lethal, and we are. I'm not saying there's no ways they can steal this game with these 2 unknown cards, but on board, we're definitely winning. And if they drop a Canopy Ballast, we're still winning. So if they feed the Swarm that successfully, they lose 3 and go to 6. So I still kill them in 2, but then I have to move the Mind Carver. If I spell shield, I don't have to move the Mind Carver, and then I can just into the royal the big creature. So that seems like the right play, given we're on like the next to last turn, and the game's gonna end soon. Okay, even better. We don't care about kicking the into the royal for a card since the game's gonna end soon. So now we can play the Skulker as a blocker for the Baloth, and we still have the into the royal up. Baloth. I mean, listen, if you want to know the correct way to pronounce that, or my thoughts on pronunciation, just hit !pronunciation. We have a command, !pronunciation, that should tell you the right way to say Baloth based on what I just said. So I'm just going to block there. We're Death Touch. I'm good with this trade. I'm not scared to take 4. Hopefully they don't have the deal 4 to me card, but that card also gains 4, so I wasn't going to race that anyway. But if they play like a reach creature or a flyer, I have the end of the royal to still lethal them. So obviously if they have removal or something, I have to bounce my own creature and replay it. We're not dead. They only have little creatures out. They're not dead either then. If they have nothing, they're dead. Baloth, because you're from the Bay Area, that's an LSV stream pun. That's not a Ben Stark stream pun. I'm sorry, but, you know, bad puns, save them for where they belong. If the Carvers are on, they're incredible. If they're off, they're not. They're not going to be on in the early game all the time. I have some removal. I have some Tues-Thurs. I have the Crab. So, I mean, they're kind of hit or miss, because if they're on, they're incredible, and if they're off, they're pretty bad. But I still think it's right to include it in my deck. Alright, here I'm going to lead this white land turn 1, because the Malika Rebirth I could easily cast to get something back. Whereas I'd have to draw planes, which I have 2 of in my deck, to cast this card. Okay, I think we can safely play this pathway as a blue land because we just drew another black. And then we'll pass a turn, of course. Now we can go into turn Sky Dancer unless they play something really good to vanquish. And then we've got our 3-4 for our next turn, and the deck is online. That's why these land spell modals help making splashing a little easier, because not that I would ever splash for like a shelter type effect like this, but if this was a white card that I couldn't play as a land, it would just be sitting in my hand, not helping me cast my spells. So the fact that I could play it as a land allows me to get use out of it when I didn't draw white mana. Okay, so now, I don't think I need to vanquish that, because if I Mind Carver the Sky Dancer, then if they block, I can Duelist that, and mine will live and theirs will die. So that lets me get good value out of the Duelist, killing their 3-drop. It's also going to put another 3 cards into their graveyard, the 2 from the Duelist and the Sentinel, so we're actually pretty close to turning the Mind Carver on now. So that's actually a really good turn for me. I think they're now at like 5 cards, so we got to get another 3 in there. So a 3-2. That can't block the 3-4 or the 3-1. So if we vanquish it, it's just to hit for 1 extra damage. That doesn't seem worth it. I think we pretty clearly can just hit with those 2 and put out the Skulker this turn. CFB is just wrong. Listen, we're all right and wrong sometimes, but Duelist is just excellent. Like, I mean, look, it's not, like, busted or something. Like, I would always take Bubble Snare and Into the Royal over it. But Duelist is just a very effective common. Like, Rogues want 8 in their yard. The little flash card is very useful in this format with lots of card advantage and card drawing to get a card out of your hand and help you have board advantage. Like, you get your money's worth out of Duelist. Combat Trick with a body, and a mill, too. Yeah. No, I'm a big fan of the Duelist. I think like they're definitely just wrong. After Bubble Snare and Into the Royal, it might be my next favorite blue common. I don't know if I can think of them all off the top of my head, but Duelist is excellent. Thank you, Knowledge Sinkhole. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for your support. Many 1 toughness creatures, and it doesn't require 1 toughness creatures. Like, if you attack with a 3-1 and they block with a 2-3, you play Duelist, and now your 3-1 eats their 2-3, and you get a mill 2, and you get a 1-1 body. As the chat just said perfectly, combat trick with a body and a mill 2 when, like, rogues want to mill 2. Like, it is just an excellent card. I watch streams sometimes. I throw on a lot of limited streams, especially when I'm doing my constructed testing, actually, because too much constructed and I start to hate Magic. So unless I'm playing a super fun deck like Turbo Fog, I'll mostly, if I'm grinding serious standard matches, like just with the popular decks, I'll mostly have some great limited stream like Deathsea Voxy or The Ham in the background. But yeah, I'll say that confidently. They're just wrong on that card. The Duelist is excellent. Like I said, I'm not even sure if there's a blue common I like more than other than Into the Royal and Bubble Snare. Yeah, definitely Bud Hastel. Blue common, not all commons, Jorge. Obviously, I like Eruption more than Duelist, and Vanquish and Deadly Alliance more than Duelist. I was saying I can't think of all the blue commons off the top of my head perfectly, but I know that Bubble Snare and Into the Royal I'm always going to take over Duelist. After that, it's around third. Yeah, Royal Mage and Geyser Mage and Risen Riptide and Duelist. Depends on what your deck does and what your deck needs, but those are all basically after Bubble Snare and Into the Royal. And I would just have Duelist right up in that mix with those cards. You know, obviously, look, it always depends. Are you rogues? Do you need the mill? Are you a good kicker deck? Are you a kind of a defensive deck? You know, like, all of those cards, it really depends on exactly what your deck is doing. But Duelist is just right up there in the good, but not the best blue commons. The best blue commons are Bubble Snare and Into the Royal. And then there's a bunch of solid playable blue commons that are usually making your deck, and Duelist is right up there in that group. Alright, I think we can race. I know we're also milling them, so we're kind of attacking from both angles. But the 3-4 stops the 3-2 anyway. So for now, I don't really want to trade a flyer, I don't think, for their ground 3-2. I may switch gears if they end up dealing with my 3-4 right now. But if they don't, then my 3-4 is stopping their ground creatures while I attack them in the air anyway. So I'm going to take it this time, and then we'll see what they have for the Skitter Sneak. Well, I might really be trying to deck them, but again, the Skitter Sneak stops the 2/3/2s, so we'll see what they do about that. Flying Double Strike. Whenever a creature you control deals damage to a player, you and that player gain that much life. Okay, I'm cool with that. I'm trying to deck them. At the beginning of your end step, if you have 15 more life than your starting life total, each player Angel of Destiny attack this turn loses the game. Okay, so we can't let that happen. So I'm glad we dealt them some damage, because now if this hits us, we'll gain life, they'll gain life, and then we'll try and deck them, and hopefully they won't get to 35 since we've already put them to 14. So as far as on the ground now, we can't attack with the flyers. Do we send the 4/4? If they double block, I can -2/-0. That's not great. What if I put this Carver on it? Then if they double block, I trade with both Blight Priests. If they block with the Angel of Destiny, I trade with that. That looks pretty good. So yeah, let's slap Carver on the Skitter Sneak. +3/+1 isn't going to do it on one of these Sky Dancers or the Skydiver, the 2/1 flyers, because this is a 2-power double strike. But this 7/5 is now an excellent attacker. If they double block with the 2 Blight Priests, I can also just play the Veil and then mine will live. I don't know if I necessarily want to do that, because if I just take the trade and move the Carver, then I have the Veil to get me past the Angel potentially. But yeah, we're in good shape here. I think I missed a few subscriptions. I know a lot of people have subscribed today. I really, really appreciate the support for my content and my stream. Always something I'm looking to expand, and I'm very grateful for how much people seem to like. Thank you to Free Refill I do love free refills. One of the few things that America has definitely gotten right these days. Free refills are awesome. Also, thank you, It's EJ. Appreciate the support for 5 months. Yeah, opponent has a really good cleric stack, but hopefully we'll deck them. Okay, so whenever a creature you control deals damage to a player, you and that player gain that much life. So this is going to gain life. But there's no reason to take mad excess damage, I don't think. If the plan now is pretty much to deck them, these 2/1s aren't really going to do anything. Like, they're gain. I could hit them back for 2, I guess, and offset the life gain. Is that better or worse than blocking the 3/2s? It's actually kind of close, right? So right now I'm taking 10. So I would gain the 10 back. So my life total would stay the same, and they would gain 10 and go to 17. Then I could hit them back for, like, 11. That seems fine. I don't think I need to trade with these. It's going to trigger the vials if I trade with them. And, like, I can take 3, and then I just hit back for 2 anyway. Like, yeah, I know they have these making me lose life when I gain life. I mean, this is complicated. It's a mess. But ultimately, I think I'm gaining more than I'm losing. I have the Veil for next turn. Should be fine. We'll see how this shakes out. Remember, it's -2, -0. So if I block these Blight Priests, I'm losing my 2/2/1s. The Veil isn't going to keep them alive. Okay, clearly we can play this as a blue. Did I miss lethal there? How do I lethal them? I don't see it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't see any sort of lethal. What are you talking about? Well, they still deal me some damage, right? They still gain 2. Oh, but this has Menace, so they can't block it. So they would be dead unless they had something. Yeah, you're right. Alright, we can still hopefully run that this turn. So 1, 2... No, you're right, you're right. I missed lethal. I didn't see it. They would have gained so much less life. Yeah, you're right. Well, either way, now I'm going to Veil this turn, and then they'll have mana to cast the 2 cards, potentially, but it's pretty similar. But you're right. I should have Veiled. I just missed lethal. You're 100% right. Thank you. And you can hit the punt counter for that one. The other one, I think, was a little dicey. I made the second best of possible complex attacks in a game I basically couldn't lose. But this one is still a game, and even though I'm in good shape, if they had removal this turn or something, it would be really tight. So I did miss lethal. I should have cast Veil last turn. I don't lose to the triggers. That's a bit extreme, but like, I can block one of these Veil. I take none from the Angel. Like, I'm not anywhere near dead, I don't think. I might be, but I don't think so. But nonetheless, I did mess up. No question. Grats, Coyote. I mean, I'm not sure. We'll see what happens. I don't think I'm taking 7 here. Remember, I gain life to offset the triggers, too. I don't even think it's close. But you're still correct. I did mess up, no question. So, let's see. I can go for lethal now. If they don't have anything, they're still dead this time. I can move the Mind Carver back to the Skitter Sneak. And then if they do have something, I still have Into the Royal, so that seems fine. And there's not a lot they could have here. Because killing a 2/1 flyer doesn't keep them alive. They have to have removal for the 7/5 Menace, which is hard to do with that mana count. But just because I won anyway, That was a punt. I completely missed that if they didn't gain life, I would be able to untap and attack them back for lethal. So I want to be clear. I'm not defending my choice there. That was totally a punt. Sometimes the chat's like, oh, you missed a lethal, and it's like, like, it's a lethal, but they're 100% to get lethal the next turn, and if they have this card, it disrupts lethal, because the goal of Magic is not to end the game as quick as possible. But in this case, they had 1 black mana open. It was still a relatively good game, and I should have definitely cast Veil and tried to lethal them there, because they could have just been holding removal or some powerful cards for the following turn, and they could have definitely won that game. So you're 100% right, chat. We did beat the Angel. We didn't even deck them. We beat them by damage despite all that life gain. Okay, this hand looks fine. Blue land, black land, white land. It's not a great hand because we have 2 4-drops and all that, but we'll just lead our tap land, and then if we draw 1 land, we can curve right out. If not, hopefully we're drawing some spells we can at least cast. With another black source, I think I can play this as a blue. Oh, I'm not worried. I make tons of mistakes. You know that if you've been watching my stream. I'm not one of those streamers who's like, oh yeah, I don't make mistakes. Like, I make mistakes every night. Well, now we have no option to trade because it has 3 toughness. It would have been an interesting choice otherwise. So if I play a 4-drop here, I miss a mill with Crab. But I think I need to do that, right? A 3/4 is a good blocker on this board. And, I mean, they're an aggro deck. We're not that worried about decking them right now. Hopefully they don't have an answer for our 3/4s, at least both of them. So, do I want this trade? I probably do, because I have a second 3/4. So if I draw a land, I can go Crab, land, mill you 3/4. If I don't draw a land, I'm not in a hurry to get the Crab in play. So yeah, I think I don't mind this trade. It's a little bit of a trade down because that thing was getting pumped by the Warrior Leader, which I could potentially have bounced, but I didn't have a removal for in hand at the time. And, like, I don't mind. These sneaks are mostly in here to trade up against an aggro deck. I've got a bounce spell in hand if I draw lands. I've got, you know, plenty of creatures in my deck that are relatively solid. I think that's a fine trade for me. So I do want to Into the Royal the 8/6 probably, but ideally I don't want to miss more land drops with the Crab. So I'm not sure what to do, because I only have 2 blues. So I can play a land and Into the Royal the 8/6, but then I'm playing a land and not crabbing. Or I can play, like, the Crab. I can, like, vanquish the 3/3, and I can, like, take 7, which, it's a lot of damage, but I'm still at 17. I can afford to take 7. So there's probably not a need to Into the Royal this turn, I would say. So yeah, there's not really much reason to miss more mills. I have fine other business for this turn. I think 4 cards in their yard, so the sneak's not going 8 this turn. I guess I could double block the 7/5 if I want to. Try and win with the Crab. I mean, I can take 1 hit for 7, and then I have bounce it, bounce it. Definitely not sure what to do. I think I want to vanquish while they're tapped. I don't want this War Leader getting pumped and fizzling the vanquish or something. I'm going to keep the 2 royals because there's no guarantee I'll find land 6. But also, it's triggering. It's replacing itself, helping me find lands for the Crab. That's the real reason. So we'll see what happens here. I'm totally fine with taking 7. Yeah, next turn we could potentially double block with the Royal ready, but we're still losing both. It's not a very exciting double block. And I really want this 3/4 to hold the ground, I think. I think I'm most likely looking to just bounce the 7/5 for a few turns while I'm milling them. Let's see what happens. I mean, the 2/2's doing less now because they have a 3/4 flyer. I think for this turn at least, I'm just gonna pass the turn. I have this wizard, so when I enter the royal, I can loot a card, so that's why I didn't play the swamp. And then we'll see what we find as far as answers to the 3/4 or the 7/5, the two cards that are actually relevant. Okay. I'm happy about that, I think. Now I can bounce the Nahiri's Binding when they go to combat. And then I free up my creature to eat something. That's always good. So 0/3 probably on 2/2 since it can't... Oh, well, it could block... Oh, yeah, that's the 2/2 we want to block. And then a 3/4 can eat a 3/2. Oh, but I can't take 10, so I'm going to end up having to chump here, which is fine. So is there a better block than this? I mean, maybe I'd rather kill the robber than the 3/2. I take 1 extra damage if I do that, because the 0/3 still has a block on the other 2/2. Yeah, that probably looks right. Okay, so not going especially well. I'm going to take a hit from the 3/4, and I've got Into the Royal and blockers. Like it's probably going to be the same as last turn. They're going to Binding and attack. I'm going to Into the Royal and then block. I mean, this turn I'm going to play a land. Last turn I didn't because I looted it away to the wizard. It's definitely not looking good, though. So they're still on 23 cards. How do I get out of this? It's definitely not looking good. Obviously, if you're under less pressure, you'd rather Into the Royal your creature and then the Binding goes away forever. But that's not even an option. I would just be dead. In fact, I have to Into the Royal... Oh, I'm just dead, right? If I Into the Royal, 2 of these get through, I die. I think I'm pretty much just dead. Just cast Vision, see if we see... the Veil might save us. Because then I can block the crab. So then I mean the 7/5. So I'm not with the crab. So I'm not dead in this turn now, but I don't know how I win this game. I don't even think I have outs. They're not about to deck. I don't have a sweeper. Oh, that's one of the closest cards I could have played. But, again, I'm not even drawing a card here off the End of the Royal. Like, I don't know how. This game is not winnable. I'm just prolonging the inevitable here. Like, I'm going to survive another turn now. But, like, I mean, how am I going to win, right? Like, I can't. So, like, 3/3 can eat 2/2. 1/1 on 7/5, 1/1 on 3/2. Or I can't... I have to block all 3, so, I mean, do I have any other options that are even, like, possibly better? Any other option, I could kill the 3/2 instead, but then my 3/3 dies. That's just strict. That's like way worse. So yeah, clearly my best option is to eat the 2/2, chump chump. By best, I mean least bad, not good. Okay, we dead. I'm not saying I played the next to last turns, like, optimally in this game, but this game we were just way behind the whole game. I don't really think there's anything I could have done. Again, far from perfect, but I don't think we can really mull this. I mean, if we draw black, it's a good hand. If we do not, we'll probably lose. We're on the draw. We have some early blue drops that are perfectly fine. Like, I don't see how we mull this hand. This is draft number 1 for the day. I got a late start today. I mean, if they have an aggro deck and a good start, we're going to lose. Like, this hand's slow. But it should end up casting its spells. And, like, I hate mulliganing so much. I'd rather just hope they don't have a good aggressive draw. Yeah, I don't really mind. I mean, I prefer to have a nice 2-drop I can cast, but... You know, other people's hands don't always perform optimally either. Like, I prefer to prepare for a weaker hand out of my opponent than a stronger hand. Because if you mulligan and they have a nut draw, it's hard to win anyway. They have a nut draw and you're down a card. Whereas if they have a weaker hand, you don't want to end up going down a card unnecessarily yourself. Like, I don't really think mulliganing to beat up an opponent's best hand is a good strategy, because you probably lose to it anyway. Granted, with the hand smoother, maybe you don't mull to oblivion very often. So there is the possibility that I haven't adjusted to the hand smoother properly enough. I mean, I don't think it matters that it's best of 1 and that you don't have room to lose or whatever. You're always trying to give yourself the highest chance to win every game. You don't mulligan differently in game 3s than you do in game 2s when you're up a game. But it is possible that I'm not accounting for the hand smoother enough. Alright, we need a swamp to cast things. They have 7 cards, which means if we bounce something, they're going to have to discard. So I'm going to kick this into the Royal. Even though we're bouncing a 1-mana equipment that's doing nothing, we're doing it during their end step, which means they end up having to discard, and we get to, so we kill a card effectively, even if it's the one of their choice. But more importantly, we draw a card, which gets us closer to a swamp, doubles our chances of having a swamp for next turn. I mean, the hand smoother is real. It's not like you shouldn't take it into consideration. I don't claim to know how to properly evaluate it. It's one of those things where, you know, if you're a new player with Arena with the hand smoother, you're going to develop a natural intuition for it much better than somebody who's played Magic for 25 years without the hand smoother. I have these, like, built-in, like, you know, subconscious processes for, like, what types of hand I mulligan, the level of pressure I'm under, and stuff like that. The hand smoother changes that. I don't know by how much, but I'm going to be out of tune with the hand smoother as somebody who's played Magic for 26 years without the hand smoother. It's just the way it is. Now, I'll adjust over time. I'll get better at factoring it in, because as time goes on, I'll start to get used to its effects. Right, eventually we converge, of course. But in the beginning, I'm going to be more off than somebody who has not played Magic for very long or has never played Magic before Arena. But over time, I'll get better at, like, processing the hand smoother. I didn't know that, Gustavo. So that's interesting if that's true. I was playing more best of 3, and I'm not against best of 3 since they changed it to 3 rounds, which I really like. Good change, good job, Watsy. I will play more best of 3 and make more best of 3 content too, but the season ends in 20 hours, and I want to hit Mythic. I think I've hit Mythic Limited every season on this account. Maybe I missed 1 month, I don't know. This month I took a lot of time off towards the end of M21, and I didn't play that much, so I'm still only Diamond 1, and I want to try and hit Mythic every season, Mythic Limited. I am going to actually play some more Turbo Fog off stream to try and hit Mythic Constructed, but I don't really care that much if I do it or don't. It'll just be kind of cool because I don't think I've ever hit it. But Mythic Limited I hit like every season, and I want to do it, so. My usual is to play best of 1 in the beginning until I hit Mythic, and then I'll sometimes play best of 3, sometimes play best of 1, whatever. Yeah, Historic. mind M21. Like, there was a few aggro decks. They were pretty focused, but the games were close. The removal was there, you know. Like, they gave us Shock and Scorching Dragonfire because they realized it was an aggro format, you know, Grasp of Darkness. Like, the removal was there to play Magic. I didn't hate M21. I thought it was fine. But after, like, a month or two, I was pretty bored, and I didn't really want to do month 3 of M21. Okay, so we want to have Shell Shield up. Do we want to Mind Carver a creature and have Shell Shield or Into the Royal? Or do we want to have Into the Royal and Shell Shield? Do we need the 3rd toughness? No. I mean, the 3rd power? No. All of their creatures currently die to the Sky Dancer anyway. Plus Shell Shield. I see no reason to put the Mind Carver on it. Especially when we might use Into the Royal and Shell Shield this combat step. Good luck, Top Deck King. It's not an easy feat, but I really hope you're able to complete your quest of hitting bronze someday. Yeah, I don't really mind losing, to be honest. I prefer winning Clarm, but the, like, downs of the grind just don't really bother me. You play as long as I have, you lose enough matches that you get used to it and you get numb to it. Yeah, that 3rd power doesn't matter, huh? What was I saying? Okay, so they've got a 3/2 and a 1/1 double strike. In theory, we can block and kill either one of those by giving 3 toughness to our Sky Dancer. So they could have the party card that does damage to an attacking or blocking creature. So do we want to shield before blockers? If we kick it and give it hexproof, they won't be able to play that card. Whereas if we block and then go for it, they can blow us out. So we might want to, before blockers, kick the Shell Shield and then block and eat one of their creatures. The Flyer has double strike? No, it doesn't. It does. Where did this thing get double strike? Does this equipment give double strike? How does this have double strike? I don't get it. Oh, equipped warriors have double strike. Okay, good job, chat. I did not realize that. So then let's just take out this double strike thing that's giving double strike to other things. We're going to take a lot this turn, but I think we pretty much have to do it. Actually, maybe I want to Into the Royal then, though. In which case, I'm not kicking the Shell Shield anyway. So you know what? Let's go and block, and then I'm going to go for Shell Shield on kicked, because I'm going to Into the Royal, because I don't want to take 1,000. Thank you, Kleeman. Appreciate the subscription. There's that, oh no, Resolute +2/+2. So what's that going to do? Well, I can let it resolve and then bounce, so I can decide afterwards either way. So let's see what happens. So that's a 3/3 double strike, and I'm a 2/4. So I'm going to die and they're going to live. So this is bad. But I can at least bounce the double striker, and then I'll live, and this will lose double strike for now, so I won't take 1,000,000. But this did not work out particularly well. Not that we could have really done much against them having all this equipment and the bounce and the instant spell here, Resolute Strike. I think we got through that the best I reasonably could. Okay, I think a 3/4 makes a difference compared to a 3/3 this turn, so let's put that out. You don't need to shield before blockers there unless you're kicking it, because that Practice Tactics card would deal 4, so it makes no difference if I'm a 2/4 or a 2/1 before blockers. The reason to do it before blockers was if you're kicking it, you give hexproof, and then they can't play it at all. But since I wasn't going to kick it, there was no reason to do it before blockers. In fact, it would actually be bad, because if I block, they have priority. They may play that card, and then I can respond by playing it with kicker and fizzle the tactics. But if I was not going to Into the Royal, then I'd probably rather just do it before blockers, because they might not play it after I block. They might just let their creature eat mine, which they should do. So, like, but it's still just like a reverse free roll. If you're going to play it on kicked, there's not really any benefit to doing it before blockers. If you're going to play it kicked, then there is benefit to doing it before blockers. Okay, so let's see. They can replay the Blade Master, get me for a bunch, double strike in the air. I can't really stop that. I don't have any flyers or removal. So I think we Cascade Seer. If I'm dead, I'm dead. Like I said, I can't stop it. Even though that's a flyer, does that actually block this? No, it's too big of a double striker. We need removal, so these can both go on the bottom. Not even sure I'm going to be able to afford to lose 2 life after this. If I survive, it's going to be at like 1. No subtle strikes. I mean, I have plenty of removal, so I could draw like a Vanquish or an Into the Royal to not be dead. But it's not looking good. So they have Wizards and Warriors only, so that's going to be 3, 6. So yeah. So I need to find an answer. If I find an answer, it's looking bad, but I might be able to win. That's not an answer. I'm just dead in the air now. Yeah, I'll actually retweet the list at some point, Kelvindale, because some of these land spell modals are pretty good for the Turbo Fog deck. I'm playing the green one that brings back a card or is a land, because like that deck wants to make land drops forever, but also wants to fog or buy back counters or Teferis and stuff. So the green regrowth for 3 modal land spell card I find to be a pretty good card for that deck. And then the white one that destroys all non-land permanents gives you a nice land spell split card to be able to Wrath Goblins when they have 1,000,000 tokens, mostly because they were just going to destroy Arena and you have to clear the board at some point, or to get out of like some of like the Jundex locks and stuff like that, while also just being a land when you're not when you're playing the control mirrors and stuff. So I'm using both the green and the white, the green uncommon regrowth and the white rare that destroys all non-lands. I'm not 100% exactly, because I've tweaked it like 1 card at a time as I was playing it. Like I said, I'll repost the list tonight. After I get off stream, I'll make sure to repost that whole list. Just follow me on Twitter, Benes_MTG, and I'll tweet it tonight at some point. Okay, here I'm definitely going to play this to get a wizard in play, and then I can play this and get 2 1/1 tokens. Well, now I can get a rogue, and then I can get 3 1/1 tokens, which is better than 2. So, little adjustment. That will probably cast as a spell. I don't think we need land 6. No real decisions. Can't attack. Happy to get 3. I don't even know if we have any clerics. Oh, the squad commander is totally busted if you're going to make multiple tokens every time. And that's kind of what makes it a great splash, because I don't have warriors in blue or black, really. So, like, it being a warrior and me splashing it, any creatures I have out are not warriors. So it's going to make more tokens in this deck than it's going to in an average white deck, where most of your creatures are warriors, because that's one of your main creature types. For now, I think I want to put 5 on the Baloth. I don't really care if they have something and kill some of my small creatures. I got to work through their tricks. I'm not really going to have anything live since they have 6 toughness, and they probably will have some kind of a trick to mess this up anyway. So I think I block it with my worst 5 power, being the Geyser Mage and the 2 1/1 tokens. I mean, Pump Spell isn't good for me. I wouldn't describe it as wrecking me. I'm still going to have 3 creatures out. I'm just going to bury those on tap, bounce the familiar, hit them for like 7 or 8, and continue about my business, probably. I mean, it depends what I draw, but that's the most likely plan. Because there's no guarantee that I'm going to block with Royal up. Like, Royal costs 4. If I, like, took it this turn and then left a bunch of creatures and mana up, they most likely just wouldn't attack and go for a trick. Like, you're giving your opponent too little credit there. They're just going to, like... It's not like I'm going to take it barely attack and leave back a great double block or triple block, then they're going to attack. I'm going to double or triple. They're going to play their trick, and I'm going to blow them out with Royal. Like, that should never happen. If I leave back a bunch of creatures and leave up a bunch of mana, they should just not attack. Whereas this is a fine exchange for me. I just traded 2 1/1 tokens and a 3/2 for the green, whatever those things are called, Inscription, which is a really powerful card. It does mean I might want to enter the Royal the Baloth more than I want to enter Royal the Familiar or something like that just to get an attack, given it keeps the counters. But now that, like, we didn't telegraph it, we didn't do all of that, we pulled their trick, now we can maybe make a double block and have the end of the Royal or something. Let's take a look at what the board is like now. So I doubt they have 8 in their yard yet, so Mind Carvers +1/+0 doesn't get us there on one creature, but it does turn one of these 3s plus the 1 plus the +1/+0 into a lethal block on Baloth if they don't play a land. So what I probably want to do here is Mind that, hit for 3, and then, you know what I think I'm going to do if they play a land? I think I'm just going to... I mean, I could bounce the Baloth because it'll get rid of the counters. I could also just block and bounce my own squad commander, and then I get to replay it and get 2 or 3 more tokens. 2 right now, 3 if I draw a warrior. So, I mean, it's pretty close, because I killed 2 1/1 counters, and they have to respend the mana instead of me. If this didn't have these 2 counters, I would certainly block with Commander and just bounce it and replay it. Given they do have those counters, I think I'll probably just bounce their Baloth. Well, now I might just bounce that, because it'll actually free it up, and then I can replay it. And they didn't even attack, so that looks like the right play. Just get rid of the Bubble Snare for good, and get my creature back and draw a card. Also puts a card in their yard, so that's kind of nice. So if I play the 2-drop, I don't have another Rogue this turn, so that doesn't make much sense. So we got to put back out the Skitter Sneak. And then I guess the Carver should go somewhere. I don't know where. I don't know if it matters much. I guess the 4th power here looks good. By good, I mean the most useful, but not particularly important. So, I mean, now that shields are down, but we know we have another Into the Royal, it's kind of an interesting spot. Like, I could double block the 8/7 with the 4/3 and the 3/4, but I lose both. I'm about to play a 2/2 Death Toucher. I think I just have to eat the damage this one turn. I mean, I could chump with the token, but I don't even think I want to do that. I need all my ground defense. They have a bunch of ground creatures. I don't want to throw away the token here. So I think I'm just going to take it. Now I have the Skulker to stop the big one, and I have the End of the Royal if they have removal or something like that. I have not FP Geek. My current plan is to do another charity stream soon, and to do 3 stipulation drafts and the wrap on the charity stream, on the next one. Okay, so no decisions now. I can't imagine we're in a position to attack. We can Skulker. That gives us another nice blocker. Pass. If they hit for 3, I'll just take it and then end of turn vision and see what we get. If they attack on the ground, we'll have to evaluate. I don't think I have a Wrath, but it would be a great time to draw one if I did. So when that thing is kicked a bunch, it's just awesome. Nothing I can do about that. I want to have the End of the Royal for when they go for the Inscription, since one of them's a fight and the other one's pump. So I think for now, there's no way I can Enter the Royal the Flyer. It's not even like we don't have a way to spend our mana. Let's just vision and see what we can pull up. Nothing wrong with that. So unfortunately, if I kill the Flyer, they get a card because they have another Wizard. but I think it's still worth it. And I think I just want to do it now, because they know I have the Vanquish, so I'm not going to blow them out with Vanquish in response to the inscription. But they don't know I have the Inn of the Royal, so there's a better chance I can blow them out with that. So I think I just go for Vanquish right now. I mean, they could Inscription and put the counters on it to fizzle it, but then that's all they'd be getting out of the Inscription. So I think I'm cool with that. Yeah, I know they can Inscription in response, but they also have enough mana to kick it. So, I mean, I can't just take 3 a turn until I'm dead. I'm the one who has to act first, or they're just going to attack me for 3 a turn. So I think, yeah, auto-tapper bad. Let's make sure we have double blue up. But I think it is right to Vanquish this. If they Inscription it, okay, I mean, that's not good for me, but the card can't really do less than that at this point. Good catch on that auto-tap, manual tap. Like, I have the Inn of the Royal, so now I can bounce the flyer. Of course, they replay it, I still have to deal with it, but I'm through the Inscription that way. Okay, so let's see what's going on the ground. They have 2 cards in their graveyard, so I'm not turning on my Mind Carvers yet. I'm going to plan to bounce the Diviner, so let's see what my best blocks look like. We could do 3-4 on 3-2. We can do Death Touch on the biggest one. We can do 4-3 on 2-4. 2-1 on 2-1. Bounce the Diviner and take 8. So the only downside of this is I die and I only have the 2 cards to find an answer to the flyer. Or I could put the 2-1 on the 5-5, and then I take 5 and go to 4, and then I have an extra turn to find an answer to the flyer. Oh yeah, 3-4 on 3-3 is strictly better. It doesn't change the real calculations, of course, but so I think I would rather have an extra card potentially to find an answer to the flyer. Oh wait, I can do that, and then I take 7, but I actually kill a 3-2 instead of a 2-1, and then I save an extra point too. I still only have 1 card to find an answer to a flyer, but I kill a 3-2 instead of a 2-1. And then I would bounce this. I would take 7 and go to 2. Alright, I'll hope we can get there in 2 cards. I think this is right. It's a ton of profitable blocks. Hopefully, in the card off the Royal or the card for our turn, we find an answer to the Diviner. All I need is a flyer of my own. I don't know how many outs I have. I have like... I mean, the Duelist might buy us a turn. Same thing with the Veil. The Skydiver works. That trades with a 3-2. The Wind Rider Wizard works. The Sky Dancer works. Vanquish works. So I had like 4 outs I needed to hit in those 2 cards. Unfortunately, Clear Water Pathway and Swamp are not those outs. But I think that block was right, because they ended up having a trick, like, we have to beat the rest of the board too, not just deal with the flyer. So ultimately, I think we made the right block. But now I'm just dead, right? So what did we go? 4-3? Not great. 5-3, I think. Slight progress towards Mythic. Yeah, 5-3. Nothing wrong with that, but it's small progress towards Mythic. And let's get into the second draft. No, I mostly draft 2 colors, but I don't hate a light splash. I splashed for a pretty broken rare. I know it didn't get the job done there, but I mean, it did its job. I mean, it was 4 mana, 3 1/1s, and a 3/3. That's an incredible card. Hey, I saw you say that, Lucas, and what's up? I wouldn't call it the GOAT yet, but I do think it's an awesome limited format, and maybe it'll go down as one of my faves. I'm not sure. It's too early. It's like, you know, you can't declare something the GOAT like week 3, but I do think that it is a great format. I really like the mechanics. Thank you, Joelier. I appreciate the subscription. This is a stacked pack. So, yeah, we're still in the honeymoon phase of the relationship. Well said, Seymour Glass. So Coral Helm Chronicler is excellent, especially if you start with it. You can prioritize kicker stuff the whole way. And this is a really strong kicker card, right? Because, like, when you cast it, you get to get a kicker card, and then you get to keep looting. Thundering Rebuke, the best removal in the pack. Deadly Alliance, probably really good, just a little bit worse than Rebuke, I think. So I think this is a pick between, like, Rebuke and Chronicler. I like the Infiltrator, I like the Alliance, I like Into the Royal a lot, but I think they're a little worse. I think I'm just going to go with the Chronicler. I mean, when you start with this thing, you just prioritize kicker cards the whole way, right? Whenever you cast a kick spell, draw a discard. Whenever it enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 and put a kicker card in your hand. Yeah, it's just an excellent card. So the red-white pathway land, not something we're looking to second pick following a kicker card. We could definitely take this Relic Golem. This card's pretty strong as well. It lets you prioritize mill the whole way. But with the two good blue commons, the two commons that I consider pretty close in tier 1, and both are kicker, I think we're probably just going to take one of those. Starting with the Chronicler, do we want the Bubble Snare or the Royal? Probably we can win as more of a control deck, so I think we'll take Bubble Snare over Royal for now. Sweeper kills small things. That's fine. Not exciting. I would assume neither skits, but I don't really know. But if either of those wield, that would be kind of weird. Yeah, Verdict's a constructed card. I mean, it's fine in limited. Like, a lot of the big creatures are kicker stuff, and their actual casting cost is 3 or less. I mean, it's not like I wouldn't play the card. Kicker prefers blue-green to blue-black, but you can definitely play blue anything. But it's also just, like I said, not that great a card. These green cards are not very exciting at all. I think I'm going to take Diviner. It stays on color. It's the best card in the pack for me, I think. I mean, it might just be the best card in the pack. Kite Soul Cleric if you're blue-white aggro or something, but it's not like that's some kind of great card. So again, there's an awesome black-green gold card. I mean, look, we could splash this. If we play blue-green kicker, it's not that hard to do a light splash. Of course, we could still just play blue-blacks, get some mill, get some rogue, synergy going, still take advantage of kicker. In which case, I would take Sky Dancer. Although, I guess I could take Duelist over Sky Dancer and just stay open on blue. That makes a lot of sense. Kind of weak having to fourth pick it, but I do like the card as I talked about last draft. And Sky Dancer is nothing exciting. If that was a good black removal spell, obviously I would have took it. One less to cast for each card in your party. Search your library for a card, put it in your hand, shuffle your library. If you have a full party, you can cast it. Probably not going to have a full party. So what do we have going? Wizard, Rogue. I mean, blue-red, Spellcraft, that's fine. I don't think it's enough better. I think we just take Diviner again. I'll just draft mono blue. Just like last draft, we'll stay blue, and then we'll see what our second color is. It's just how these have went. I do like Zoth Consumption a lot. This is a really good land spell split card, because in the early game you get a land, and the late game a drain for 4 is pretty powerful. Otherwise, what would we take? We're not going to take these red cards. Duelist is an option to stay blue. Blood Priest is okay in a blue-black deck. You don't have that many clerics in blue or black, so you can trigger it pretty well for 2 to 3. I think Zoth Consumption is better, though. Feels like we're seeing white-black clerics in this seat, which is actually one of the best decks in the format, but I don't know how we get out of these, like, 5 blue cards, so we probably have to draft blue-black or blue-white. Sentinel does kick, but it's a pretty bad card. Think we're either going to play blue-black or blue-white. I don't know which. So I'm going to grab Core Cleric here over Duelist number 2. While I do like Duelist, I mean, these land spell modals are fantastic, and I don't want to end up with 5 Duelists or something. So I'm going to plan for blue with either black or white. I really don't like the Cascade Seer much. I know you've seen me draft that in back-to-back drafts, but I'm hoping it doesn't make my deck. Okay, this card I do like. It's a card drawing machine. I guess if we're blue-white, I'll want this Practice Tactics. We actually do the party thing pretty well so far. So maybe we'll do a little blue-white party kicker deck. Yeah, we didn't see any red, really. But I think blue-white does party pretty well, because white is clerics and warriors, and blue is rogues and wizards. So you have access to all 4 type, like, on multiple commons, because... So, you remember how it was like if you're blue-black? Blue and black both have rogues, so you do rogue really well, but you don't do party really well, because you have, like, you only have... Both colors are sharing rogues. Blue-white, you're not sharing a tribe. Blue has rogues and wizards. White has clerics and warriors, so you do party really well when you're blue-white. Here, I think it's going to be Into the Royal. This card is way more fancy than good. Like, I'm not saying you're ever cutting it from a green deck, but it's kind of slow to get going. You can't, like, pay X and make it big in the late game or anything. Like, this card is fine, but it's not that exciting. I think it's just a pretty clear Into the Royal. My second choice would be McKindy Stampede. Still want to prioritize those kicker cards where we can. Try and hit off of the commander. Even if we're not doing a blue-green kicker, plenty of kicker at common in this format. So we're going to try and over-prioritize those. So now we can get a Core Blade Master. It's a good card. 2 mana, 1/1 double strike. Or Pair Tactician, which is just fine. Or nothing else. I mean, nothing in blue or white. I mean, if we still consider black an option. But the Zoth Consumption isn't a great splash card because it's double black. I'm just going to take the Blade Master. I never mind this card. You start milling them right away, and then in the late game when you no longer need it, it sacks a draw card. This is a 1 mana 1/1 flyer, like, the right way. A 1 mana 1/1 flyer is a good card on turn 1. The problem with a 1 mana 1/1 flyer in Limited is it's a horrible card on turn 7. But if you draw this in the late game, you just sack it and draw a new card. I'm not looking to second pick this. I don't think it's like some kind of exciting second pick. But I think it's a fine card for our deck. A little cheap rogue also to fuel this Infiltrator and some stuff like that. Okay, easy binding here, I think. I like the Infiltrator, but the second's a little worse than the first, and the binding is just good removal. 3 mana 2/3 flyer, and the abilities are really more of constructed abilities. But a 3 mana 2/3 flyer is fine. Otherwise, there's a 2 mana 2/2 cleric. That might be pretty good for our creature types. Raptors is good for picking up land spell modals, or good for landfall. We're not going to really end up with much landfall. I don't think we have like an okay land spell modal so far, but we are going to prioritize those because they're great. I think it's just the cleric, because we're trying to do the party thing, and I don't really care that much about a 3 mana 2/3 flyer. Like, it's fine, but... And again, we're trying to do the party thing, so now I'll just take the Pack Beast. That's a 2-drop that can really give us party. So hopefully we'll get some nice party payoffs, because as I talked about, blue-white does it really well, but the only thing we actually have for it at the moment is the Outrider, and a Practice Tactics. But our deck, I think, is really spread out and now has a Pack Beast. I think we do party extremely well. So hopefully we'll see some Party Matters cards in the next pack. Gonna grab the kicker card again, make sure we can hit, plus it's a wizard, which is a useful type for us with 2 Diviners. Pretty easy land spell modal here, one of the better ones. So if we need 2-drops, we can take the Sellsword. If not, we can take the Chilling Trap. Neither one is definitely going to make our deck. We are pretty good on 2-drops, so I'm going to take the Trick. Not necessarily saying either one will make our deck. I'm not planning to splash black, but I'm also not planning to use that pressure point, so I'm going to grab black removal just in case. Yeah, our curve is good. We really just want some Parties Matter cards. Like, this Outrider is going to be excellent because we have lots of cheap creatures. But, of course, that's the only one, that and the Tactics. So let's hopefully get some of the more broken Party Matter stuff. Even more Outriders would be pretty good because our creatures are cheap. We're going to be out in front a lot. No, the Draw Gain Life Uncommon is excellent. I like that card a lot. Okay, these cards don't matter. Living Tempest ain't making our deck. Raptor could make our deck, but for now I'm going to put it in the sideboard. Alright, this is another constructed card. Stops people from playing multiple lands a turn. Journey to Oblivion. Not like a Broken Parties Matter card, but it's good removal if you're casting it for 3 mana. Better than Disruption, which I think is one of the weaker modal cards like I've talked about. So this is basically Into the Royal or Journey to Oblivion. Especially because there's 3 solid blue cards in the pack. I think we definitely take Journey. We'll probably table one of those 3. This card's good, right? Enters the battlefield, draw 2, discard a card. Kabira Takedown's excellent also. So this is a pick between only these first 2 cards. I assume the Master of Winds is better. Not by a lot. Kabira Takedown is excellent. It's not like attacking or blocking. This is just good white removal. Draw 2, discard 1 is a pretty big deal too, though. For preventing flood and things like that. I think that's a close pick. You could definitely do either. I might just take the Seagate Colossus. I think we're really good at party. And we have bounce and stuff. I think a 7/5 is pretty good for us. Nice curve topper. We party hard. Easy Bubble Snare here. Grab another good kicker card. What do we want out of this pack? The Infiltrator, the Field Research, Third Duelist. I mean, I do want to hit a kicker card on these Chroniclers, but I think we're more of a creature tempo deck than a card drawing deck. Like, I don't think we necessarily want card drawing spells, so I'm going to grab the Infiltrator. Yeah, Relic Amulet's not going in this deck. We don't have enough Wizards, Instants, and Sorceries. We're pretty creature heavy, and our creature types are all over the place, which is good for party, but not good for Relic Amulet. Cascade Seer doesn't need to be in. That's one of our weakest cards, plus we have a lot of 4s. This is about right. We have 2 land spells, so we might cut one more card. We might not. We're not going to play any of these. I don't think this matters. Yeah, Blue-Red Wizards would have been sweet, but I think our Blue-White deck's pretty good too. Sadly, I tabled the Disruption, the weakest of those, but I'm still going to take it over Outrider number 3, I think. It's still a land spell. Hey, another Colossus. Probably play that. Don't think these cards matter. So I think we're going to have to cut like one card. Probably want it to be a 4-drop if anything is cuttable. Diviner, maybe. I mean, we don't have too many 4s, because even though it's a lot of 4s, we don't have 5s or whatever. Like, our curve is not that high. But we still probably can just cut, like, a Diviner or something. Diviner's pretty good, though. But, I mean, so is Infiltrator and Master of Winds and Outrider in this deck, so. Alright, let's assume that's, like, the max lands we're going to play, but it's probably also the min, because we have, what, 3 land spell modals? So that puts us to 18, and they're tap lands. So that's probably the land count. Although, actually, it's probably 1 less island and 1 more plains, just because our land spells. We want 9/9. We might have slightly more blue than white, but, I mean, ultimately, we're a 2-color deck. We want 9/9. All 3 of our land spells are cards we're happy to play as lands if we need the mana. It depends on the counter and the format a lot, Lynn Killian. Blade Master not good without equipment. Well, if you have ways to pump double strikers, they can be good too. Like Outrider, pumping it could be a really strong turn. I agree it is cuttable, but is it even worse than like a Sellsword in a deck with double Outrider? Even though I think these are better, I think we have a lot of 4-drops. I think I have to cut a Diviner. At least 1. We still have Wizards. This is a wizard, that's a wizard, this is a wizard, that's a wizard. Hey, we got a Riley Quarry Tower raid. Thank you, Riley. How you doing? Harry is a wizard, that's true. So what else? Don't want to cut the cleric. We don't have that many of those. I think I cut the sellsword. It's one of the weaker cards as well. One more cut. I think I might just cut the other diviner. Still have enough wizards to trigger wizard synergies. We don't have enough wizards that there's always going to be one in play when those dies. I think I need to cut a 4-drop. I mean, we're pretty balanced between our creature types. I don't really want to cut the little rogues because I need them for the infiltrator. The outriders seems pretty good to me. Maybe I cut an outrider instead because these are warriors too, technically. We do have a Riley Knight in the house. What's up, Riley? I've done coverage with Riley a few times. It's always a blast. Thank you for the raid. Really appreciate the support. I think this is right. I'm not sure about the last cut. We could cut the outrider and put the diviner back in because we do have a few more warriors than wizards. Chronicler, yeah, it should hit a decent amount of time. We still have plenty of kicker. 2 bubble snares. Into the Royal, that's 3. Geyser Mage is 4. Not as much as I would like, but you look at 5 cards, I mean, we have 4 and a 40-card deck, and you look at 5 cards. So we're going to hit about half the time. I wouldn't give this deck a super high grade. I think it's fine. I would give it a 5. I think it's a pretty average deck. We've got some removal and bounce. Our synergy is medium. Our curve is good. Probably just a C. I mean, we could cut the Chronicler. I was trying to prioritize kicker, but I didn't do a very good job. We only got 4. Yeah, but it's a 3-drop, which we don't have a lot of, and we're kind of heavy on 4-drops. These Seagate Colossuses are not coming out before turn 4 at the minimum. Probably more like turn 5. So I think that's correct. Yeah, I don't think this deck is great. The curve is fine. We have removal. We have cheap creatures. If we draw well, we can win. But overall, the power level is not very high. No bombs and not much synergy. Fine curve, fine tricks. Kicker's just great in both Dominaria and this format, to be honest. I don't really know how to compare it, quote-unquote, but it plays pretty similarly. The games generally go long. Cards with Kicker are good. Alright, we have 3 land spell modals and 2 other lands. Our deck's not that expensive, but we want to put one of those in play this turn. So which one do we want to put in play? I think we have a lot to cast, so we're probably not leaving Force Spike up very often. Although -2/-0 doesn't do anything with these low-power creatures. And maybe we'll Force Spike a spell. Our cards are cheap. So I think maybe I want to play the Veil here, turn 1. It's pretty close. I mean, I don't think I want to play the Cleric. It's the only Cleric in my hand, and I only have 2 creatures in my hand. I think it's between the Disruption and the Veil. I think it's the Veil. I don't think you want to play Island. You want to get one of these tap lands in play. You're not going to need all of them as spells. They're pretty weak spells, and our hand here doesn't have it only has 2 lands. We have a 5-drop in our hand, basically. I think you certainly wanted to get one in play. Just make the difficult decision. Because, again, it's a difficult decision, but there's not a lot of value at stake. Whether you put the Disruption in play or whether you put the Bane Veil in play. They're both, fine. Not exciting. Probably going to end up playing the other one as a land this turn if I don't draw a land. Okay, so we did draw a land. So now I think I'm just going to attack and play the Cleric. No real decisions now. Attack and drop the Master of Winds. That was a pretty good draw. Assuming they don't have their own Jurari Disruption in hand. Please don't. Relic Amulet's good, but since it already killed my only low toughness creature, I'm not looking to exile it yet. I'm not saying I won't end up journeying it, but I'd rather get the flyer in play here this turn. We can always do that later if we want to. So what are we going to discard? Could just discard the Disruption. We have a Wizard and a Cleric. We have a Rogue in hand. I think kicking the Geyser Mage could end up pretty strong. I probably don't want to discard that. We did already play a land this turn, so I can't put the tap land in play. But I don't have any more lands. I think I'm discarding Disruption here, but I'm not really sure. So if I block, they can like finish it with the Amulet. I don't necessarily mind that. It'll probably be a pretty good turn for me. Is there like any real card that owns me here? Like there's not like a +2/+2 they're gonna play, right? They're blue-black. They can't have Subtle Strike. Yeah, do people even play that card? That card's not very good. I'm guessing they're just going to play like a 2-mana Wizard and then Relic Amulet away the Master, or a 2-mana instant. -4/-0 would be bad, yeah. And that's a card people do play in their blue-red Wizard decks. Alright, I'll take it because of that card. Chilling Trap, -4/-0 draw card would be bad. They draw a card, their creature would live, and my creature would die, because they'd finish it with Relic. If I knew they were just going to play like Mystic post-combat, I might have blocked and let them finish it with Relic. Alright, what do we want to do here? Ideally, we get our 7/5 in play, I think. But then we can't really attack this turn. I think that's fine. I think we just cast the 7/5. If they don't have a direct answer to it, with Bubble Snare and Journey to Oblivion and Cunning Geyser Mage, it's going to be pretty tough for them to try and kill it in combat. So let's just get our giant creature in play and chill. Okay, so we clearly don't need to give Indestructible to the Colossus this turn, since they can't kill it. We probably want to journey the Amulet. That's their scariest card. We have, what? Warrior, Cleric, and Wizard. So if I play the Infiltrator and Journey, that's an incredible turn. So I can just attack with the Seagate Colossus, and then post-combat I can play Infiltrator and then Journey for 1 on the Relic. This turn almost feels scripted. That's just a really good turn. And we already have Protector and Bubble Snare to basically attack through the Mystic. So I'm not interested in killing that. I'm much more interested in killing that Amulet, I think. I don't really care either way. If they chump with the Royal Mage, cool. If they take 7, cool. That doesn't really affect my line either way. Yeah, the Auto Tapper doesn't want to leave me a white because it doesn't know that this card's going to cost 1 after the Rogue comes out. Good job, chat. Y'all are on top of that. I appreciate those reminders. And 1 mana removal spell? Hello. Never trust the Auto Tapper. Live by the Auto Tapper, die by the Auto Tapper. It saves us 100 clicks in 5 minutes a game, but it also destroys us at some key moments. That's fine. You can kill my 2/3 as long as you're not killing my 7/5. I'm good. That's my plan for victory. So this turn, they have 2 different creatures that can kill the 7/5. So Bubble Snaring 1 Oh no, unless they have the 1 blue trick, we could bubble snare the Skyclave and then attack. They very well might have that trick, though. I think this turn I just want to Protector it. Now they have to either chump block, take 7, use that trick, and just take 3, but throw it away. Pretty good for us either way. It's like a free turn. We, like, kill a creature and add to the board roughly what they added to the board. So we just get a little further ahead there. And then next turn we can decide more what to bubble snare. Or Cunning Geyser Mage if we draw a land. Yeah, I don't think they have it. I also think they would have probably just used it if they had it, just to gain 4 life and draw a card in this spot. So I don't think they have the -4/-0. If we draw a land, this works out really well. Then we can bounce the Protector back to our hand. We can attack with the 7/5, and they have no good block on it. And we can switch the Master to a 4/1, so that they then have to either trade the Mystic for it or take an additional 4. This is an awesome turn for us. Can I kick it? Yes, I can. Can I switch to a 4/1? Yes, I can. Protector goes back to our hand. 7/5 can't be blocked profitably. I'll happily trade the Master for the Mystic if they want to do it. The reason Master is busted is not once it's in play as a 4/1 or 1/4. It's because it also draw 2, discard 1. That's really good. It's basically a free card because it's draw 2, discard 1, not draw 2, discard 2. And then also, a lot of times you have more lands than you need in Limited, so you're discarding a dead land that's doing nothing. So, like, I guess I could have technically sent the 1/3 also. Probably should have. It would have just gotten in a point of damage. You can't hit the punt counter for that, though. But we should win this game now. Now we have Protector for whenever they would have a good block. We can just Protector the Geyser Mage, and then they have to just block it, lose a creature. And we can also Bubble Snare with Kicker if we draw a land. This game looks pretty over. Okay, so we didn't draw a land, so I think Protector on the Geyser Mage, and then they could, like, double block and kill the Colossus, but we're at the point where we don't really care about that. We're going to put down another creature. So if they want to sacrifice 2 creatures to kill the Colossus, cool. They have to block the Geyser Mage and the Colossus, so they can't double block the Skyclave Cleric, which means they have no good block on it. So this is pretty much the block I would have expected. Life is good. We kill their whole team. And unless they have the deal 2 to everything kicker red spell, I expect a concession here. Lowell Mage Domination is cool, but not nearly enough. Because if they want to steal one of our untapped creatures to block with it, that's tying up almost all their mana. Hedonism Bot. Head Explode. Boom. You're at 2. I have 4 creatures. This is where your head explodes. There you go. Hey man, sometimes the right play is click concede. I haven't found Syndicalism to be that great. In theory, it should be a pretty good card, an instant adjustable 1 or 2 to everything. But Red's creatures are pretty small in this format. So, like, if you have, like, a blue-red control-ish deck where your creatures have 3 toughness, it can be really strong. But if you have, like, a red-white aggro deck, you don't want a card like that. It's probably at its best in, like, a red-green with a bunch of big green creatures and landfall creatures and stuff. But yeah, I haven't found it. Listen, it's a fine card, but I haven't found it to be that strong. Okay, we're not going to mulligan. This is double blue if you're kicking it. Like I said, Veil's not that strong of a spell. So if we don't draw an island turn 1, I'm going to play the Veil as an island. If we do draw an island turn 1, then I'll probably hold on to the Veil for the optionality. I'll probably see if we draw another island or not. But if our very first draw is not an island, then I'm just going to put the Veil in play. Alright, no decisions here. Even though they can kill that, it's not like it's a land spell modal or something. I can't do anything about that. So all we can really do is put it out and pressure them, and hopefully the Relic doesn't take it out. For right now, if I attack and they block, I get them good with practice tactics. If they take it, I have the Skyclave Cleric to block the runner. So I think we attack. No decisions here. We're not going to Bubble Snare that on tapped. No, I wouldn't bluff there. It's just not worth the 2 damage, the risk of them blocking. Like, if I attack in that spot, I probably have it. Okay, again, I don't really see any choices. We're going to slam down the Outrider on the Double Striker. Then they have to chump block or take a lot. We have the 1-3 and the 3-3 back to block the 2-3 card drawer. Life is good. I like the runner. It's a solid 3-drop that can easily get you extra cards or just hold its own. A 3-mana 2-3 is not a playable, but a 3-mana 2-3 that draws a single extra card is a good card. Also worth noting, it's a red rogue, which helps party a lot, because red has warriors and wizards. Red does not have a lot of rogues. The rare land is really good. This card is first pickable. It's like a modal card, but you get the best of both worlds. You get the land early and then a spell late out of the same card. Okay, so if we lose anything in combat, that's going to up the cost of the Seagate Colossus, right? No, not if we lose a warrior. We have 2 warriors. Plus, we have tactics, so I don't really expect to lose anything in combat. If they double block the Blade Master and I tactics one of their things out, the other one would eat the Blade Master, so that doesn't really help me. So I think we just attack with the Outrider. If they double block, we blow them out with tactics and eat the other. If they take it, cool, and then just drop Seagate Colossus. There's nothing else really to consider here. Like, I could send the Cleric and then tactics whatever they block it with, but that only telegraphs tactics, and it's for 1 damage. I would rather just attack with the 3-3. If they go for the double block, we get the huge blowout. Obviously, now we don't get to add our 5-drop to the board, so it's not, like, incredible, but it's well worth it. I mean, Kabir, they just chump blocked with a real 2-3 creature. These both have good abilities. I'm not saying they chumped silly or whatever. They blocked because if I didn't have the trick, it was a good double block. But our turn was either attack, they take 3 and we drop Colossus, or attack, they double block, we eat a creature and life is good. So I want to trade the 3-3 for the 3-2 because it helps clear the way for the 7-5s, I think. But, of course, first and foremost, this turn I want to make sure I can cast a 7-5. So I think this turn I'm just going to cast it pre-combat and then attack. Colossus is excellent in blue-white because you have a bunch of bounce and removal to put around it, as well as you do party extremely well in blue-white. Like, people were commenting we didn't really get the party payoff. Yeah, we didn't get any great rare party payoffs, but we do have 2 Colossuses, and they're just going to be 4 and 5 mana 7-5s, so that's pretty good. So if we attack with the Colossus, if they activate this, block Relic is not enough. If they have something else, it might be enough, but we have a second Colossus anyway. So I'm not going to send the Cleric. I don't think that's going to accomplish anything good for us, but I'm going to send the 7-5 and find out what they're going to do. Looks like just a bounce. So if I play the Blade Master here, that lowers the Colossus to 5, but then I'm 1 short, so that doesn't work. So just rerun our 7-5. Yeah, Practice Tactics is good in the party deck. Colossus is good in the party deck. Of course, I'd rather have more of the more busted uncommon and rare ones. But these commons are pretty effective if you do party well. I mean, a 4 or 5 mana 7/5 is a good card for a white-blue deck. 1 mana deal 4 to 6 to an attacker or blocker is a good card for a white-blue deck. This game's not looking great, though. They still have a Relic Amulet going here. So, if they tap 4, they put 2 counters on this, and then it becomes a 0/0, which will be a 2/2. Sorry, put 2 counters on it. But it doesn't untap. So that means they can't block with it. So I can attack with it, right? I mean, I can attack with the Cleric. And then if they Relic it, I just play a 7/5. If they don't, I can play the Blade Master and the 7/5. Living Tempest cost 5. The land can't be activated right now and block, so I think we can attack for 1. And then post-combat, this you have to remove all the counters, right? So, like, yeah, they get a kill on the Blade Master, but I'm not really that afraid of that. I mean, Relic Amulet's just good against small creatures. If they want to remove 4 counters to kill my Blade Master, I'm cool with that. So I think we certainly want to add Blade Master to the board right now as well. I played it because I have to pressure them. There's no guarantee they have another card to put a counter on it and the ability to activate it. But even if they do, like, they're going to do it later anyway. Like, I can't force them to use this Relic on a 1/3 Cleric or a 1/1 Double Striker. So, it's unfortunate that they're going to be able to kill off my 7/5 and possibly go into a winning position. But I don't think I can really stop that from occurring. Alright, I like that draw. Maybe we'll find Journey to Oblivion. Either way, we'll discard a land we don't need. And I think just play the Blade Master. No, maybe I'll put the Binding on the 3/2 here and attack. I have to try and swarm them, I think. And I have Bubble Snare for their next creature. So yeah, this can't hit artifacts right now. Unfortunately not. But yeah, the plan is to kind of go wide from this point, so we'll see. And if I'm ever able to get them for 4, that's kind of sweet. Okay, pretty scripted turn, I think. Take out a 4/4 flyer, of course, then just add a 2/2, since they have an amulet on 1. Can't attack on the ground, because this would eat my creature, but I can send in the air for 1, and just add the 2/2 lifelink for now. Well, I wish I had a wizard or an instant or a sorcery so I could hit them for a lot of damage while they don't have Relic Amulet up. I don't. I'll obviously get them for 2 now, but that's all we can really do. Yeah, the Barons is really good against the enchantment-based removal. The Amulet's really allowing them to win this grindy game. This is a tough one for us to pull out, I think. So I think I need to kill the 4/4 flyer, not the Amulet. I mean, decking them isn't 0%, but it's going to be pretty hard against the Barons. They're currently on 17 cards. But, I mean, with that 4/4 flyer in play, I don't really know how I win. The Amulet's annoying, but we're towards the late game. Oh, I could remove Snare. I didn't even think about that. I mean, it's probably not right, because if I into the Royal or something, that's a better way to remove Snare. But I could have freed up a 7/5. That was certainly worth thinking about. I don't think it would have been right, though. I still have my Into the Royal as a more profitable way to remove Snare. And a 4/4 flyer hitting me for 4 a turn is pretty dangerous right now. Well, they do have 8 cards in their yard, so I can just sack this and draw a card. I guess I'd rather block a flyer than sack it and draw a card. I'm not doing anything good anytime soon right now. I don't think the Protector in play is doing anything at the moment. It's just chill. Yeah, they're out of steam, but this land is going to be, and this relic is tough to overcome. But for now, I have the Wind Robber to chump like the big thing with, and then draw a card. So that's decent. And then we'll see what we find. This doesn't have trample or anything, right? You can activate it more than once a turn, though. This land is going to be the difference in this game, I think. Yeah, land spells to prevent flood. Except this spell does nothing in the late game. That's why I hate you, Jirari Disruption. I hate you. Okay, sorry, that was a little aggressive. We're in a tight game. I could really use a spell, and I draw the land spell that's dead in the late game. I mean, I'll always play the Disruption because it's still a land. It's just one of the weaker land spell modals, in my opinion. Yeah, I know they could block, but I thought maybe they wouldn't. I think this game is pretty much over. Like I said, the land is really the difference. I don't know how I can beat that land. I'd probably Crawling Barrens because it's good in any deck. Rooster Drakes, once I'm blue kicker, I would take over the land, I think. But pick one, pack one, I think I would take the Crawling Barrens. Oh yeah, I don't mind them printing Omnath. If you're going to make Broken Rares for limited, blue, white, green, red, that makes them really hard to cast in limited. I'm cool with that. I wish every Broken Rare had that casting cost. Hey, Dusty, I'm jealous of your Mythic ranking. I'm trying to get there. I don't think so, Privy. I mean, their land was going to be bigger than my 7/5. And, like, they had other blockers. They had an amulet with a couple counters. Like, I think I stood no chance there. Even if I'm 1%, isn't it worth it just to get to more games? Sorry. Hello, back to you. Alright, I'm not going to duelist because I can eat that. I'm not interested in doing that now that I drew a land this turn. I'd rather play my 3-drop. Hopefully we'll get lucky and hit one of our 4-kicker cards since none of them are in our hand. About a 50-50. Which one do we want? Into the Royal or Geyser Mage? Probably Into the Royal. We're 1 blue away from kicking that. We have plenty to do at the moment. Could be Geyser Mage. We do have plenty to do. A body could be useful. This is close. I don't know if I want Into the Royal or Geyser Mage. I mean, if I take the Geyser Mage, I'm probably planning to mostly cast it on kicked. But I have Journey, Tactics, and Duelist. A 3/2 out is relevant. And it's more of a proactive card. There might not be a good target for Into the Royal on a given turn, but I can always just put out a 3/2. I think it was really close. Alright, for now, I'm going to attack. If they don't do anything, I'm just going to put the Geyser Mage out. Like I said, it's just kind of a nice body. You know, we can Journey blockers, we can Tactics blockers. If they block it with Pack Beast, we can get them with Duelist. Definitely not blocking. We're way ahead on board. If they just put out a creature, this is great for us. Alright, so if we -2, -0 that with the Duelist, it still kills the Geyser Mage. So we want to use, like, Tactics on that or Removal. We currently have out, what, Wizards and Rogues. So Tactics can already kill the Baloth. Though, if we do Journey it, you know what we could do? We can go Pack Beast and then Journey for 2. Then they take the full 6. And, I mean, Practice Tactics is going to kill whatever we want it to kill. Because at the end of the day, like, that thing's dealing 6 or whatever. They're not going to play something with 8 toughness. So I think it's good to double spell and get further ahead. Because we're trying to play this game aggressively and kind of win here through this tempo. So I like the double spelling and the dealing max damage. Hey, what's up, Cordo Calls? Another limited guy. I appreciate the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Journey hits other permanents, but this isn't constructed. It's not that likely they're going to drop a Planeswalker or something. And we're far enough ahead that we could just attack that out anyway. If there was like a 5-mana artifact that said like creatures with power 3 or less can't attack, that might be a reason to hold Journey. But I mean, I think hitting the 4/3 and double spelling this turn and getting further ahead is just clearly the right play. Like, now they played another big creature, we can still just Practice Tactics that. We can still attack with everything. Whatever the Duelist... This is going to block something, the Pack Beast, and we're going to Duelist the Pack Beast. And then the 5/4 is going to block something, we're going to Tactics the 5/4. The end result here, we lose nothing, they lose everything, and we get even further ahead. Like, life is good. Unless they have a sweeper, I don't see how they're coming back from the Swarm. Okay, if they're not playing anything... That black sweeper that's a rare, that's a sorcery, so I can end a turn Duelist, right? Make a blue with the Pack Beast and cast it. Oh. The opponent knew what to do. This opponent, like me, is not afraid to concede a game before they're taking lethal. I just figured that I had 4 in my deck, and I look at 5 cards, and I'm seeing 30 cards, and I have a 30-card deck. So it seemed like it would be somewhere in the vicinity of 50-50. One out of every, 7.5 cards in my deck is the kicker card, and I see 5 cards. I know that's not the exact precise math, but when you need a quick estimate in your head, that seems like it'll get you close. Okay, so clearly I wasn't going to mulligan this, but it's not a great hand. I might just lead the Duelist turn 1 and start attacking, because it lowers the cost of the Journey. Is that spewy? Kind of already given it away. Yeah, it's probably spewy. Because a 3/2 is a nice top-heavy creature that they're probably going to have to trade with, and then I can Duelist the blocker. Miami's playing the Lakers, and the 3-on-3 limited thing should be sweet. I mean, I'll be watching both. Okay, I'm clearly not going to block. I can attack back for 3, and again, if they go for a block, I've got the Duelist. I mean, Magic's so high variance, it's not like whoever's a little better is going to necessarily win. I really have no idea. Yep. LeBron's old team versus LeBron's new team, Roquin. Okay, so now we can get them with Duelist. Team draft. You play against... Like, you play as a team. It's what they use in the top 4 and finals of Team GPs. 3-on-3. 2 of the 3 win. Like if I'm teaming, if I lose and my 2 teammates win, we still win. We win and lose as a team, and you draft with that in mind, that your teammates' matches are worth the same amount as yours. So there's a lot more hate drafting and stuff like that. So I can Into the Royal the Duelist to get it again, but it won't be a great trick because they know I have it. I could Into Royal the Pack Beast, and then the Duelist would live because their party would go down to 0. But ultimately, it's just a Duelist, and I've got a lot to do. I think I just let it die. Like, who really cares? I trade Duelist for tactics there. Okay, cool. I'm just going to attack and play my Master of Winds now. That's going to mean the Outrider will do even more. Plus, we can use the Outrider on a different turn where they could stymie my attack anyway. Snap, discard the land. If I draw spells, I'll have plenty else to do. If I draw lands, then I'll get closer to kicking the Geyser Mage. But at the end of the day, Flood is the biggest way I lose a game like this. Because if I don't draw lands, I've just got infinite business. That part we don't know. Like, you do that, in person, easily TPO by just, seeding people that way. But I don't know how they're organizing it via Arena with pods. We're actually curious to how they're going to do that. Thank you, Sisyphus. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for supporting it for 1 year. So this turn, we could Outrider. Do we have any other great options? I could just Journey to Oblivion the Nahiri's Binding. But I guess I kind of want to Into the Royal the Master of Winds, because then I'll get to cast it and draw 2 again. So I think I'm just going to main phase Into the Royal. The reason is because if I draw a land, I can play the Wind Robber now. So I think, if I Journey the Binding, how am I switching the Master? This isn't a wizard or an instant. I'm only attacking for 4, not 7, right? Instant, sorcery, or wizard. This is not a wizard, and this is not a wizard. Yeah, attack first, whatever. But I think I'm going to Into the Royal the Master. And I'm going to do it now. The reason being, if I draw an island, I can cast the Wind Robber. But this card is draw 2, discard 1 when it comes into play. So there's a lot of value in bouncing it. I think I'm going to play this land because I want to work towards double spelling next turn with Master and something else, potentially. Sisyphus. Cool. There's a reason command pronunciation is Ben S is always wrong. Yeah, I drew the wrong land to cast Wind Robber. It's fine. Again, the goal is not to lethal the opponent as quick as possible. It's to create the most value turn by turn as we move towards lethal, because that takes away more options from the opponent. So, I'm pretty sure Journey there would have been wrong. The Master's only attacking for 1. Like, who cares about freeing it up? Now I'll draw another 2 cards. And I'm still going to get the value out of Outrider at some point. If I don't, then they had enough removal to stabilize if I would have made the more aggressive play anyway. Okay, we can discard our tap land, and my least favorite card in the set, as you know. And then this one we can cast. And we have Cleric and Wizard, so now if we draw Rogue, this is the full +4/+4 because it's a warrior. Life is good. They played the Bug Catcher by using Stonework Pack Beast to make a red. I would not block the Catcher if they attacked. I'm pretty far ahead, and like I said, even though they just caught up, we know I'm going to swing the game back. Now I don't know what I want to do, though. So this is going to cost 5 after I drop the Robber. So I guess it's attack, Robber, and Colossus. Oh, I could also Bubble Snare. No, I have 6 mana, so I can go Wind Robber, which makes Colossus cost 5, or I could play like Bubble Snare, but then I can't Colossus this turn. But I could play Bubble Snare on the tap Catcher, Wind Robber, and Outrider for +3/+3 and attack for 4. It's probably better to just get the Colossus in play, though, right? And I still have the Robber to throw in front of the Pack Beast, so yeah, this is the right play. Even though it's great to play Bubble Snare on a tapped creature, it's not like that important that we do it right now. I can kick it if I need to. And a 7/5 is a very real threat, and we're not under siege. Like, if they kill the Colossus and attack me for another 3, cool, I go to 8, no big deal. Just really grindy, low power, great mechanics, crash check, MTG. Those are the main things I look for in a limited set. Mechanics is number 1 for making a set good or bad for limited, in my opinion. And then after that, I just like long, grindy games. I don't like racing. I like value-oriented games. And that's just personal preference. I'm not saying what I think is best is. It's subjective. Okay, so we can now +4/+4 our flyer. Well, we don't have a wizard out, so +3/+3 at the moment. If I kick the Geyser Mage, then I do have a wizard out, and I can play the Oblivion for 1 mana on the 5/4. Of course, if I'm kicking the Geyser Mage, I'd want to bounce the 5/4 because it's their most expensive card. You know what I could do? I could bounce the double red 5/4, and I could Journey the Pack Beast, and then they have no red mana, and this card's double red, so even if they top deck a mountain, they can't recast it. That looks great. Let's make sure the auto tapper doesn't mess this up for us. Because now we basically kill both of these. Because if we Journey the Pack Beast, they're never recasting that. It's double red, and they have 0 red. And then, of course, the 1/3 into the 1/2 doesn't really accomplish anything. Actually, if they don't chump block the Colossus, they get really low, so maybe it does. If they chump the Colossus, we deal 2 instead of 1. If they want to bounce with the 1/3, they take 8 and go to 2. And we're in no risk of dying. We're at 11, so let's go ahead and put them to 2. That should be game. Unless they have a sweeper, but they can't even... They drew them out, and they still can't recast that. They can cast a red spell, but it needs to stop 2 creatures or they're dead on board. And then I also have Bubble Snare with Kicker and Outrider. I mean, I can't play both, but good luck. I mean, yeah, land destruction sucks as a mechanic. I'm glad they basically removed it from Magic. But obviously, that doesn't mean in the middle of a game where your opponent has 6 white lands and is using Pack Beast to make red, you don't kill the Pack Beast. You play to win. Just as I hate Hexproof, but I'm still going to use a Hexproof card if it's good. But if I could get rid of Hexproof from Magic completely, I would at this, you know. If it was up to me to just push a button and remove Hexproof from Magic's existence, I would push it at the speed of light. But while it exists, we're still going to use it. It varies too much, poor collector. You know, different archetypes want different amounts of creatures. Like, it really just varies so much, deck to deck. Yeah, sure, Mana Screw sucks. I mean, listen, if I could choose for me and my opponents both to never be Mana Screwed again, I would snap choose yes to that, right? Like, we'll take it when it happens to the opponents, because it also happens to us, but it's a bad part of Magic, not the good part. Which is why land spell modals are an A+ tier 1 mechanic like cycling, because they help remove Screw and Flood. They allow you to play extra land sources, which means extra colored mana sources, which means a lower chance of not having access to cast your spells. Land spell modals are awesome. Whoever came up with that, A+. Great job. So do I hold the Veil or do I cast the Veil? I need one more land to cast the Infiltrator, but I think it still makes sense to hold the Veil, because I can always put it into play next turn or the turn after that. I don't have much to do. And if I draw an island, I don't want to play that as a land. So now we have to reevaluate that again. If I draw planes next turn, I'm going to want to cast Binding. -2/-0 is not that good a spell, and we drew another 4-mana spell effectively in Royal, so I'm going to put the Veil into play this turn. Oh, I can't have double white next turn, because if I don't play a planes. So maybe I should have held the Veil for one more turn now. I'm not sure. Of course, if we draw a 3-drop, you can't hit the punk counter on that. I'm not even sure the play wasn't right. If we draw a 3-drop, now we go Plains 3-drop and then 4-drop on curve. Like, I'm not even sure the play wasn't right to just put the tap land in play there. Yeah, I probably should have played Plains turn 1. That was the punt, if anything. This way, turn 2, I could play this tap land and then still have the ability to draw Plains and play Binding on turn 3. Or if I drew... Yes, I should have played the Plains turn 1. That was a mistake. Okay, no decisions here. We're not under much pressure. Let's get our card drawing engine potentially in play. If we draw a land next turn and they don't kill this, it's pretty awesome for us. We can Bubble Snare a tapped creature and use the other Infiltrator to make this one unblockable. Hopefully they don't have removal. I mean, if they do, I still have another Infiltrator potentially, but then it's a good turn for them. So hopefully we'll draw a land. Cool. So now I can Infiltrator and Bubble Snare. Think we'd much rather kill the Death Toucher than the 2/3. But we don't want to fall too far behind, so we definitely Bubble Snare a tap creature while we can. 2/3 blocks 2/3, we take 3. No problem. Even though this is our only creature, so maybe I just take 5. I mean, I can also Bubble Snare a tap creature again, Journey an on-tap creature. I kind of need to win the game with the Infiltrator. I don't want to lose it to a Subtle Strike, so I think I'm just going to take the 5. I mean, black-green isn't that great at dealing damage to burn us out or something like that, and I have a handful of removal. I'm attack, try and draw a card, see if that happens. Sweet. Hopefully we can ride this card drawing engine to victory, because I have a handful of removal and tricks. I can Bubble Snare the tap 3/3 and play Master of Winds. That just seems like a great turn. And if we're going to do that, of course, we'll Master first, see what we get. Yeah, it's off consumption, but does 4. Wow, okay, so what am I going to discard? I don't have double white, but Binding's still pretty strong, and I'm only 1 Plains away from it. Plus, Pack Beast could let us cast it. I think I just discard an Outrider here. I still have another one to pump things and drop and have a good turn with. And the Pack Beast gives us double white for the Binding, potentially. And I mean, if they attack the Arbor Mage now, I'm going to block. If they have Subtle Strike, yeah, they're going to kill the Master and the Arbor Mage lives, but who cares? Then I get to attack back with the Infiltrator and draw another card. Again, Master of Winds is a really good card because of the Draw 2 ability, not because of what it does once it's in play. Once it's in play, it's fine as a 1/4 or 4/1 flyer, but if this card didn't draw 2, discard 1 when it came into play, it wouldn't be a good card. The reason this card is good is because you got a free body, and actually better than that, since it's draw 2, discard 1, and not just draw 1. Okay, so where are we at now? I can pump the Infiltrator, but there's still a risk they have something. I think what I do is Pack Beast, and then I can make the Infiltrator unblockable, and then I can Outrider the Master of Winds, potentially. I probably don't even want to be that aggressive. I'd probably rather just have Into the Royal up, because they probably have some kind of removal spell or something. So I think what I'm going to do here is to play around a removal. I'm just going to Pack Beast. I can turn the Master into a 4/1. I can make the Infiltrator unblockable, and I can leave Into the Royal up. I don't want to play the Outrider into their removal. I want to have Into the Royal up to protect one of my creatures here. Whichever one they try and kill, I'm just going to bounce. If they don't kill either, then post-combat, I'll just Binding the Arbor Mage, probably. Because, I mean, I have removal to spare. I still have the Journey to Oblivion, too. So, I don't mind using this on a generic 2/3 when I also still have 3 more removal spells. Kind of removal flooded. That's why I didn't block with the Infiltrator that one turn, because I didn't want to lose it to Subtle Strike, because I didn't have more creatures, but I had a handful of removal. Yeah, they certainly have a combat trick. Probably the Pump card with Kicker could be Subtle Strike, but it's probably the green pump spell with Kicker. Okay, so kind of want to get the 7/5 out this turn. I've got Practice Tactics, so I'm safe. I think I just attack with all three. If they block with Blood Priest and go for the pump spell, I blow them out with Tactics. And then post-combat, I can just drop Colossus and still have Tactics up. I don't think I want to Journey here. I don't need to Journey the 2/1. The 2/1 can trade with Pack Beast, who cares? If they block the Infiltrator and try and pump it, then I'll blow them out with Tactics at instant speed. I mean, it's not even killing me, right? Is it draining for 4 or 3? Well, it actually is draining for 4. Yeah, maybe I should have exiled it. Although if they try and attack with it to like have it die in Blood Reckoning it, I'll gain 2 life because I'm going to block it with Healer. So the plan now is to block it with Healer. I don't need to Journey it now. They can't lethal me with this Blood Priest. I just block it with Healer, let them trade. If they buy it back and replay it, it doesn't lethal me. But I think it could have been a good play to Journey it last turn rather than let them block with it. Yeah, they didn't chump, so they don't have it. They don't have Blood Reckoning. Also, I have the Healer to block now. But I think you're right. I think there was no need to let them have the ability to win the game with Blood Reckoning. I didn't realize it was actually draining for 4, even though I should have since it just drained me for 4. But now if they attack with it, I can just block it with Expedition Healer and be out of Blood Reckoning range. But last turn, they could have beaten me by blocking with it and then Blood Reckoning if they had it. So I think the right play was to Oblivion it, to take Blood Reckoning off the table. I think you are right, but now it's there's no need to Oblivion it now, post-combat. So, like, I'm right post-combat, but you were right pre-combat, whoever suggested that. Party's sweet. It's not that important of a limited mechanic, but it's cool, it's interesting, it's adjustable. It makes your draft choices interesting because you kind of want this worst card because of its creature type, and that's hard to evaluate. That's why this limited format's so good. You have Kicker, which is an A+ limited mechanic. You have Landspell Modal, which is an A+ limited mechanic. And then you also have Party, which is a good limited mechanic, like a B limited mechanic. I wasn't going to take it. Nepaki. Sure, if it was Subtle Strike, kill their own, and then also Blood Reckoning, get it back. But, I mean, Oblivion can also kill a Bomb Rare or something. I think I should have just Oblivioned it pre-combat, because I would have lost that game to just Blood Reckoning. Although that's not even true. If they chump, I had Into the Royal. If I Into the Royal it, or if I Into the Royal something else with the ability on the stack, they can play it again, but I'm only getting drained for 3, and I'm in a winning position. Today is make Mythic and best of 1, but if I make Mythic today, we can do best of 3 tomorrow. Okay, so this is a clear keep because we have 2 land spell modals. I'll probably play the Veil as a land because then I can play this as a cleric to lower the cost of the Colossus. There is also the deal 4 or gain 4, but I couldn't like do anything about that once I was at 4. I didn't have the ability to gain life on my turn, right? And Journey to the Oblivion doesn't change that. But I think that I probably should have journeyed it to start with. Though if they did chump, I would have not let myself just lose to Blood Reckoning. I would have left up Into the Royal to make sure they could only drain me for 3 and not 4. Post-combat, I think there's absolutely no way I need to do that. Then they'd have to kill their own thing, and then, buy it back and replay it. It's highly unlikely. All right, for now, I'm going to put out the 2/2 lifelinker because I have another cleric to turn it on. What are we, like, 2 wins away from Mythic? Hopefully we can keep running hot with this deck. So if I play the cleric and attack, they can double my duelist. Like, I can keep my cleric alive, but that's not worth it just to gain 2 life. I want to play the cleric this turn, and the next turn I can attack. And if they go for anything, I'll have practice tactics, potentially, and duelist. Seems good. There's some upside to playing the Blade Master, but it's the 1/1 can't be that effective into multiple 1/3s. I'd rather just start gaining 2 life, I think. And if I force some kind of double block where I'm able to kill something with tactics and live with duelist, I might be okay with that. I'm not going to use duelist just to bounce and gain 2 life, but if it lets me tactics away a good creature like Umara Mystic, I might be down for that. Yeah, also if they attack, I can double block and then duelist the ambusher, and that's great. So we'll just see what happens. Okay, so if I duelist the Minotaur, I could then block it with all 3 and kill it, but I have to do it before blocks. So they'll get to order correctly. So they'll have a 3/4, so they can kill, like, duelist and healer. That doesn't seem great. I can just, like... Well, it's not a horrible trade. No, it's not worth it. I can race. Like, I already have practice tactics. Yeah, and I'm about to gain 2 life right back, because the healer's attacking, regardless of whether they block with the ambusher or not. So we want to try and race. Okay, so we can play Disruption as a land, and then just attack, gain 2, and play Blade Master. Seems fine. Again, I think this looks a little worse than it is damage-wise for now. I'm gaining 2 life every time that attacks, even if it bounces. I can race. Since I don't have double white, I'm a little limited on putting white creatures out and tactics. But again, I don't care. I can just take the hits. I'll gain the life back, and then I have a cheap removal, a combat trick, and a bounce spell. No need to duelist to gain 2. I would only duelist if I wanted a triple block, but I don't think I needed to make that play. Oh yeah, if they have the red 2 damage to all creatures, I'm probably going to lose this game. The Cinderclasm. But if they have, like, instant removal and creatures, I think I'm fine. But if they have Cinderclasm, then they're going to win for sure. If I draw a land, I'll play Colossus, but I don't think I need to put Duelist out just to allow myself to play Colossus. Duelist is going to be a useful card this game. Creatures are going to be interacting with each other in combat. And now I can put 4 on this, let them order, and then duelist, and it could work out better for me, right? And they can't kill, like, more than 2 creatures. So I think I'm pretty happy now to triple block. I guess theoretically it's just a double block with Healer and Blade Master. That's dealing 4, but then they're killing both guaranteed. If I put the Cleric on it, and they put the Cleric first, then they'll only get 1 creature. I don't know why they would do that. They might want the Cleric and the Blade Master rather than the Healer. Seems unlikely that I'm not going to lose 2 creatures, but I'd rather lose the Blade Master. I have more warriors, like the Colossus itself is a warrior, and the Blade Master stacks up really poorly against all these 1/3s. So the Duelist now, though, doesn't actually do anything, so I don't even have to Duelist, right? I just gain my 2 life, and I just trade the Healer and the Blade Master for the Minotaur, which is fine. Okay. Not much going for me at the moment, but again, we're not under that much pressure, so we'll see what they have. If I Duelist, I can Tactics for 4. If they do other things, I can always into the Royal, end of their turn or something, bounce the Mystic, something like that. I'm not going to bounce the Master and let them draw 2 discard 1. But if they don't start off by playing a Wizard, Instant, or Sorcery, they're only hitting me for 2 damage. Who cares? I'll just take it. So for now, I'm just not going to block. I'm not going to plan to do anything. If they do something, I may Duelist in Tactics. I may Into the Royal. We'll just see what they do. Yeah, it would have been nice to get the Colossus out this turn, but honestly, I think it's just too aggressive of a play. I don't want to spew the Duelist. I'm not in a hurry. Just see what they have. Yeah, that might have been right, Penguin. Again, it does spend Duelist, which is a pretty reasonable card this game. But that's decent value out of the Duelist. I didn't consider it, and I think that's close. They're like, well, I know you have something, but I also need to cast something so that I'm threatening, so that I'm dealing 7 instead of 2. So the opponent's kind of in a weird spot. Because, like, I know they know that I'm holding something. I left all my mana, I've got 4 cards in hand. But at the same time, if they just deal me 2, that's just not even pressure. I can just take it and then do whatever end of turn. Okay, so now do we want to Into the Royal the Mystic, or do we want to bring in the Duelist and Tactics before the Cleric goes back to my hand? Yeah, what Penguin suggested is a totally reasonable line. I think it's pretty close. Well, if I let them switch, and then I Duelist, I don't kill it or anything, I just turn it into a 2-1, right? I mean, sure. Either way, we can Tactics the Master if they switch. Does it kill it? Oh, no, kill it with Tactics, not with Duelist. Yeah, okay. So I guess I can use Tactics now and kill Master, and I can Into the Royal the Mystic. That seems fine to me. And I think it's worth spending the Into the Royal here. We save the 3 damage. They can't recast it because their mana is tapped. Just bounce the Mystic. We'll take 0. Their bouncing the Cleric is almost helping us. We gain another 2 life. I mean, it's not a big deal, but seems fine to me. Unfortunately, we still can't cast Colossus this way, but again, what's the rush? They're either going to be able to answer the Colossus or they're not, and the Duelist can mess up a double block on the Colossus, so I like holding that. You know, maybe I should have bounced my own Cleric instead. I thought it was worth spending Into the Royal, but I didn't even consider that if I bounce my own Cleric, I deny them draw a card. That might have been better than saving me the damage and making them recast Mystic. I'm not actually sure. They do have a lot of cards in hand, and they have missed a land drop, so they're pretty much all spells. And they're drawing 3 more cards. So, yeah, that's a good line. Maybe I should have bounced my own Seagate Colossus. I could easily see that being correct. Well, they would just choose not to switch, Gia. If they did switch, I think yes, but I think they would just choose not to, right? Oh, it's not even a switch. It says become a 4-1. But even if it was a switch, they would just choose not to. If it was mandatory and it was a switch, then yes. But yeah, it's not a switch. They just get to choose to turn it into a 4-1. It doesn't switch its power and toughness at all. So hopefully they don't have a deal 5. I mean, the Royal Eruption does it if they play land and kick it. Otherwise, the other removal spells deal... The red common removal does 4, not 5. And the other one... Well, the other one destroys an artifact, so that would work. Alright, so I think I can attack with the 7-5. If they play Into the Royal or something, or anything with Kicker, then we can use the Duelist. That should work out. Of course, if they Into the Royal, they're not blocking it, but then we just recast it, pass back to them. They do have a million cards in hand. That part is kind of scary. I mean, our deck doesn't have that many lands, and we have the Master of Winds. Would be a really nice card to draw. That's what I didn't want to see. Because now I don't have any threats. But I'm assuming they can't turn the tide on that much, so I don't want to Journey to Oblivion that. Should I Bubble Snare it? I don't even know. Well, instants and sorceries don't trigger this, only kicker cards. I mean, it is killing an 0-5. Concede? I don't know about all that. I mean, they're in a winning position, but if we draw up Master of Winds, we could just easily win the game. Draw 2 and discard this land, have a bunch of spells, it'll just be a good game again. Definitely not going to concede. Oh, they played Crawling Barrens? Yeah, that's always trouble, but still not going to concede. But no, I didn't even notice it. Good job, Penguin. You're more on top of things than I am today. Barrens is awesome. This card is broken. What do I have here? A Blueberry RX bar. I haven't tried the seasonal gingerbread and pumpkin spice yet. I will. I like that stuff. I like gingerbread and pumpkin spice. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I'm going to Journey the Ambusher. Now that they have this much mana, that's the scariest card. Like, the Mystic's only dealing me 1. I can kill the Catcher with a double block and a -2/-0. Or the 3/2 the same way. But, I mean, the scariest card is the Barrens, but I can't do anything about that. But after that, I think the Ambusher ended up being the scariest card with all that mana. Yeah, but it doesn't really work like that, Q-Tasky. They would just force me to deal with the Ambusher or die to it, and then they'd start sinking the mana into the land. Alright, so I can kill either of these with the Duelist. I think it's probably the Bug Catcher. The Squid, they have to make land drops to be able to attack with. The Bug Catcher is always going to be a 3/2 with Trample. They get to kill the Duelist, no way around that. Just what I wanted to draw. The RX bar is the snack. I'll be done in a second. Decking would be nice, but it's going to be tough with this land, and with me having all lands. We're going to ultimately lose this game. I mean, we just drew too many lands. I think there was a chance I could have gotten back in this game, but it definitely involved drawing Master of the Winds or something like that. At this point, I just have too many lands. I think my only way to win is if they draw a few more cards, and then I draw my mill 2 and deck them. But they're on top of that. They don't seem to even be looting with the Fisher Wizards, and that's just another land. So we're clearly dead. Field Research is way better than Plunder. I would literally never play Plunder unless I, like, really needed card drawing and just didn't see Field Researches. Field Research gives you the best of both worlds. If you draw it in the late game, you kick it and you have excess mana in the late game and you draw 3. If you draw it in the early game and you don't have more lands, it can help you find more lands and you can play it when you only have 3 mana and then, you know, make your land drops after that and do more. Divination, or like 5 mana draw 3, has always been this dilemma where Divination doesn't really give you strong card advantage in the late game, but you can't cast the 5 mana draw 3 until you already have 5 lands and you don't need lands anymore. So Divination has always had the upside of being able to help you find lands when they're still useful, and when drawing 2 cards is more valuable because lands are still a real resource. So with the new kicker Divination, Field Research, you get the best of both worlds. If you draw exactly 3 or 4 lands, you can play it for 3 and then find more lands while they're useful. If you draw 5 or 6 lands, you cast all your other stuff and then you play it for 6 and kick it. Thank you, Draft-O-Holic. Appreciate the subscription. I also am a Draft-O-Holic. Not an addiction I'm looking to cure. That's an addiction I'm looking to ride out for the rest of my life. I hope you enjoy being a Draft-O-Holic as well. Alright, we're going to keep this. Hopefully we'll draw planes. But if not, we can hopefully disrupt them. I'll take it. I'll counter literally anything I can with this card. Planes. Sigh. We're not going to make mythic like that. We need to draw planes. Boo. Time for drafts with Bennis indeed. Planes. It's sort of a planes. This is kind of a pathetic creature to bubble snare because they're going to get the ability, but I think it's still worth it. We just can't fall that far behind while we have all spells in hand. Because they have to be able to pair you against somebody in Quick Draft also. So they could have Living Tempest, and they have a lot of cards in hand. I mean, it's not that great a card, but I don't think I want to attack with Pack Beast here, right? Let's just cast Healer. If Pack Beast dies, we don't have white mana. And we do have a Cleric out, because Pack Beast is a Cleric. So I think getting the Healer in play has some value. Well, that's normal blanket moot. Because if you're 55% per game, that means you're more than 55% per best 2 out of 3. Because you have to win. It's just like you win 2 out of 3 55%ers over 50% of the time. That's just how the math works. I can't do the exact calculations in my head at the moment. Not that it matters whether you're 58% or whatever, or 59% or whatever. But yeah, that is just how that math works. Thank you, Strength of 10 Tigers. Appreciate that subscription. Okay, hopefully it's not too late. Not a bad time to draw the land. We can play the Infiltrator. Do I attack for 2? Yes, all their creatures have flying. I don't have any more Clerics, so I can't get Lifelink. I can't cast Binding. Seems like I don't really have any choices. I mean, I'm losing this race to the Flyers, of course. But, again, Don't really have any way to stop that. In this set, I like blue-green kicker. I like blue-black rogues. I seem to draft blue a lot. I guess I like blue a lot in this format, but I feel like the colors are pretty balanced. I'm definitely open to drafting anything. So there's no way we can Into the Royal our own creature to free it up. I mean, I could Into the Royal my Bubble Snare without kicker, and then if I could put it on the Tempest. I could do it with kicker, and then if I draw an island, I can put it on the Tempest this turn. If not, I die, though. I can Into the Royal their Tempest. They're just going to replay it. How do I win this game? Like, I can race the Wind Robber without killing it if I draw another Cleric. I don't have many. I do have a few, I think. So let's say I bounce no kick on the Snare. I move it over to the Tempest. The Healer can trade with the Chronicler. I take 3 of them at 2. They're getting back blood beckoning. I don't know if I can win this game. Outrider to gain 4 life. How do I gain 4 life? I like the sound of that. Oh, this doesn't have lifelink. I need to get another Cleric. Sky Cave Cleric. I think I have to just bounce something of theirs and kick it. I think I'm just going to bounce the Tempest. Because if I find a land now, I can play it. Not the best, not the worst. I'm going to end up losing this game to being short planes, I think. Like, if I go to 2, I have Practice Tactics for Living Tempest, but I have to draw, like, a Cleric and a Plains in one card. I can't, like, Binding and Tactics even if I draw Plains. I think I'm pretty dead. Thanks, Squirp. Squirp giving us that arithmetic. Yeah, I'm dead. Well, what do we go? 5-3 and 4-3? We're inching our way towards Mythic. So I need 4 more wins than losses, so I need to go 7-2. 6-3 doesn't get it. All right, let's see what happens in this last draft. If I go 7-2, we get there. If I go 6-3, there's another draft coming. If I go like 2-3, I'll try and get it tomorrow. Well, you don't have to drop because you don't get kicked out of Mythic. Like, if I start out 4-0, I hit Mythic, and then I lose, it'll just lower my Mythic ranking. It doesn't kick me out. Well, yeah, if I'm 6-2, I get it. 6-2 works, yeah. So I guess I don't need 7-2. I need 6-2. I've gotten that before, that I look like Sheldon from Big Bang. Thank you, Walrus Law. Appreciate the subscription. Alright, so these duels are good. I mean, they're an untapped duel, effectively, but, of course, that's if you're those 2 colors. You're not like, ooh, I got a red-green duel, let me draft red-green. It's more like, oh, I'm red-green. Okay, I'll 4th pick this red-green duel. It helps me a little. Attended Healer is a really good uncommon for the Clerics deck, which is one of the best decks in the format, so we can definitely start with that. And then, of course, even if we don't see black-white Clerics, we can prioritize the white Clerics and the Pack Beasts. Otherwise, this axe is pretty good, not, like, great. Spellcraft and Colony are fine. Vanquish is probably the best common. I think Attended Healer is better than Vanquish the week, though. Especially pick 1, pack 1. when we still have time to try and draft clerics. The uncommon trick is fine. I don't think it's that great. I think it's more fancy than good, but like you're not going to cut it if you do party okay. This is the rare blue mythic land, so it comes into play untapped if you need it to, but 3 life's a pretty heavy cost. It's a nice land spell, but it's pretty expensive. I don't think this card's that exciting. That said, for white-black clerics, Core Celebrant's fine, but it's not a card you're looking to second pick. And we could certainly still play white anything. I mean, we don't have to play white-black. Like, I could take plenty of the white clerics and, like, pack beasts and stuff. The blue-white deck went 4-3. Celebrant Healer is the combo. That's true. Yeah, I know Core Celebrants are good. I want as many of them as I can get for a cleric deck. I'm just not a cleric deck yet. I have 1 card. But there's nothing that exceptional in this pack. This card is not that great. I mean, what are the next best cards? Like Wind Rider Wizard, which doesn't go well with that. Turn Timber Ascetic. I would certainly take like any good of the mythic or rare modal cards over Celebrant, or any good removal spell over Celebrant. But that pack was really bad, so I guess we can justify the Celebrant out of that pack, because I mean, what were we even gonna take if I didn't take the Celebrant? All right, so now it's a pretty clear Shelter, I think. This is one of the good land spell modals. It's always a useful spell in the late game. It's a land in the early game. I like this one a lot. Yeah, this is an easy Shelter, I agree. Pack Beast a cleric, but it's not of any real importance. I mean, we're not seeing black so far. So, I mean, we have to be open that we might play white-green and just try and prioritize the clerics a little bit. For now, I'm going to take Pack Beast, I think. Vastwood Fortification is not that exciting. Like, I'm not going to miss it. If I was white-green, I would take it. But if I do end up white something other than black, I'd still want to prioritize the clerics where I can, and Pack Beast is a cleric. Feladar's medium. I mean, it's a fine creature. I thought it was going to be better than it is. That's one that I got wrong, that I overrated day one. It's fine, but there's just plenty of serviceable 4s in this format, plenty of removal in this format. I think the card is good. I don't, like, love it. I don't hate it. Yeah, so red does seem open. None of these cards are exceptional. Bugcatcher's fine. Fury's fine. I think we just take the Colossus here. I mean, we have Clerics, which are one of the harder ones to get, and then we have Pack Beast already. I don't see a reason to move into a second color there. I'm not trying to force the white-black Clerics. We're clearly not seeing black. But if the best cards in the pack are white or Seagate Colossus the whole way, we do maintain the option to go there. Of course, we could audible into a white-red aggro deck. We're not going to be able to use Core Celebrant then. Catcher's good. It's not busted. Let's slow down a little bit. It's a good 2-drop. I mean, this is a really good 2-drop for white-red warriors. And then that's okay removal. I think I'm just going to keep taking these Colossuses. So, given we have 2 Colossuses and white has no access to wizards, I think Farsight Adept is something we want to be taking here pretty aggressively. Obviously, we're 100% to play white, and we just don't have a second color. Like, we're not black. Black would be ideal, but we saw, like, no black this pack. We're just white and anything at this point. But we have a warrior in everything, a wizard, and 2 clerics. So, that part's decent. Well, if we're going to do party well, Allied Assault should be okay for us. And so far, we do party extremely well, and we already have 2 Seagate Colossuses, so looks like we'll get to play with Allied Assault. I don't really like the Felidar that much. With the land spells, you don't have to make land drops, like, indefinitely. Like, you can just usually stop, you know, around 5 lands or whatever. And it doesn't help party, which white tends to do pretty well. I just don't think it's a great card. I am going to grab another white wizard where I can. Keep the party rolling. Farsight Adept is so funny because it's basically a 3-mana 3/3 no ability. Except the ability it has is not the each player draws a card, because that's around break even. The ability it has is Wizard, like, which is a good ability on a white creature. Yeah, red was the color we were seeing the most of, so I'm going to grab that. If we're going to table the removal spell, I'm not going to pass it again. I think this thing kind of sucks. I mean, whatever. We're not going to play any of those cards. The Wizard is very good, but it's only because it says Wizard. It's a 3-mana 3/3, which is fine. It's a fine white creature. That each player draws a card is probably slightly negative, but very slightly. And then Wizard is a big positive for the card. Yeah, I mean, I think it's, like, pretty close to break even. It's both players draw a card. I think it probably favors the opponent a little bit. Like, you'd probably rather it not have that ability. But the ability is near irrelevant. I just see it as a 3-mana 3/3 white wizard. Okay, so Kazundu Mammoth is a really good landfall card. Green we saw the second most of after red. We could consider taking it here. It is double green, and it doesn't party, though. And you know we love to party here. That's what we do on this stream. So I think we just take a cleric. This is a good aggressive cleric. So if we go white-red, we'll be happy to pick that up. Hello, Crawling Barons. Thank you, whoever didn't take that. I appreciate your service to my stream. You are a good, loyal fan. I pay my actors well. Alright, so Skyclave Cleric, again, it's fine. I don't know. I mean, we're still positioned mostly for white-black clerics, even though we know we're not going to see it. But, like, again, like, Charx is fine, but we're not going to have that much blue. I mean, I don't even know what I would take other than Skyclave Cleric. I mean, like, there's no cards. Like, this is a weird draft. It's a very weird draft. So we have, like, 1.5 red cards, and I'm on a white deck. This is a very strange draft. I mean, my deck isn't bad. My deck would be awesome if I could get, like, a few good party things and, like, black clerics, but that's probably not going to happen. And there's another white uncommon cleric. It's like the people around me are drafting black, probably, just not, like, clerics. Because I got late white cleric stuff, but I didn't get any black cards the whole pack one. Like, I literally got, like, none. But, I mean, I guess. What are you gonna do? So for white, there's cards that I don't care about at all. So I guess here we'll take Zoff Consumption in case we can go white-black like we want to with our double attended healer. So now it gets interesting. I mean, we do party pretty well. So we could take Spoils of Adventure. I mean, this is going to be like 4 mana instant, gain 3, draw 3. That's a good card. Might even cost 2 and 3 sometimes. I mean, I guess we don't care about Skydancer if we go black-white. Or a second Spellcraft. Alright. So we're white with 1 blue card, 1 black card, and 1 red card, basically. Cool. And we want life gain. So I guess the Veil... I mean, this card gains life. Guess we'll just blue-white party again. I don't know. I mean, I don't like to party that much. After a good partying, I usually need to take a day or 2 off. I'm kind of old. Recuperate. Red is wide open. But the problem is red doesn't go well with life gain. Like, we have 2 attended healers, and, like, Skyclave Cleric, and, like, I mean, Kitesail Cleric's good in red decks, but in Core Celebrant, like, so, like, red is really aggro in this format. I mean, like, I don't know how we put together a red-white with what we have. Red-white warrior beatdown is awesome, but we have all these, like, white clerics that gain life. That goes well with card drawing, that goes well with the party mechanic. Doesn't go well with red aggro at all. Geez, can I take these 3 cards and call it a day? I Guess I want practice tactics. I think. I mean, we do party well and we don't have much removal. Allied Assault is good. I'm not against it. But I think we're going to play like a white-blue life gain card drawing kind of controlling clerics deck. Like, we didn't see Black Pack 1. We can't count on getting any black. But we have Spoils and 2 Field Research now, which goes well with life gain and defense. So, like, that's what we're going to look to draft here, I guess. Kind of a weird draft, like I said. The Blue Rogue's fine. I'm not against it, but it wouldn't have been the right pick there. Hello, Jace Mirror Mage. Cool. I was already trying to do a white-blue control. I'm sure the pick here is Jace. I haven't actually had this card yet. I've seen it once or twice, but I haven't played against it or had it. But it's good, right? Pretty easy to kick it. And then you have 2 different Planeswalkers with plenty of loyalty. They draw cards. I mean, Nahiri's Binding and Shelter are both, like, potentially first pickable white cards, but I think Jace is probably better. I've yet to have Jace or play against Jace, so I don't actually know how good it is in Limited. Does do a lot of scry. The first one has a lot of loyalty, so if you don't have a 3-drop, you can just play this on turn 3 and plus it, it's going to live. If you draw this later, obviously you kick it. So now there's a whole pack full of black cards, but that doesn't tell us black's open. And we're going to assume it's not. So think, especially because we just got Jace and we already have pretty good blue now. So I think we just take the white cleric and move about our business. Disappointing second pick, but what are you going to do? If we're going to make Mythic, it should be with the Mythic Planeswalker, Jace Mirror Mage, right? Go Mythic with a Mythic. Looks like an Expedition Healer, no real decision. We're Clerics, we're Life Gain. Healer's pretty much everything we want. The Throne would be okay. I mean, maybe I should have took it. Might table if there's not like a kicker player. Maybe I'm underrating Throne as a kicker enabler. I didn't really think I had much kicker. I mean, I guess I have a decent amount. Kitesail Cleric, Jace, and the 2 Field Researches. It's interesting. This is the last scheduled draft. If I make Mythic, it's definitely going to be the last draft. And if I go like 2-3, it's going to be the last draft. If I go like 5-3 and I'm like 1 or 2 wins away from Mythic, I'm probably going to do another draft. But don't root for that. Root for me to 7-0 and make Mythic, and we just finish on a high note. It's Tuesday. I'll be right back tomorrow either way. Alright, pretty easy Bubble Snare, I think. We don't have a ton of removal. Relic Golem's fine. I like the card, actually, but we don't mill at all, so just grab some removal. I'll be right back tomorrow. You can root for me to win. And then tomorrow, 3 p.m., we'll be doing more drafts. Come on. Whose side are you on? I defend my chat so much. Like, you don't know, but I've said probably my chat is the best chat on Twitter like 50 different times. And here's my chat rooting for me to lose. Not cool. So, do we want the Celebrant or the Shepherd? The Celebrant is better with the Attendant Healer, which we have 2 of. And I guess we have these 2 Sea Gates plus a bunch of card drawings, so let's grab the Celebrant. I think the Shepherd could easily be better in this type of a deck, but given we already have 2 Field Researchers, Spoils, and Jace to draw cards, and then double Attended Healer, plus Seagate Colossus is pretty much a 5-drop, I think given what we have, the Celebrant's the right pick. So Stampede would be pretty good. We make a lot of 1/1s with these 2 Attended Healers, so that's an option. Oh, but this is the Party Uncommon. This thing is going to be like a 3/3 or a 4/4 flyer. So which of those do I want, the Stampede or the Captain? I want both. Guess we'll go with the Captain because we have so much card drawing. We don't necessarily need to win by overrunning. Hey, we can get a Shepherd in anyway. And I wouldn't mind Jerboa with those 2 Attendant Healers, but we're not going to take it over Shepherd. Like I said, I felt like Shepherd and Celebrant were pretty tough right there, and now I'm happy we get to pick up a Shepherd anyway. Hey, thanks for resubscribing, Hinaya. Appreciate the 3 months of support, even if I said your name wrong. I appreciate your support. So let's see. None of these blue or white cards are exciting at all, so we probably just grab Celindu Vision. I don't think searching for an instant or sorcery is great in our deck, but again, it's a land spell split card. We have to have some. We could find Tactics, Shelter, Veil, Assault, or these card drawing spells. So it should hit way more than it misses. Don't know if we're going to play Outrider or not. We'll see. Even though this says 28, Barrens makes 27, and we have a couple land spells. So we're probably looking at playing around 15 lands or so. So we're only cutting 1 or 2. Yeah, I don't like Smite. I'm not saying you can't play it if you absolutely need the trick, but I think it's pretty bad. I'm not looking to main it. It's a fine sideboard card, but this is best of 1. There's no sideboarding. Do we have any obvious cuts? Because we probably have to cut like 1 or 2 cards. Hey, Protector came back. It's decent. Now, we actually have no like obvious cuts, so... And Allied Assault came back. Wow. Okay, well, we're going to have to make like 3 or 4 now hard cuts. Let's see. So, how many land spells do we actually have? 1, 2, 3, 4. But we use our mana pretty well with all this card drawing. So I think we probably, with 4, want to play around 15 lands. So we actually have about 19 lands. Because, I mean, we have 2 draw 3s potentially if we want them. So let's assume we're going to play 15 lands. 7, 7, 1, assuming they're about even. 2 blue, 2 white. So this is really 9, 9, 1. So that's cool. So let's assume we're going to do that. What cards are we looking to cut? We could cut Kitesail Cleric. Even though we do the Cleric thing, we're not aggro. We could cut a Kabira Outrider. I mean, maybe we just don't even need the Colossus to win, but we do party pretty well. You know, Raptor, I was actually asking in the chat about it. I've never played against nor had Jace. It seems good but not broken, but maybe it's broken. I don't know. We'll have to see. I really can't evaluate it. It's tough. The ones that only draw cards and don't make like creatures or kill creatures are generally not that great. This one does have a lot of loyalty, and if you kick it, you get 2. So, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, we could cut 1 Allied Assault. I mean, again, we party well, but, I mean... We don't need that. I think Cleric's Kitesail is probably a pretty easy cut. Like, it's a good card, but we're not an aggro deck. Same thing with Outrider, assuming we have some warriors. And I'd rather have the cheaper ones. That. We don't have many warriors for that, though. Wizards. Any creature we gain a life. This only gives them the Clerics, but that's fine. That's a warrior. Oh, these are warriors. Okay. That's kind of nice, too. Yeah, so I think the Outrider's probably a cut. The Kitesail Cleric's probably a cut. Could cut like a Field Research. I mean, it's a good card, but now Jace is card drawing, Vision is card drawing, Field Research, and Spoils. Hey, Marshall in the house. What's up, Marshall? Marshall said he had Jace once and he kicked it and it was really good. Yeah, I think you're going to look to kick it. If you don't have a 3-drop and you're like turn 3 on the play, you might play it on kick. Yeah, 1 Allied Assault in, 1 out might be right. I mean, it's a pretty good trick for us. We do party, but we don't really need the tricks. We're looking to play more of a control game. I might even honestly just cut the other Allied Assault. We're looking to win with like these attended healers, the Emiria Captain, 3/4 flyers, 7/5s, or just card drawing with Field Researches, Jace, and Spoils. So the reason I'm hesitant to drop Farsight Adept, 1, we have a relatively low land count. 15 and 1's a land spell, and then we have a bunch of other land spells. So each player draws a card could benefit us more than the opponent. Additionally, we do have several party cards, and it's our only wizards. We literally have no wizards in the deck, aside from like Pack Beast, which is everything, and the 2 adepts. So I'm pretty hesitant to drop that. I think we want to cut either Allied Assault, Angel Heart Protector, Field Research, or like a Seagate Colossus. Yeah, we could definitely lose 1 Protector. that's on the table. But remember, this gives lifelink to clerics. So it's nice to have some clerics that can enter combat. I think we do have enough card draw. I might just cut one research. Because we still have research, vision, Jace, and spoils. Plus, like, these don't really count in that way, but they shrink our library. We do have a lot of 3-drops. Yeah, we could cut a Seagate. I mean, like I said, we do party pretty well. This is like a 5-mana 7/5. Marshall, what do you think we should cut? Well, we've got Marshall, limited resources, Sutcliffe himself in the house. And these are not easy cuts. Don't forget, though, we're kind of a defensive gain life deck. Like, the researchers are pretty good win cons, basically, for us. Colossus is definitely cuttable. How are we on Warriors? We have Emeria, that one. We have the 1/3 which we want because it's a 2-drop. We kind of need it. Yeah, we don't have a ton, but I definitely think Colossus is cuttable. Alright, in Marshall's honor, since he's in the house. I think it was super close. Pretty much any of the cards we were talking about would have been fine to cut. Like, if you wanted to cut something we weren't talking about, I probably strongly disagree with you. But if you would have cut Angel Heart Protector, Field Research, or the 7/5, I think cutting any of those was fine there. I like the 2 Research in this deck, though, because we have the 2 Core Celebrant, we have the 1/3 Cleric that gains 2. We're going to do a lot of gaining life and defense well, so then all the card drawing can effectively be a win condition. Nah, Dangle, me plus LSV on the show was unlimited resources, because, you know, Marshall limits the resources. So we called that show Unlimited Resources. The only reason I'm hesitant to cut the Protectors is because they're really good with these attended healers. Like, if we have one of the Core Celebrants, then we don't need them. But if not, they can attack, lifelink, they can, like, trigger. We can use this to give these lifelink to make 1/1 clerics, and then we can give those. Well, this makes cats, not clerics, but basically, they're a cleric that can get lifelink and attack safely, or give a different cleric the ability to attack safely, and then trigger these healers. Right, no real decisions here. We're looking to hit land 4 to put out the healer. Looks like I'm not the only one doing some clericing. So, if they attack with this, they gain their life, they get their cat, but who cares as long as we're blocking and eating it. So for now, do I just play my attended healer? I could also play the Angel Heart and leave tactics up. That's a bit safer, because I don't want them getting life if they have, like, removal or something. So I probably should just do that. Even though it uses 1 less mana here, like, it's pretty bad for me if they start triggering this healer this early. And if we get to go in a card drawing mode, that's pretty hard for black-white clerics to beat. And you know we have spoils, research, so I think we can just play it a little safe. If we draw 1 land, we can intended healer with tactics up. Can't stop that since it's not in combat, but okay. Just a 1-shot deal, no big deal. Okay, so no land, but they also didn't do anything, so they most likely can't get in. My choices here are like field research or expedition healer. I think we field research. If we draw land, we can still healer. If not, we have tactics. Seems fine. I I wouldn't say this is a draw first format. I mean, there's some matchups where I've chosen to draw, like when I was red-black and had like 1,000 cheap removal. But there's plenty of removal, but like it's kind of, some of it's kind of situational, varied casting costs. Plus, people just don't get screwed that much between the hand smoother and the land spell modals. What are they playing? Looks like a black-white clerics deck. I mean, everything they've done is just good black-white cleric stuff so far. Alright, so I can't get rid of the 3/3, but I have lots of clerics. So do I get rid of the 3/2 or the 2/2 lifelink? Probably the 3/2, right? The 3/3 stops them right now anyway. Hey, that's a good draw. So I have Cleric and Wizard out. So I think we pretty clearly just want to play this turn. If it lives, we get them with the Celebrant and the spoils next turn. Start making 1/1s. We can Celebrant on our turn if we draw land, and then spoils on theirs. That's the Grower. And they gain life every time something comes into play. This is rough. That said, this exchange is good for me, right? I guess they're going to give it lifelink so that we'll both get one. And then that will trigger the Cleric and everything. So it's probably worth practice tacticsing. So now what do we want to do? If I Celebrant, get a life, get a 1/1. I can probably attack with the Farsight Adept now. I'm going to have Shelter up. Tended Healer up. I could send the 2/2. I don't actually have anything, but if they blocked with a Tended Healer, I'd think they were stream sniping. Because it's going to pass. It's going to give me priority and all that because of the Shelter. Do kind of need some blockers too, though. Think I just attack with the 3/3. They're probably just going to take it. And then I'm going to drop Core Celebrant. If they go for like a double block on that, I can give it pro white, and then they won't gain life, and I'll get to kill one of their good clerics. So that's fine for me. If they take it post-combat, I can just play the Celebrant, gain life, trigger the healer, and then I can keep Shelter up. Thank you, Sipkin. Appreciate the 21 months of support. That's the entire time I've been streaming. I mean, it is kind of scary now that they have the Cleric of Life bond out, because now every time they play a creature, they get a 1/1. But I can win this game in the air. I can win this game with the Jaces and card advantage. Hopefully, the 1/1 making isn't that important. Kind of wish I had that Makinda Stampede for this matchup, though. Well, it's another very good card. I can't do anything about it. Well, that's not a cleric. Okay, so I don't actually have a creature to play. So I kind of need to gain life. So I think I'm just going to start with spoils. I was hoping to do it on their turn to make an extra 1/1, but seems like it's right now. Get the Barons going. I can still attack with the 3/3. They don't have any other rogues, but they could double block it now with like Skulker and Healer. That doesn't seem exciting for me. I could play Angel Heart Protector, But again, I kind of want to gain life on other turns. I don't even really want to play the creature this turn. So I think I'm just going to attack with the Farsight Adept. I shouldn't have played the Barons first. There was no need to show them that. And then if they go for like a double block here, I guess it's not great for me because of the Relic. But I still kill their Cleric, right? And live if I shelter. Although, do I even want to do that? This attack was probably bad. I forgot about the Vial. So they're going to get a 1/1 and a counter. I was thinking I would just shelter and like I would get to trade with something good. But if I kill their creature now, whether or not they gain life, they're still going to trigger. So, not a great attack for me. I apologize for this one. I don't even think I'm going to bother shelter now. They need to pay 2? Why do they need to pay 2? They don't need to pay for anything. All these things are free. I can't give it lifelink. It's not a cleric. I shouldn't have attacked. This was a bad attack. Again, I forgot that they were going to... If they lost a creature, this would trigger, and then they'd get their life gain stuff. Pro-white does not work. I mean, my creature will live, but I don't care about this 3/3. This was a bad attack. It's 2 to sack to the Relic, but it's free to get a life when a creature dies. I mean, it's not the end of the world or anything. They just get the, the 1 trigger, but, like, it wasn't a good attack. They're doing the real prototypical black-white clerics thing. I don't know how people get these decks. I was looking for it this draft, and I saw, like, none of the black cleric stuff. So we can Bubble Snare the Cleric's Life Bond, but it's going to sit out forever, gaining them life. Still probably need to do that. I can Angel Heart Protector the Healer, so that can attack, and then I'll get my trigger. Oh yeah, Vial's really good in this deck. How much mana do we have to work with? 8. So Angel Heart plus Bubble Snare looks like our best turn. I think the real plan is just to make land drops forever. And then maybe we can turn this thing into an infinite and kill them with it. Possibly with the help of Shelter if they only have 1 color up, even though that's not that likely. No, it's until end of turn. So it goes away at the end of their turn. Like if you activate it during their end step. It would have to say at end of turn for that to even be remotely possible. This attack's free. It has Indestructible. And they don't have the mana to give lifelink or anything. I'm not saying it was going to accomplish anything, but it was literally free. Yeah, Vial's tough to play against. I mean, they're not going to just drain me out. Like, I'm gaining life, too. They don't have any flyers, so if I get a flyer, I can start attacking in the air. If I get Jace, I can start using that. I don't know. I'm not saying we're going to win. I mean, I can make the Crawling Barons enormous, and then if they only have black or white creatures up, I can shelter it for the win, maybe. Well, now they have a flyer, but... Again, like I said, I'm not saying we're going to win. I don't think we're anywhere near conceding. We'll just... play our cards here. Yeah, but they have way less lands out than me, so, like, it's entirely possible that, my Crawling Barons will outsize theirs. Like, I'm on 9 lands, and they're on 6, and I have more card drawing and stuff like that. Of course, they have a better board than me. I'm not saying we're going to win, but it is possible we can win. So I can't really protect Jace from the flyer at the moment. What do I have left? I have Captain of my own, Shepherd of Heroes. Yeah, not much that's that relevant. I needed more removal to win a matchup like this. I don't usually main deck Broken Wings, but if you have like no removal, you can. It's pretty flexible. So I can play the Jace with Kicker, but I can't protect it, but then they're not attacking me. And the main one, I'll scry. I mean, I'll probably scry with both, but seems fine. Not really. This isn't like a win condition anyway, right? Like we pretty much might as well do this. And then do I zero or scry with this one? I think I scry with the first one, and then I can like top a land and zero the second one or something. Yeah, because they have a 4/4 flyer, so we're 100% scrying with that one. All right, we can start doubling the 2 mana cards. I think I don't know. What do I do now? I want to draw these both. I can't bottom either of these. I don't think the Jace is that important. I think I'm just going to get rid of this Jace. The little one. I don't want to draw that many more cards anyway. And now I can play another one of these. I'll gain a life, and then they'll both trigger. We can try and out 1/1 them. I'm not saying it's going to work, but we now have 2 attended healers to their 1. I use both Jaces. Okay. Yeah, the McKinley Stampede would definitely be game-winning here. I wish I had that. Yeah, or Canyon Jerboa. But hey, you know, if enough turns go by of us making 2 and them making 1, you never know. And like I said, it's not that likely, but if they ever have only 1 color of creature up and I have anything huge, I can kill them with the Shelter. Also, the Allied Assault might just be awesome in combat. Like, I might just attack soon, and then I can give 2 different creatures, like, +3/+3 or whatever. Decking would be ideal, but we have less cards. And, I mean, I don't see how that's going to actually end up happening. Yeah, Allied Assault's only to 2 creatures. Yuck. They were able to kill one of my attended healers. That's really bad for me. There goes that whole plan. The Jace is only 3 casting cost. I had to sack a 4. I would have sacked the Jace. It would have been the right play for sure. It didn't even give me the option. That's why I didn't talk about it. It just highlighted the 2 attended healers. They're just ignoring the Jace. They want me to draw cards. Alright, well, I'm decking first anyway, and I'm losing on board as well, so your wish is my command. Now, let's see. I don't think I can really do much. I do need to get some life. They do have the 5/5 flyer out. So I'm just going to play the Cleric here too. I don't think I'm going to play the Farsight Adept this turn because I want to have a creature to trigger the 2 Core Celebrants next turn. Plus, I think I would rather just activate the Barons into their turn or something. I could Vision, but I don't even know if I have stuff to Vision for. Maybe I should have just played the Vision as a land. Let me take a look at my library via Cardboard Live on their turn. Or on Tapped, whichever of the 2 apps lets me do that. I have no idea. It looks like the Untapped one. So yeah, I can search for Veil. So if there's a massive combat, I can give -2/-0 to all their creatures. So maybe there's an alpha attack where I Allied Assault and Veil. I don't really want them to know the Veil's coming, so I'm probably not going to Vision for that. Yeah, Crab would have been nice to deck them. But I can plus the Jace to help find the Veil. And then potentially Veil plus Assault and add up to have a Wizard and a Cleric out. Maybe I'll get a Warrior in play by then. I don't think I really have any Rogues. Aside from the Pack Beast. I do have Flyers. I have my own Shepherd and my own Captain still chilling in there. No, we don't have many more turns. That's true. I mean, they might be thinking they can kill me right now. I don't know if they can. I mean, I can give lifelink to this 3/2. So let's see. Assuming they don't really do anything, it's 1/3 on 2/1. 2/2 lifelinker on 1/1. They're probably going to sack that. Three, 2 on 2/2, I guess. No, wait. 3/2 on 1/3. Yeah, but I'm losing the same amount of life aside from the 1/1 tokens. Anyway. And I'm forcing them to basically sack the one that the lifelinker blocks. So that's why I was planning to only block 1. I'm ignoring the other 1/1 tokens. I guess, yeah, that one's going to deal 2 to me if it gets through. So I guess I could not kill it. Like, I could put a 1/1 on the 2/2 rogue. And then 1/4 on 3/1. Oh, I could put... No, but if I don't kill it, it's just going to sit out. And I'm going to lose that game anyway. I'm going to block like this and hope I don't die. I'm only letting through 1 power creatures. There's no way to take less from those. Yeah, so I'm going to block like this and hope I don't die. Stampede's a sorcery, so they can't do that. I am going to give the 3/2 lifelink. That is the plan. If I gain life, I'll gain more life too, because I have the 2 Core Celebrants. Since it's their turn, their ability stacked then mine, so I should get my life from the Celebrants before they get their drains. Not saying I'm going to live. I mean, I didn't even count. There's no real reason to. But I don't know. Well, exactly 0. I wonder if I took 1 more than I was supposed to. Working our way backwards. Yeah, Blight Priest was tough there. Actually, the Relic was really the card. Yeah, the Relic was really the card. You're right, Mike Gurney. Mono white, that's okay. We got 3 lands. We can draw a card. I don't mind playing mono white here. Maybe. I think they could have done more anyway. I don't think it was even that close. I think I was dead. Do I want us both to draw a card? Not really. But I do want to put down a 3/3 a lot more than a 1/4. And the 3/2s can make it indestructible in the next couple turns. So yeah, it's got to be the Wizard. Good game from Good Games stream. Cool. Okay, and continue the aggression since we're on the play. Plus, we have a bunch of life gain, so racing us outside of black-white clerics is basically not possible. So they have a 3/4 now, though. So that stops the beatdown for now. So no real decisions. We're not playing against black-white clerics. I want to get creatures in play by more than I want to activate a Barons for counters for now. If the board is stalemated, next turn I can draw 3 cards, make land drops forever, and then we can try and win the game with Crawling Barons, if nothing else. None of this pinging scares me. I have plenty of life gain. Can I kick it? Always. You can always do both. This is probably the last draft tonight, and then you can get to the 2 old dummies insulting each other. Whenever Orin Reef enters the battlefield, put a counter on something, in this case it. When it attacks, put a counter on each attacking creature with a counter, which is only it. So okay, so that's not super scary right now. So I can play the Attended Healer, and I'll gain a life off the Celebrant, get my 1/1. I don't have an attack, that's fine. Seems almost like no decision. We trigger for the turn, and then we can just keep the Allied Assault up. There's a good chance that'll allow us to protect the Attended Healer from red or green removal, depending on what they have. I only have Clerics and Wizards, so it's only +2/+2, but hopefully they can't deal with 5. So did they kick it? No. So +2/+2 works. So we're definitely going to try and save it. Attended Healer is well worth saving. Good one, Blanket Moop. Okay, so we still can't attack into a 4 toughness creature because we don't have any 4 power creatures. The question is, do we want to be spending our mana on Crawling Barons, or do we want to be casting creatures? I think for now I still want to play a second Celebrant. Get my 2 life, get the 1/1, get 2 more life. Like, this is a lot of life. And we'll start activating that Barons, getting counters on that. As long as they don't have a Death Toucher, that's a good win condition. Even if they do, it's not like they're the Cleric stack. We'll just end up beating them with Flyers or something. I'm not really that worried about it. Well, right, I could have done the Barons twice if I didn't play a creature. So that's what I was thinking about Life Puzzler. But no real rush. I do want to start getting counters on the Barons, but like I said, no real rush. Okay. Giving a Cleric lifelink in response definitely seems worse, because I can't give itself lifelink, so I'm not triggering it or anything. That's alright. It did enough work. The board is even-ish, and we have the Barons out, so no complaints here. Decline. Okay, again, they can't really stop a Flyer yet. I see no reason not to put that out as a 4/4 Flyer. Oh, they can deal 1 to it with the ability on the stack. I guess they might have missed that, if they could. No, they can't. It's not a trigger, right? It just enters the battlefield with those counters, I think. It is a trigger? Eh, whatever. Doesn't even necessarily make it wrong. I mean, I still gain my 2 life and still get to activate Barons for the turn. But, I mean, it's not like I'm... Like, what are they going to do with this? It's not like I can get this out of their hand. It's an instant. So, I mean, I don't know if that play is necessarily right or wrong. If I have cards I can draw that, like, kind of blank that interaction, then it's wrong to play the Captain. But if I don't, then it's fine. Right. Well, no, it could still see itself, but... okay, it is a trigger. It's not... We don't need to debate it. There were 3 triggers that went on the stack. But anyways, like, it doesn't mean that play is a punt. Like, I can't, like, make them tap out. I mean, they happen to this turn, but when they have that much mana, there's no way I can expect a 1-mana spell will be offline. So, I mean, I'm not saying it was necessarily right. It depends if I have cards I can draw to, like, blank that ability. But it wasn't necessarily wrong either. Okay, well, happily get rid of the 4/5 flyer. I believe you, Penguin. You seem to know the rules pretty well. I'm not really sure how that works, if a card sees itself as it enters the battlefield or not. No, it's not okay because they missed it. It's okay because it's not necessarily even the wrong play to cast it. It's not like I can stop them from casting a 1-mana spell. Like, it's an instant. So, like, the only reason to really play around that would be if I thought, like, if I had draws that would, like, you know, counteract it or something like that. We don't need to have the debate about whether it sees itself or not. It's irrelevant. It is a trigger. It sees itself because it's a trigger. What Penguin's saying could easily be right. It's possible it's not. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Because it's not even relevant with that card because it is a trigger. Four more wins to Mythic, indeed. Hopefully no more black-white cleric masterpieces. I think my deck is good. I mean, the black-white cleric deck is clearly a pretty bad matchup for me. And they also just drew a good hand. Remember, I mean, they had like 5 lands and like all the clerics that synergize. I mean, if they were a little bit flooded, like I could have beaten them with my card drawing. But I mean, when they draw all of the cards that synergize and exactly 5 or 6 lands, like they're probably gonna win. So if we draw an island, we have the option of Jace, but I figured I'd just wait to kick it anyway. Like next turn we can play Pack Beast and Vision. Now we can just play a 3/3. Is the kicker blue? No. So we'll see what we draw. I think a Busted Clerics deck is the best deck, but I think it relies on a lot of commons. I mean, uncommons, Flaming Gnome. Like, I don't think you can just put together black-white clerics whenever you want. Like, almost all the really good cards for the deck are uncommon. The commons that support them are fine, but, like, that black-white gold uncommon and the attended healers that I have 2 of, those are all uncommons. Okay, so we can't block a flyer. This turn I kind of want to play Vision and Adept. Do I want to try and race? I mean, I could play Adept and leave Practice Tactics for 4 up, but that's not going to kill Riptide anyway. I need it to be for 6. So yeah, I think I'm just going to attack. If they trade, cool. I'm killing a flyer. And then I can put out Farside, Adept, and Vision as an island so that I can kick Jace next turn. If I want to. Thank you, Rasslin Helmy. Appreciate that subscription. Appreciate the support. I guess I should have bluffed. There are things like Bubble Snare that punish a tapped creature in this format. Phantom. So what happens if I kick Jace now? I want to be able to protect it from the Riptide. I don't want to have to chump with a 3/3. That's kind of ugly. Looks like a good turn to play Farside, Adept, and Pack Beast. And then if they attack, I can double block, potentially. Hi, Ramza. Yeah, this looks like a good blue-green kicker after the good black-white clerics, but I'm not scared. Well, that's actually not that bad. They can force my creatures to block the 5/5, but I kind of wanted to do that anyway. Just just glad I don't have exactly four power out instead of 5. Yeah, the Roost is tough. The Roost is definitely tough. So for this turn, we can kick Jace, and then I practice tactics for 2 up for a flyer. 3/3 stops 2/3. That looks good. So I think we want to get our card drawing engine online before it's too late. And then probably Scry with the little one, since it dies, whether it's at 2 or 1 if they attack it, or 0. And then I can hopefully 0 the 4 or something like that. Well, we're not going to do that now because I'm not going to bottom either of those. And I can't 0 it or it takes 4 and dies. So it looks like we're plussing it. So the only question is which one of those do I want to draw next turn? I think I actually need the flyer more than the attended healer right now. So I'm going to top the Emeria Captain. And then, of course, just plus this. Little bit of a switch gears. I mean, we're down to 8, but we've got the Celebrant to gain life. The Captain flies. The practice tactics for 2. Hopefully, we can recover. If they get rid of the Adept, it's pretty rough. I mean, 6 isn't 8. And, I mean, they could kill both Jaces, but if we on-tap, we can still go Celebrant into Captain, which is Cleric, Wizard, and Warrior. So they just sent both at me. Happy enough to practice tactics away a flyer. I was thinking out loud kind of weird there, Case Conrad, but in the sense that if I 0 it and get a card first, then I'm killing it myself instead of making them attack it, and the 2 life is worth it to make them attack it. But what I was thinking was which order would I plus and then 0? Like, for example, if I had plussed and seen a good spell and a land, I would have 0'd the Jace on 4 to get the land and keep it on 4. So I plussed the one that the loyalty didn't really matter for, because there was a big difference between 4 and 5 on the Mirror Mage, and I wasn't going to just randomly in the dark 0 the one with all the loyalty and have risk it dying if I hit a Forecaster. But if I would have seen a land in the 2 cards, I would have took a free land in my hand, because I could use a lot of mana with this hand. Now, they only have 1 flyer. What do I want to do? Well, I guess it's just Celebrant and Emeria Captain and plus the Jaces, right? I don't actually want to kill either Jace. I mean, I guess I could 0 the Jace and go up a card. But I already have my turn pretty much scripted. I can spend exactly 7, and I can spend it really well. I guess I can plus this Jace first, because then I can 0 the little Jace if I see a land. But I didn't. So now I'm just going to plus the other Jace too, because I don't want to kill it. And then, of course, Celebrant first, then we'll get a life. And then we'll play the 4/4 flyer and get a life. And that's all for my turn. Not a bad turn. Hey, thanks, Hooverdome, for joining the generous gifting subs community we have here. I appreciate the generous donation, the support for my stream. Yeah, but they only have the 1/2/2 flyer, right? So if they answer it, they're not even killing either Jace this turn, and the 2 damage to me is near irrelevant, so for now. So, I mean, it's not that bad, even if they have an answer for the Captain. For now. I mean, ultimately, they're building an army of 2/2 flyers. But for this turn, at least, it's not that big of a deal. Obviously, if they keep having card drawing and kicker stuff, like, Roost is hard to beat. But, I mean, I'm now gaining life every turn with the Celebrant. What? What just happened? I didn't even see those ground creatures were attacking. What did I just do? All I had to do was block those ground creatures. My blocks were fine. Why did they send those? I thought they just sent the 2/2 flyer because their attack on the ground wasn't good. My 3/3 eats a 2/3. My 1/4 blocks a 3/3, and I take 2. I didn't even see the ground creatures were attacking. Like, why would they send those? If they had might, I die anyway, right? +5/+5 to the flyer, and the 1 ground creature gets through. I only had 2 blockers. But if they didn't have might, I was in a good position. I didn't see the ground creatures were attacking. The ground creature attack was not good. Like, I didn't assume they were sending on the ground. Well, sorry. Well, 6-2 would still be 4 more wins than losses. The order shouldn't really matter, so I think we just need to win the 5 straight now or whatever. Get to 6-2. Still think the deck's pretty good. I mean, we won one game really easily against the other deck, and the red-green deck. That was a really good blue-green kicker deck, and we were in a winning position, assuming they didn't have Might. If they did have the +5/+5 kicker card, we were just dead there, regardless of the blocks on the ground. If they didn't have it, we were in good shape. Haha. No, it's okay. I appreciate the gift sub, Hoover Dome. My fault if I missed it, not yours. Thank you for the generosity. Now, hopefully, we can beat a stylish Chris. Alright, that one grows, mine doesn't. I'm going to offer the trade. Kind of hoping they don't block, but... because I have a 3/3 out this turn to trade with the Scythe Cat even after it grows. And the Pack Beast is every type, including Rogue, which I have none of. But if they block, they block. Let's do it, Aerobiz Supersonic. Usually I argue, but that should have just been like 3 punts. No real decision here. Even though I like the wizard out, that thing just only is going to keep growing. This game's going nowhere fast. And I'm not looking to cast spoils this turn. I already have a good 4-drop for this turn. Whenever a creature you control with +1/+1 counter on it becomes a target of a spell an opponent controls. Okay, so don't target their creatures with counters. Shouldn't be too hard. I don't have much that targets, but we'll try and not practice tactics things with counters on them. As far as this turn, let's just put out our 4-drop. Hopefully they can't kill it. I've got Cardboard Live open. If it's not working, I don't know, but I can look at it. Looks like it's open and says that the status seems fine and everything. Alright, so next turn, if we don't draw a land, we can try and get one with Field Research and then play the Sellsword. And even if we don't find one, we can just have Practice Tactics up. Because we're going to leave a Plains open when we cast it. So let's start by doing that. We want to make land drops. We have a lot to do in our hand. Alright, we didn't find the land, but we still have Practice Tactics up. I do need to play Vision or Shelter now. I'd rather play Vision as a land than cast it, but I also kind of want second white, so I'm not 100% what to do there. I guess I'll find another white sooner or later, and Shelter's actually going to be a good card potentially, and I don't think Vision is to cast this game. And I already can spend all my mana next turn on Shepherd, so I'm just going to play the Vision. Plus I can run the mana through the Pack Beast if I must. I mean, we're fine on board. Hopefully they don't have another removal spell. If you only have one creature out and you Practice Tactics it, if they kill it, it's really bad for you. But I have to go for it, right? Rabid Bite's a sorcery, feeds a sorcery. I mean, they could have, like, Deadly Alliance or Vanquish the weak. I don't see how I don't go for it here, though. I mean, I could still recover. I don't actually need this Pack Beast. I don't actually need that Sky Dancer to die. Like, if they use removal and mess me up here, if it's Vanquish the week, then they don't have Vanquish to kill Shepherd of Heroes. So it's not really the end of the world. Thank you, Say Yoho. Appreciate the subscription. Subtle Strike. Yeah, there's tons of cards, but... I mean, maybe they don't have one, right? And if they do, like I said, it's not the end of the world. Getting 2 for 1 is never fun, but then I untap and play a 3/4 flyer, so... Not that big of a deal. So is there any way we can double spell or have Shelter up to protect our big things? Not really. Oh, I can play this. No, I can't even play that in Spoils because I don't have 2 white. Boo. Alright, I think I'm just going to put out a 3/4 and gain 4 then. Bounces with their 3/4. No, I lied. Actually, I think I'm just going to slap down Seagate Colossus because that's an extra creature type for the Shepherd, and it uses all my mana. And if they kill it, I can take another hit. It's not that big of a deal. I'm going to gain 4 life, maybe 6. I'm going to gain 3 life. Like, even though I'm under pressure... With this much life gain, I'm not really worried about getting run over. I'm worried about losing because they have removal and keep adding good stuff to the board and whatever. But I'm really not that worried about getting run over. And if I draw Plains now, it's like perfect. I can play the Shepherd and have Shelter up. Even if I don't, I'm only 1 land away from being able to do that with Pack Beast. Really? What are they going to do? They could, like, +5/+5. I guess Subtle Strike makes them trade, which I'd be pretty happy with. I don't know what they have. Probably going to block. So, if it's +3/+3, that's not going to live, so they have to kick it, so they're going to have to spend their whole turn. If it's Subtle Strike, I'll still kill it. I would never do that, Eric11. We know that that's not something a professional streamer like me would ever do. Thank you, Knight Me George. Appreciate the subscription. You are officially knighted. I don't know. Like, if it's +5/+5, I'm not ecstatic they eat the Colossus, but I have draw 3 and a good flyer, and that's what it is, +5/+5. Anything else, I would 2 for 1 them, and I would be happy with the block. As is, like I said, I'm not ecstatic about the block, but I really don't hate it either. Like, I have plenty of ammunition here. So I think I'm just going to get out some more creature types. I'm not, like, under that much pressure. Us both draw a card is good for me. Remember, I can make a white with the Pack Beast. So now I have, like, all 4 creature types out. So if I take a hit this turn, I can gain 8 after that. And then I can have Shelter up to protect my flyer. Why not double block? Yeah. Maybe. I mean, the Pack Beast is pretty valuable. It's adding a type to the Spoils and the Shepherd and giving me more white mana. But it does kill their good creature if they play +5/+5. If they played nothing, I'd happily trade the Pack Beast. It's possible that double block was right. But, like, again, this is doing a lot for me. My deck has plenty of party, including 2 in my hand. So I think I'm just going to play Shepherd, and then I have the Veil now, and blocks on their turn can be nothing but good for me. See what they want to do. But I got the full 8 out of the Shepherd. Now, with 4 creatures out, I can, like, Spoils for 2 mana if I untap with all my creatures. Yeah, casual gain 8. That's why I wasn't worried about, like I said, it looked like I was under pressure, but I knew I was going to gain, like, 6 to 8 off the Shepherd and, like, 3 off the Spoils. That's a lot of life. So, like, I wasn't really under pressure. But I'm not sure if it was right or wrong to double block in that spot, because +5/+5 was the most likely card, because it's the only one that actually works out well for them. So I don't know. I think it would have been reasonable to double block, but the Pack Beast was also pretty useful for me. All right, 2 mana, draw 3. Don't mind if I do. Let's see where we're at. Can't attack with the flyer because they'll attack back with a lifelink flyer. And no hurry. I'll start winning with this Crawling Barons at some point. For now, let's just continue building our board. And of course, with the Pack Beast to make a white, we still have Shelter up to protect our flyer if we need to. Pack Beast is a lot better than it looks. If I do like an Overperformers article at any point, Pack Beast will definitely be included in the top 5. This card looks like Prismite, but the adding 1 to party is just so much cheap free value. Let's go ahead and keep that around. I don't know. I'm just saying, I know that Pack Beast performs way better than it looks. Like, I've been very impressed with Pack Beast. I definitely agree with whoever said that in the chat. Aerobiz Supersonic. Yeah, I completely agree. So this can grow to a 6/6. We're giving +4/+4. The problem is they have this Death Toucher, so I was hoping to do like a big attack in one turn, not like small attacks in between. Can't really send the flyer because then they get to send the flyer back. I think we just chill. 4, 8, so we can double activate. They could have the discard too. I don't want to have to discard all these spells. I'm going to hold on to this island. Yeah, I would just... Pack Beast is just a lot of value. Like, you know, the difference between having that line of text and not, like, from Prismite to Pack Beast is huge. Like, when you add 1 to party, you lower the casting cost of something by 1. Or you gain an extra 2 life. Or you get an extra +1/+1. Like, it's just a lot of value. Speaking of a lot of value, back-to-back removal spells, so now I'm going to start taking the hit for 3 in the air. I've got plenty of life, and I'm going to even gain more life, but that does mean they're gaining 3 life a turn, which is pretty annoying. Decline. Alright, let's see. I'm going to -2/-0 the Death Touch when it blocks, but then they have a second Death Touch, so this is an interesting game. Might be time to attack. I don't think they're likely to be holding any tricks. I kind of want the +4/+4 while it gets me through the Shambler. The problem is they probably won't even block with it. I know, -2 to all their creatures, but they're going to block with 1 Death Toucher. They're not going to block with 2 necessarily. I don't know what to do. I mean, I could attack and hope for the best. They definitely have some blocks that'll work out pretty well for them. I mean, I definitely don't like that it's getting worse for me turn by turn. Because the Swarm Shambler is growing and they're gaining 3 every turn. But I don't think this is necessarily going to work out amazing for me. Well, yeah, I already knew that before I attacked. I wasn't expecting to have to use both in this turn. Like, all I really want to do here is kill this giant thing. So I'm pretty happy with the +4/+4 to both of these. I mean, I wouldn't mind -2/-0ing, but again, like, I didn't play the land the previous turn for good reason, and I think it was still right to attack this turn. I guess it still makes the board pretty even. Because I do lose the Cinder Barons, the Crawling Barons, my only giant thing. But I keep the Celebrant and the Lifelinker. I mean, I wish I had played the land the previous turn. But I think it was still right to attack there. Maybe I should have thought about that in advance. I should have figured out that if I wanted to activate and attack, I would need both lands in play and not played around potential discard. Not really sure about that. Yeah, well, we're not really in a winning position, but we needed to get rid of that 7/7, because as soon as it grew a single time more, we couldn't have killed it with that pump spell. So I can make the double block -2/-0 play on a later turn. Though they're still going to get rid of one thing. But I don't see any upside to really blocking now. This doesn't give itself Death Touch. So, I mean, I can even attack with the healer and get 2 life right back. So they can bring in a 2/1. Who cares? So, what do we attack with? 1/3, 1/4, and like a 2 power on this sneak looks good. So I think we send only the healer. I mean, I think the attack was good. I'm not sure. I feel like combat went pretty well for me. Remember, they had the Blood Reckoning. I mean, if they didn't have that, I would be in pretty good shape. Now it's, like, fairly close because their 4/4 stops my ground creatures. I don't currently have an answer to those flyers. I do have answers, like, in my deck, I think. Emiria Captain. Guess my deck's pretty thin. I don't have that much left. I might deck. I don't think they're going to kill me with those. I mean, they might, but I think the bigger concern is decking. Yeah, I wish I had the -2 available as well. I'm not saying I don't. But given I didn't, that was I had to attack that turn, or that giant green thing grows to an 8/8, and then it doesn't die in combat to the allied thing. I didn't attack one turn too soon because I'm like so hasty and I felt the need to attack. I attacked because this would have grown to a 7/7 that turn, and then an 8/8 the turn after, and then the pump spell wouldn't kill it. So, I mean, I probably should have played the land the previous turn if I had realized that I would be exactly 1 mana short of playing the Veil as well, because then I would still have the crawling thing out. Granted, they would just end up trading Stinger for it, so I'm not sure that's even that big of a difference. Okay, I don't think I can do anything super productive, but I'll take some life. I'm going to put this out to attack with the healer and then gain 2 more lifelink. Maybe, but if the opponent... If I don't attack with the land, then the -2/-0 isn't even that effective. Like, it's not necessarily going to, like, really stop the 1/4 Death Touch. I mean, it will take it off Death Touch, but it's not going to kill... It's not going to make it so that I'm killing whatever that's blocking. So I have to use the pump spell there, and then I have to hope that they put the whatchamacallit, the 7/7 green thing on one of the 3 powers, and if they do, the -2/-0 to save those is irrelevant. I didn't care at all about the 3 power bodies. Like, I didn't care about saving Sellsword or Farsight Adept in combat. I did want to save the Barons if I could, but I don't think not being able to do so was that big of a deal. Alright, so this block looks good. Although they may have something, because they're attacking. It's kind of weird for them to attack here if they have nothing. So maybe I should put the extra 1 blocker on. I guess by that logic, I'm probably going to play the -2/-0. I can just put this one on too. Because if I do play the -2/-0, they're killing exactly 1 creature with a 4/4 if they don't play anything, so... And this looks like about as good a turn as there's going to be to play it. Prevent 4 in the air and Skitter Sneak from killing an additional creature. I'm kind of worried about decking. I wish the Jace had an ultimate. I don't know how I'm going to close. That's like my fear. I have the Emiria Captain. That's like my last ability to close. I mean, it is going to be a 4-4 or 5-5. But if that card is towards the bottom, I'm just going to lose. Okay, so I can't do anything about that. But I still -2/-0, right? Save an extra creature. Now they're going to kill only Pack Beast. And I just saved the 4 in the air, I think. What do I have in my deck? I don't even know. The Jace, the healer, so I can start making 1/1s to try and swarm them. And the Emiria Captain, which is big enough to stop them from attacking me in the air. So yeah, I mean, I need to draw the Emiria Captain and the Attended Healer pretty soon, or I'm going to end up decking, I think. Or dying to their flyers. Yeah, Emiria Captain's not even going to be big enough. Well, it'll still trade with the Gloom Hunter, which is all that really matters. But yeah, this is not going well. I feel like I punted this, but I don't know. They had a lot. Remember, they played the Blood Beckoning anyway. Like, if I had played the -2/-0 that turn, they would have still just Blood Beckoning, gotten back, like, the Death Touch creature to stop the Barons that would have been alive. I would have an extra 3-power creature alive that wouldn't be doing anything. I don't think it made much of a difference. Like, I think I would have lost either way. I went backwards. I went, what, 1-3 or something? I now need, like, a 7-1 to make Mythic. And then they would have just thrown one Death Toucher on the Barons, and then I'd -2/-0. And then the next turn they'd throw the other Death Toucher on the Barons. Alright, we'll try one more. But if I, well, I guess if I pick up losses early, it's impossible. I guess I'd have to be like, what do I need? I need 6 more wins, so I have to 7-1 or 7-0 to hit Mythic? No, that deck was good. I mean, one game I probably punted by misclicking. One game my opponent had an incredible deck. If I 7-2, I can't do another one. I don't have it in me, but hopefully we'll 7-1. Soul Shatter's good removal. It's first pickable, but it's not broken just because it's rare. It's just like a decent 3-mana removal spell. Fearless Fledgling's a nice 2-drop. All of these uncommons are good, not great. Like, I think Fledgling and Shatter are pretty close. Balaged behind and Infiltrator in 4th, but they're all good cards. Vanquish, probably the best common, but I don't think we're going to be taking the commons. I think, like, all the uncommons and rare are probably better than all the commons. Fledgling's awesome on turn 2. I mean, it doesn't necessarily do anything in the late game. I think Soul Shatter's the right first pick here. Yeah, I mean, Fledgling, you could definitely take Fledgling. I think Fledgling's the best of the uncommons, and they're all pretty good. Should we try Black-White Clerics again? I mean, we did get past Attended Healer, and we first picked a black removal spell. If we don't take Attended Healer, we're taking Vanquish the week. It's not a trap. I mean, it's really good. We didn't see it last draft. But, like, Attended Healer is really good. And Black-White Clerics is an excellent deck. And Vanquish the Weak is nothing special. It's fine, but I think Attended Healer is the right pick. I'm not one to force. Like, I'm not going to take the bad commons and then hope I get the uncommons. But if I actually get past Attended Healer, if I actually open Attended Healer, now I'm incentivized to go there, right? So now I think Peleka Predation, probably a little better than Binding. It's probably pretty close. Blood Priest also, but I think Priest is a little worse. Predation isn't, like, amazing, but it's a pretty good land spell split card. I mean, it also doesn't do much in the late game, like the Force Spike. Maybe the Binding is just better. It's close. I think Binding and Predation are pretty close. I guess we're not committed to black. Like, this is a splashable first pick, not that exciting of a card. Second pick, we got a really good white uncommon. Third pick, we get the best common removal at white. So it probably makes sense to take a white card over a black card there if they're super close, which they are. I think Predation's a better flip card than Disruption, but I agree for the same reasons it's one of the weaker ones. Because in the late game, it doesn't necessarily do anything. But, like, the thing is, Jiraiya Disruption will likely do nothing on turn 6 or turn 7, whereas Predation can still get a good card out of their hand at that point. Demon's Disciple looks good. It combos well with Attended Healer. It's a 3-1 Cleric to give lifelink to, and you have 1/1 tokens to sack. Doesn't really combo well with Binding, but nobody's perfect. If we didn't take that, there's no white cards that are exciting in this pack anyway. Yeah, Royal Mage is good. I mean, it's not like it's amazing or anything. I guess we just take Shepherd here. I mean, Shepherd's not necessarily great if you're going to be, like, all clerics. But, I mean, we can't take Lowell Mage's Familiar. Practice Tactics, probably close. It is early in the draft, but we do want the life gain with the healer. And if we're going to have a lot of clerics, then I guess we're not... Beckoning is good, but we're not looking for a lot of them. I think Shepherd is a solid pick. All those cards are close. I mean, Practice Tactics, Blood Beckoning, and Shepherd of Heroes are all pretty close there. Here's a pretty easy Blood Priest, I think. Very solid card for the Cleric deck. Yeah, Shepherd does have good stats and abilities, and even if you only gain 2, you still trigger your healer and stuff like that. And I mean, we do seem to be seeing Cleric somewhat. We just got Blood Priest 6. It doesn't seem completely cut off like it did last draft. I don't think these cards matter. We have 3 white, 3 black. Like, we have a deck. I guess if we end up short 2 drops, that's the one I'd want the most. But I'm not planning to play it. Yeah, I agree. I like Shepherd. Again, it has good stats. Flying is pretty good in this format. Like, even if you only gain 2, it still triggers your life gain stuff. I think Shepherd's good. Blood Reckoning is a nice card, too, though, to have, like, 1 or 2 of in this kind of a grindy deck. Yeah, and we can also just be a grindy deck with removal and stuff. I mean, it's not like we have to see a ton of great cleric cards for this deck to be good. We already have an Attended Healer. That's why my whole philosophy when it comes to the best decks, like, if you say black-white clerics is the best deck, I'm not going to force it by taking, like, medium black and white commons and hope to get a healer, because there's probably multiple other people drafting it since it's the best deck, and I may never see a healer. But if I start with an Attended Healer, I'm definitely going to draft it. I'm going to look for it. Like, if you know what I mean? Like, if I get the good uncommons that make this deck busted, I'm not going to worry about fighting for something that's overdrafted when it's the best. But I'm not going to start out fighting for it, because then I may never end up getting an Attended Healer when a lot of people are trying to draft the deck. But in this case, I mean, there's probably not that many people in our pod drafting this deck. Not that Blight Priest is some kind of amazing card, but, I mean, we got 6th pick Blood Priest, which is a fine cleric for the deck, and then we just got, like, 9th pick Blight Priest. So I'm guessing black-white clerics is actually pretty open this time. Can definitely happen, Strength, but... I mean, you can also play some filler commons and uncommons as long as you have a few of the good uncommons and rares. Those are what make the deck. So, Stampede, which is a good split card for a creature deck like this for sure. Thwart the Grave, also pretty good. I mean, it's probably going to cost us 4, but most of the clerics are cheap. And you really need that recursion so that if they kill it. And then there's Relic Vial, of course, the busted Cleric card. Feed the Storm, fine removal, but definitely worse than the uncommons. Yeah, I would love to just take this pack and not even draft pack 2. I'd get like 6 playables and a bunch of good cards. But we don't have that option, so what do we want? Kind of want the whole pack. I think Vial's probably the best of them for me. There are 3 black cards, so there's a good chance we'll table one of those. I'll just play it safe and lock up the good Cleric uncommon. I won't be greedy. I know if you watch my stream a lot, that's kind of surprising, but, you know. So Captain is good in this deck. Similar to how I talked about splashing a Warrior into the blue-black deck that doesn't have access to Warriors. Even though White has access to Warriors, we're drafting Clerics. So we should always have a Cleric out. So this should be minimum 3/3 flying Vigilance, possibly bigger. Given it's that, or Skulker, or Skydancer, it seems like an easy pick. I wouldn't take a Myria Captain here over like a good Clerics card for my deck, but there are none in this pack. And that's third pick, Attended Healer. So apparently we found the open archetype this time. Last time we got punished trying to go Clerics, but this time we got rewarded. Thwart the Grave, Windmill Slam. Wow. I kind of want Celebrant and Binding really badly. I think I might take Celebrant. With double Healer here in pack 2. I mean, Binding is excellent removal. But, alright. I'm going to take Celebrant over Binding because I think we're drafting a constructed deck at this point. And I do have a lot of removal already. So Dauntless Unity might be okay. I mean, we can pump the team and we have double Attended Healer. Mind Drain also gains 1, so it's pretty good in this deck. You get all the discard and all that, but you also get to trigger your healers. And your Blight Priests. Yeah, I think Drain is probably better. With good removal like this, and like everything that we have, we should be able to close. Like, we have the Vial, even a couple of nice flyers. And hello! Dude, am I the only black-white Clerics player in this whole pod? This is out of control. This is 7th pick. Well, we need a 7-1. We don't need to 7-0. We can give up 1 game, but we need a 7-1. If we were going to do it, it was going to be like this. Alright, so I think I want the Pack Beast. I think the Practice Tactics would be fine, but I don't have a lot of early drops, and this is a Cleric for the Cleric synergies, and like a Rogue and whatever for the Myria Captain, which I already have, and the Blood Priest. So I think Pack Beast is an important card for us. I mean, there's no sideboard, so I might as well take a rare over Disenchant. There's no way I'm going to play +2/+2. I might play pump all my creatures because of double Attended Healer, but I'm never going to play pump 1 creature in this deck. Not saying I'm even going to play these Skulkers as rogues. It depends if we get any more rogues or any more Pack Beasts. Or if we're short 2 drops. But if we are, it's a 2-mana 2/2 with some upside. Yeah, I mean, if we get all the good Cleric cards for a whole nother pack, this deck could end up a masterpiece, as long as the cards are in the packs. Which, there's nothing wrong with first picking a Vanquish, but there's nothing exciting for us here. Vanquish being just like, okay, good, solid black removal. I mean, I would gladly take, like, any of the decent black-white land spell modals, but they're not here. Seagate Banneret I might play in this deck, but not over Vanquish, so... Disappointing first pick. Not going to be a great second pick necessarily either. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the 2-mana 2/2 Cleric, and we do need 2 drops. We could do the Rogues a little bit. I mean, we do have the Skulkers and the Pack Beast. Stinger is a really good rogue, but I think we want to just be all in on our Cleric stuff. So I'll probably just take the 2/2 Lifelink Cleric here, I think, over the Shadow Stinger. Stinger would certainly be my second choice. Again, nothing wrong with this card. It's 100% to make our deck, but it's a pretty bad second pick. Not what I was hoping for. Feed the Swarm is fine removal, but I think it's the weakest of the 3 black common removal, and I think we have a decent amount of removal, so I think I'm more interested in Shelter. The land spells, can't sleep on those. Plus, with Blood Priest and Feed being 2 good black cards, maybe we'll table one of them. But there's not really another white card in this pack I particularly want. So I think I'm going to take Shelter and hope to table Feed or Priest, which I think are pretty close for me. So this pack is going okay. Like, all the cards we've got are fine. But we haven't gotten the Dream Cleric uncommons or anything like that. So looks like our deck is still going to be very good because we already have Vial and 2 Attended Healers. But our deck's going to still stay in the Mortal range instead of in the Constructed range. So this is still just a 3-mana 2/3 flyer with no ability. I think Zoff Consumption is just better. And I think Zoff Consumption offers us more than Healer. I mean, the land spell split cards are good. There's still a chance we'll table one of those anyway. So Windmill Slam Celebrant here. Captain is quite good for us, but not as good as Celebrant. I mean, we just want to play this and then gain a life, triggering the healers for free. Now that's what I'm talking about. Relic Vial does work in multiples. If a creature dies and you have 2 Vials out, you get 2 triggers. Plus, you don't draw 2 of 2 of a card that often anyway. I'd love to grab the Blight Priest and the Gloom Hunter too, but clearly we're the only Clerics player. And the Stampede. And given we have double Healer and all small creatures, double Healer and all small creatures, I'm quite happy about that. That's a nice pickup. Unlike those blue-white decks, which are more of like tempo decks with some flyers and some life gain, where Stampede is still good because it's a land spell modal. Black-white Clerics, you're gaining life, you're gumming up the board, you're making tokens. That's kind of when that card is at its best. This just doesn't do anything right, and we don't need 2 drops. I mean, we're not going to play any of these. These cards don't matter. Seagate Banneret might be a fine warrior for our party stuff. I don't know if it's going to make it or not. I guess actually Farsight Adept would be our only wizard. That's probably better for us than a Subtle Strike. Oh, the Blood Priest came back. That was out of the pack with the Feed the Swarm. That was lucky. Clearly Black-White was just way underdrafted at this table. So we picked up Zoff Consumption, Shelter, and Stampede, and the Healer came back. Literally Black-White just couldn't be more underdrafted at this table. So we're looking to play about 15 lands, I think. Our cards aren't that expensive, and we have 3 land spell modals. But they're also pretty good spells. Like, we're going to be happy to cast Makinda Stampede, happy to cast Shelter, happy to cast Zoff Consumption. So I think we're looking to play 15 to 16 lands. We'll see what the cuts look like. Probably 15. So do we have any really weak cards that are easy cuts that are currently in? No. I guess we don't actually party, right? So maybe I don't need the Wizard and the Warrior. We have the 2 Blood Priests, which is a good party card for Clerics, and the Captain. So we party a little bit. We don't party hard. We party light. We party like a 36-year-old. Yeah, we can cut the 2/2 Rogue. They're not really offering us much. Oh, and we have the Thort, yeah. Good point. We have a million 3s. Are any of these bad? I mean, our only Wizard, but... And I mean, we don't need the Sellsword either. Still have plenty of 2s. 2, 4, 5, 6. I mean, we have to cut stuff. So I think we pretty much just have to lose that, like, party theme. I mean, this will still cleric and warrior, so this will always be a 3/3 flyer. So this is fine, because it's not a cleric, it's a warrior, and it counts itself. And then same thing with Thort. Like, if I pay 5 for Thort, like, that's fine. Like, you get 2 creatures, right, even if they're both clerics. It's just, you choose one of any creature, and then one that has a creature type. So Thort will be good even if we pay 5, who cares? Obviously, it would be nice to trigger these a little more. I'll try and have the Seagate make it. We've got the Pack Beast. And then the Emeria Captain. But, I mean, I don't know what else we can cut. I can cut, like, Mind Drain. Now I'm down to all 2s that are not cuttable. So I can cut one more land. I don't want to because the deck's so good, but it might be right. Oh, this deck is substantially better than the last one. Black-White Clerics, when you get it, is the best deck, and it was just wide open in this draft. But what are our last couple cuts here? I mean, I can cut the Banneret. The only reason I like it is mostly as a warrior that's serviceable in this deck. I only have the one other warrior, though, right? Just the Emeria Captain. Yeah, Mind Drain can probably go. Something's got to go. Demon, I don't think we can cut that. I know it's not good with binding, but it's gonna be a free roll. We're gonna have 1/1 tokens to sack and stuff like that. Could cut a land, could cut the Banneret. I already cut the Mind Drain. Disciple's pretty good. With Vial and Celebrant, we're triggering and gaining life. The 1-drop's cuttable, but it's also a warrior, and we do have a couple of party cards. We could definitely cut a land. Remember, we have 3 land spell modals, but they're ones we don't mind casting as spells. Yeah, the 1-drop could be good with the cats. Well, yeah, we're going to cut something. I mean, Thort costs like 5. Zoth Consumption's a land. McKinsey Stampede is a land. I think our curve is low enough that we should just be cutting a land here. Nah, my mom lets me party. I don't think the land spells count as lands for the Shuffler. But, I mean, they could just be in your opening hand if they're one of the spells you randomly drew. It's not going to give you those as though they're lands, I assume. I'm not sure what the question is, Blistering. Any thoughts on trying to work the second Vial? So, of course, I cut the land, and then we draw a 2-lander. I can't mull this, right? I'm on the play, but I only need 1 more land before it's a pretty good hand. I guess I don't have a 2-drop, so I'm better off putting this in play so I don't miss a damage. I mean, even if I draw a land this turn, I'm still going to play the Stampede. That's why I was thinking about playing it turn 1. But it would also have just been missing a damage. Yeah. Maybe we wheel the Vial if we're the only Clerics player. If there's one other Cleric player anywhere, then we probably don't wheel it. Okay, no real decisions. I'm happy with this trade. I'm going to offer it and then just put out my Celebrant. Spoke a second too soon there, Evil Honk. A second too soon. We still need 1 more land to really unlock the deck. But it's going to be hard to run us over now, at least. Sweet. So now I can just play the Healer, trigger the Celebrant, then attack with the Banneret. Easy peasy. They need to be. They need to be. I mean, we need 7-1. Before, we only needed 6-2. 7-1 is a lot harder of a record to get than 6-2. But this deck is good, and I haven't been drawing that well tonight, so hopefully we'll get there. So if I play the Demon's Disciple, if they do sack the 3-2, then I get to attack. And if they sack the 3-1, That's the grower, so that looks like a pretty good turn. Mirius Captain is pretty good too. It's not like I can't block a 5/3, and it's not going to be a 5/3 that many times that I'm gaining life. But I don't think we're going to do better with Demon's Disciple than this turn, because if the tap creature's their better one, but if they sack the on-tap creature, then I can like attack with all of my creatures and get in like another 4 or 5 damage. So I think we play the Demon's Disciple this turn, because they're forced to either sack the 3/2 that's on tapped, in which case they take 4, or they sack the tapped one and then I don't have an attack, but then they're keeping just a 3/2, which is not threatening me at all. So this puts them in a situation where they either have to sack the landfall grower and take no damage, or sack the 3/2 that's on tap, keep the grower, but then they take 4. Hey, we got a raid from Jean-Emmanuel Depraz, MPLer. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Okay, so here, if we trade the 3/1 for the 3/2, that helps clear the way for the other creatures. Do we want to play Shepherd or the Emiria Captain afterwards? If we play the Shepherd, we'll gain 2. If we play Emiria Captain first, we'll gain 4 off the Shepherd. They're both attacking for 3 next turn. So the only real upside, I think, is using 5 mana instead of 4. I don't think that matters. We're not that likely to double spell. So I think here we just attack with the Disciple and then play the Captain. We get an extra 2 life this way. And the only real downside is we use 4 mana instead of 5, but that doesn't matter because we're not going to double spell. I could have played the land, but like, I can't draw a 6-drop and a land in one card next turn, so I can always play the land next turn. Okay, 3/4 flyer, looks like a pretty easy binding. Attack with the creatures that can attack. In fact, we're at the point where I'm not really worried about them attacking me back, so I think I'm probably just going to send the 1/4 also. Remember, I'm about to gain 4 life. So if they do want to trade the 3/2 for the 3/1 to save that 3 damage, I don't want to miss a point. So that's why I sent the Core Celebrant here. Five life because of the one from the Celebrant, true. So they're probably going to Journey the Binding, free up their 3/4 flyer. No big deal. I could block with the Celebrant. Now that they already killed the Attended Healer, it's not really that important. That said, it seems pretty clear that we're going to Binding the Shepherd and just start trying to kill them in the air with our Shepherd. We're not really under any pressure. The ground is pretty locked down, and we're at 22. No real decisions here. This is like automatic. So I think I'm going to triple block. That will only kill 1/4. If they have a trick, then they're using it there and not potentially in the air if they draw a flyer or something. Who cares? They probably don't have anything. And again, I don't really need the 2 Celebrants out now. I have no more creatures in hand. It's hardly a big deal to keep them in play. Especially having 1 in play, because that means if I draw a Attendant Healer, I still get the triggers. Back to Diamond 1. Still need to go 5-1 or 6-1? 6-1. Yeah, so we have to go 7-1 or 7-0. Even 6, 7, and 2 doesn't get us there. I mean, the deck's really good. We were the only cleric player in the pod, I think. I'm glad y'all egged me on into doing this one extra draft. We got to draft this sweetheart. Hopefully, we can run hot and get that 7-1. I appreciate that. Critical. I know I can always count on you to be selfless. Keep my best interests at heart. Oh yeah, this is definitely my best deck of the day, no question. My decks haven't been, like, horrible today, but they haven't been, like, spectacular either. They've just been, like, mediocre decks with, like, fine curve and one good card or whatever. Nothing out of the ordinary. The 7-1 hits mythic, yeah. Which is currently 6-1, because we are 1-0. But we do need to go 6-1 in this draft hit mythic. Looks like we might get a black-white cleric mirror. We're well equipped for that. I could Soul Shatter that, but if they have a Tended Healer, I'd rather Soul Shatter that anyway. It's not that big of a deal if they trigger it once. And I also have my own Celebrant Healer combo here. So I think we just want to get our Celebrant online. We don't know if they're going to play Healer or not. If they do, they trigger it once, but then we Soul Shatter it. If they don't, then we have our own Healer. So we've got to make them have it. Core Celebrant is definitely not broken. A Tended Healer, on the other hand. I mean, don't get me wrong, these two are peanut butter and jelly, but it's the Attended Healer that's really the busted part. So, do I need to cast Soul Shatter now, or can I do it, like, on their turn? They're not going to have a flash card that has 4 or 5. They can't counter it. They're white-black. So, should I wait for them to cast a creature and then respond, or should I cast it now? Is there anything that punishes me for waiting? They'd have to have, like, a flash creature with casting cost 4 or higher. I'm not going to cast Celebrant, because then if they cast a 5-drop, I can't Soul Shatter away the healer. But I can just respond. If they cast like a 5-drop or a 4-drop, I just respond. There's nothing, right? The reason to wait, because it influences their play. They may play a creature, because they're going to trigger this combo, and then I get to respond. It's definitely right to wait, unless there's something that punishes me. Because it does influence what they do this turn, whether they untap with that healer in play. If there's any like common or uncommon that punishes me, I should do it now because it's that important. But like I don't think there is a single one. They can't counter it. They're playing black-white. They'd have to have a flash creature or that has casting cost 4 or higher. Yeah, there is the land spell split card. They could play that in response on the healer and then get it back. Yeah, you're right. So I probably should have done it on my turn. I forgot about that card. The black modal card. You're right, chat. So I should have done it on my turn. Because if they did do that, it could cost me the game. So let's get our own combo online now. I think I hold the swamp in case they have discard too, because next turn I can spend 5 mana either way. Giving it protection doesn't help. Sajiri's Shelter doesn't help. It's they sack, so they'd have to give them, like, giving the creature protection or hexproof doesn't change anything. The black card does work, though. The Malik or whatever, Malik or Rebirth, that actually does work. Good job as usual, chat. Keep the fight fair. Oh, I got more of that. What, you thought you killed my healer? Hope you got more removal. I actually don't hope they have more removal. So, if I didn't draw that, I would have probably just went Blight Priest, Blood Priest. But, of course, since we did, we'll get the Cat's Making going again. Make them have another removal spell. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. They did just look at 4 cards. On the bright side, though, I mean, this deck closes pretty well, but they are decking first if we end up in with where we're both at a million life. Of course, if one player has an unchecked healer indefinitely and the other doesn't, then it's not going to come down to decking. So I was going to Blight Priest this turn, but I think I want to Vanquish before that grows anymore. I don't want to do it now because they'll sack it to the Vial. It's not the end of the world if they get a card off the Vial or anything, but I want to try and be able to do it. Like, if they play a creature and I respond with Vanquish, oh, they'll still just sack something to the Vial. So, yeah, I can't expect to successfully Vial the Cleric away. So maybe I'll just cast my creatures, and then I can, like, Binding the Cleric away. Yeah, they might sack the 1/1 in a turn, and then I could Vanquish in response, and that's just awesome for me. It's probably worth going for it. There's a lot of upside. Also, like, if they don't do it, they still miss the opportunity to sack a 1/1 for a card. And then they have to have something cheap to play. Because if they tap out for, like, a 5 or 6 drop, I can Vanquish before they gain the life and that grows. I think this is the right move. Sweet. Oh, really? No, wait. Right, after they gain, the grow trigger goes on a stack. Really good point. Tuna with bacon. Or sorry, not tuna with bacon. Tues-Thurs. Really good point, Tues-Thurs. If it's only going to trigger the once and they can't trigger it again in response, then they can't fizzle it. So all I have to do is wait for them to play something, gain the life successfully, and then the grow trigger goes on the stack. And who cares if they gain one? The point is just to kill it before it grows. Really good point, Tues-Thurs. Alright, so I'm not going to Binding that to attack right now, because then they could sack it. So I think this turn, it's kind of crazy how many of my creatures it's stopping, but as long as I don't have some kind of sweeper, I mean, I'm just going to add another Blight Priest to the board, gain one, drain them for one, and pass. I mean, I'm definitely not unwilling to Binding the Celebrant, but remember, it's going to stay in play, gaining them life, or they could sack it to the Vial and get cards. So I think I'm going to at least wait until I'm out of stuff to do. Yeah, the Cleric Mirror is life. I love the Cleric Mirror. Yeah, if they destroy all non-land permanents, obviously I won't be ecstatic, but it does kill their journey, which means I get back a healer here as well. And then there's the destroy everything that costs 3 or less, which would actually be better for them, because it would kill their Celebrant and my whole army. But, okay, I waited the one turn. Now I can play the Plains. I can have Shelter up to protect my stuff from removal. I'm going to go ahead and Binding that. They can sack it and draw a card and gain a life, but they're still taking 3, 6, 9, 12. So assuming they don't have a sweeper, they're dying pretty soon. And if they have removal, I have Shelter, so pretty sure now it's definitely right to go for it. Hey, we got a Legend raid. What's up, Legend? Some awesome raids today. Numot, Jean-Emmanuel Deprez, and Legend. How are y'all doing? Yeah, I'll just save that because the Shelter's not going to do more than this. It's not like, you know, I don't need to save that, but it's not like I can get more out of the Shelter, right? Like, what am I going to do? Use it to save my second best creature if they have another removal spell? So just in case they only have one, it just makes sense to save that. What did the opponent do wrong? Well, if I go pro-white, they can't play the other tactics after that. And I tried to shelter in response, so I think the opponents played this turn fine. I mean, they're just trying to not get run over. I could really use a vial. Then I can, like, attack with all the small stuff. Like, I probably wouldn't send the Blood Priest. Maybe I would. I don't even know if I mind sacking the Blood Priest instead of a 1/1 token. It's not much of a difference. That can't be a bad draw. They don't have a rogue. So the only way they can kill anything is by double blocking. So if they double block a 1/1, they take 8. Seems worth it. If they double block the Blood Priest, I trade it for the Skyclave Cleric and they take 8. So do I want to sack a 1/1 to deal them 8? Yes. Right? That's all this decision really boils down to. Blood Priest for Cleric is like an even trade. Who cares? So their choices are basically double block a 1/1 for a free kill, but I pump the whole team. They take 9, sorry, because the Blood Priest gets through. So it's, do I want to sack a 1/1? This is how you evaluate a spot like this, right? You say to yourself, do I want to sack a 1/1 to deal them 9? Because that's the only way they get a free kill. Yes, I want to sack a 1/1 to deal them 9. Do I want to trade Blood Priest for a Cleric and deal them 8? Yes, of course. Like, Blood Priest a 2/1, Cleric's a 1/3. That's not even much of a trade. Like, that's an even trade. And they took 7 because they lost a creature and they have Vial out. So the free kill would have been killing a 1/1 token, but again, they would have ended up taking 8 or something like that. Or 9, because they wouldn't have lost a creature. So I can't activate that now. So now if I send 4, I'm sacking a 1/1 to deal 3. That doesn't seem worth it. I should just wait around for a Vial, which I have 2 of. I don't want to sack a 1/1 to deal them 3. I have Makinda Stampede, and I have 2 Relic Vials. So now I have to just hope I draw one of those. Plus I have a lot of removal. If I just draw removal for Stinger, I can kill it and attack for 4, and I'm not sacking anything. So now we gotta chill. No, I forgot to put the Vials in. I thought this deck was so busted that it wouldn't really be fair to put the Vials in too. So do we want to Stampede? They take 9. They go to 2. Now I can just Swarm for the win next turn. Seems good enough to me. This doesn't have Death Touch. It can block and live, but it's not killing anything. I do have the Zoth also, so if they stabilize at 4 or lower, they're dead. I also have double Relic Vial, so if they stabilize at any life total, they're dead if I just draw that. I'm not super exhausted, but yeah, that's why I do 3 drafts. I do like a 4 or 5 hour stream and not like an 8 to 10 hour stream. Obviously, if I was going to not talk, I could turn on the stream and stream for 15 hours or whatever. But I'm good. We've been building up that stamina, streaming for 1.5 years now. Thanks for the concern, though, Evil Twin Steven. I don't know what a cat stream is. I do know that we need 4 more wins or 5 wins and a loss to get Mythic. I guess if we just start out with 4 wins, then we don't need 7-1. We need 6-0. So that's the easier way to do it, I guess. Well, I mean, it's easier to go 7-1 than 6-0, but it requires 1 less win. Thank you, Sydney. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you for your support. Two lands. Oh, we have Stampede, so we have 3 lands. Okay, so this hand's great. I mean, we don't have any of our power combo stuff, but we can Disciple away a creature, then we can Binding another creature. We're going to have a Cleric out. So, the hand looks fine. Hey, you're welcome, Plato Wins. Thank you for the compliment. Okay, so no real decisions, I think. We just get the Celebrant going first. No reason not to. We don't want to play the Binding until after the Disciple, but if we draw a land, we can just play a Myria Captain. We're pretty much expecting that to be a 3-3. We have, like, I think 1 or 2 ways to get it to a 4-4, not many. So we're pretty much just trying to make sure that's a 3-3, which all that requires is having a Cleric in play. So now we don't have a Cleric out, so it's vile. Okay, so we cannot Binding until after we Disciple. Our choices for this turn are Disciple or Healer. Ideally, we're Discipling when we have the Attended Healers, but we want to get it out of our hand because we do have the Binding. Additionally, we don't have land 4 or Attended Healer, so we're not that close to doing that. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and play the Disciple. We do get that sweet little Relic trigger, but basically the point is now we can Binding a good creature if we need to. And we were nowhere near producing a 1/1 token for Attended Healer, with Attended Healer. I do need to get out a Cleric before I play the Myria Captain, because I don't want to play it as a 2/2. This is a Cleric deck and it's a Warrior, so it should be a 3/3 pretty much automatically. Obviously, I'm not going to hold it indefinitely to draw my Pack Beast or like my 1 Wizard or something. But it should... I think I even cut the Wizard. I think I literally just have the Pack Beast to turn it to a 4/4. But it is important that I make it a 3/3. Yeah, Thwart actually is useful with that too, but... I mean, I'm not in any way against thwarting the Disciple back as good removal, but of course then that has to be before I play the Binding. So for now, though, can't play the Captain just yet. Just put out another Cleric. Now the Captain will be a 3/3. So I don't mind this trade, but I want the Captain as a 3/3. If they have removal for the 2/2 healer, so be it, because that's removal that could have killed the Captain anyway. So I'm just going to lead the Captain. If it resolves, well, if it resolves and I knew they didn't have anything, I'd attack with the healer. But I'm not going to attack with the healer, because they could just play Living Tempest and eat it for free, or Fairy Duelist and eat it for almost free. So there's just not enough upside to send that into combat here. Sort of, Coax. You'd still have to sack something else, but if you had nothing else to sack, then you'd get the best of both worlds. So yeah, if you have 5 mana and no creatures out, you can play the Disciple, sack it to the Relic with the sack ability on the stack, and get the card and everything. Okay, I don't see anything to do here besides cast our creatures. Seems fine. We're still at 20. Whatever it's called. It's not called Fairy Duelist because it's not a fairy. But the 1/1 Duelist that's a rogue, whatever that thing is called. No need to chump block. We still have plenty of life. Hopefully we just draw a land. Then I can just play this Shepherd, which is bigger than their stuff. We'll gain our 4 life. Now I can attack because they don't have Living Tempest up. And at this point, I mean, Living Tempest is a card you sometimes play, sometimes don't. It's total filler. So I probably wouldn't play around it unless it was, like, particularly important anyway. Okay, so if I thwart the Grave, I can get back Disciple and what? Myria Captain? That's pretty good. And then I sack the Shepherd. I could also sack the Shepherd now. I don't know how I could possibly lose this game. I'm just up so much. It's, like, embarrassing. I'm literally holding the ability to get back a removal or a 3/3 flyer or both, or a Core Celebrant. And I have the Scion, and I have the Relic in play. Like, this is an embarrassment of riches. I could also just play Scion. I mean, I have to take 6, but I guess there's no need to be greedy. I just went over how we're winning by so much, so being greedy doesn't make sense. So I'm just going to cast this and get back my 2 better creatures. The 3/1 is amazing right now because I'm sacking the Shepherd. While it's cool to recycle the Shepherd, it's completely unnecessary. And it's not like the Scion here is ever going to not grow because, I mean, I have the Relic Vial out, so... And doing that now, like, I know I can, binding up the next creatures they play. Don't have to think about the Disciple before the binding. So here, I'm just going to get the Scion in play. If they want to attack back and pump or something, be my guest. Still have tons of life. I'm winning the race. This card costs 5. These cards cost 3. I know that I don't have 4 white, but if they make me discard 2, I can discard a Binding and a Plains because I already have 2 white. If they don't, I can, like, play a Binding and still have Vial up. Play a Binding and a 3-drop, just depending on whatever I draw. So if they play the Rot card, they go to 6. I hit them for 6 on board. So I no longer have a reason to play around that card, because if that's the card they draw this turn, the game's over. They're dead. The discard 2, gain 1, like, they'll just be dead on board. You can't get back 3 creatures with Thort, right? Thort only gets back 2 creatures. You get any creature, and then you get 1 party creature. It's worded kind of weird. Like, it makes sense the way it's worded, but it's just kind of a confusing card. But the way it works is you basically just get back 2 creatures. Like, 1 doesn't even have to be a party type, and 1 does have to be a party type. Banner it because I have 2 attended healers, plus a lot of small creatures, a lot of 1/4s and stuff like that. This deck tends to gum up the board. Plus, it's a warrior, and I have 3 or 4 party cards. So I just felt like overall it was useful enough. Remember, I don't actually have that many cards that say, like, do X for a cleric. I need to have a cleric out at all times for the Relic Vials. That's super important. And I need to have a cleric out for these to have lifelink and stuff. But I don't need all my creatures to be clerics. It's not like I have 3 cards that pump all clerics or something like that. So yes, I'm playing clerics, but I don't actually need every creature in my deck to be a cleric. I need most of the creatures in my deck to be a cleric so that the vials are always on, but all of them being clerics doesn't do anything more than most of them being clerics. I'm going to hold these as spells. My cards are pretty cheap. I don't see any need to get those in play. Okay, I lied. Now I'm going to play the Shelter because I drew another 4-drop. And I need double white for binding. So I'm not going to bother binding that, but just in case they trade with the Pack Beast, I don't want to miss a counter. I don't really care about showing it to them pre-combat. I'm just going to make sure to lock up that being a 4/4 and then attack with all 3. They probably want to trade with the Lifelinker, not the Pack Beast, to stop the life gain. But I'm also at 30 and under no pressure, so they might rather trade with the Pack Beast to take down the party count. There's just no need to take that risk in this spot. That's, of course, good enough to binding. This game is just over. You can get 2 party creatures. You can get, like, a cleric and then get another cleric or a rogue. It's just 1 of any creature and then 1 that is specifically a party type. So they played 2 things and went to 6, so can they survive? No, if they take the hit in the air, but the ground is locked up. So first, we'll just attack. I don't think there's anything they can do, but it's not like there's a force spike for white-green, so I might as well play the Celebrant first, and then this should end the game. Two wins away. And the good thing is we can drop a game. We need either 2-0 or 3-1 to hit Mythic this draft. Oh yeah, this deck is nasty. People keep asking what's the best deck. Yeah, it's black-white clerics when you get it all. But remember, it's not black-white clerics out of just the commons. If you play core Celebrant and the Blood Priest that drains and removal, that's fine. But it's not special. Relic Vial's an uncommon and totally busted in this deck. Attended Healer is an uncommon and totally busted in this deck. And the black-white-gold cleric is totally busted in this deck. So, your busted cards start at uncommon. They're not mythic rares. They're uncommon, so you can get multiples of them. But you need the uncommons to have the busted black-white cleric deck. Otherwise, you just have removal and some Blood Priests and some Course to gain, but you're not doing anything that incredible. You're gaining some life, you're playing a grindy deck, it's fine. But without the uncommons, the deck is not broken. We don't have the gold uncommon or the rares, but we do have a lot of the other uncommons, to be fair. Strength of 10 Tigers. We have 2 Attended Healers. We have 2 Relic Vials. Okay, so now, I'm not in any way against playing the Stampede as a land, but I'd probably rather just put out Pack Beast this turn so I can block their Expedition Healer. Maybe I just put out Blood Priest to block their Expedition Healer. Pack Beast does give me the +1 party for everything, but the Blood Priest triggers the Attended Healer, which I am holding. So because of that, I think I put out the Pack Beast. I meant to play the Plains. Don't ask me why I grabbed Swamp. Shouldn't end up mattering, because next turn I'm probably going to go Plains Disciple, but you never know. But I meant to play a Plains this turn. I hate you. Somebody hits the punt counter. That's so... Hasn't even cost me anything, and it was like a misclick because I was explaining and not looking at my hand. Okay, so now... If I play the 3-1, I can sack the 2-1. They sack a 1-1 that's doing nothing, but then I have a body that can block the healer. I'm missing out on getting the Vial, drain off, but I'm not missing out on, drawing a card or anything, so that seems like it's correct. Because I don't care about taking 1, now I have a blocker for the 3-3. We are at 4-0. So we need to go 2-0 or 3-1 to hit Mythic this draft. And we got a pretty good hand here. We got a removal for something great. We got an even board, and we got a bunch of ammo. So hopefully we can take this one. I mean, obviously, it depends on what those 3 cards in their hand are and what the next cards they draw are. If we draw Plains, that would be awesome, because I want to hold the Stampede if I can, since I have the healer. But if we don't draw Plains, I'm definitely going to play the Stampede as a land and just play the Vial or something. Well, we have the Stampede, so... But there's no need to be that greedy. I'll definitely just play the Stampede as a land here. Of course, it would have been a good turn to draw Plains, because then I could play the healer and just hold the Stampede. Okay, so we want a Soul Shatter before we Binding, but I don't want a Blood Priest before I play Attended Healer. So I'm not sure what I do this turn. I think I just play Healer and pass. No, because if I draw a land, I can go Healer and Blood Priest in the same turn and lock up the 1-1. So I think I'll just Soul Shatter. Similar to the last time, there's not a need to do it main phase, I don't think. Oh yeah, the split cards are awesome, Soppy Rom. The split cards, however good you think they are, they're better than that. Cool. And we drew the land. So now, as long as I don't have instant removal, which green-white certainly doesn't have much of, we'll guarantee at least 1 trigger here. Which is big, because this is kind of a grindy game. We can bind their next big creature, but we're out of gas. But we have Vials, so we can sack things to draw cards. So locking up that trigger in that 1/1 could matter. I think I'm playing 15, and then I also have 3 of the land spells. Okay, so I want to get the Scion out before I lose more creatures or sack things to draw cards. If I play the Scion pre-combat and then attack, if they trade, I'll get the trigger and it'll grow. And I don't mind trading with a 1/1 Death Toucher. I mean, it's not like that's a bad trade for me for the 2/1. Get my life, they lose a life, get my counter on the Scion, life is good. Unless they have Smite, but I wasn't going to keep the Scion a 3/3 forever. I don't even think this is optional. Yeah, it's not. Looks like you're running the Ship NS's account, BW. Hey, we're out of gas? No, we're not. Hello, Thort the Grave. That was like the greatest draw of all time. So now I can just get back, what, Attended Healer and Blood Priest. Trigger the Blood Priest immediately. Life is good. I don't need to worry about maybe they play some good creature and I wanted to wait on the 3/1 because I have Binding in hand anyway. So we'll just rebuild the army. Especially with Vial out, they're actually pretty close to dead. This is like the full combo. We can like sack a 1/1 to draw a card, and then they lose a life, and then we get the 1/1 back. Hello. In this case, I'll probably just go lifelink, but basically we're good either way. Healer plus Vial is dirty. And Healer or Vial is dirty. Like, Core Celebrant is excellent with Healer. And look, it's a fine card. It's a 3 mana 1/4, gain 1 immediately, gain some more life. But if you just ping for, like, one with the 3/2 black common a couple of times, a Core Celebrant's fine. It's good. You play it. But it's nothing exceptional. Really, the dirty work gets done by the Healer. Healer is just a ridiculous card if it lives. Okay, so now I think I send everything but Healer, probably. I mean, I don't have lethal this turn. I could lethal them, like, in theory, over turns, but they could gain life or something like that. I don't want to risk losing the Healer. Obviously, I don't care about any of the non-Healer here at all, so I think we just send those. If they block a 1/1, I'll sack it. If they block the 2/1, I'll let them trade. And there's no reason to do lifelink. Just add another nice threat to the board. I know I don't have to sack to trigger. I get a card when I sack. This should be a head explosion. Poof. Come on, Ornecus. You're super dead. What are you possibly thinking about? You're the most dead I've ever seen somebody be dead. Without this Blood Priest, you were dead. Well, 5-0. This is the game. We do get a rebuy if we lose this, but then we have to win 2 straight. So we need either 1-0 or 2-1. So hopefully we'll win this game and hit Mythic. If we lose this game, then we got to win the next 2. So time for a good draw and an easy win and no sweat. That's how we like it, right? Just a nice, comfortable, easy win. Who's going to be the final end boss? Hopefully they're Mythic. No, Merlin, maybe another Diamond fighting for Mythic themselves. Thank you, Green Rada. Appreciate the subscription. Well, we're on the draw. We can't mulligan this. If we draw a Swamp, the hand is great. If we don't, we'll probably lose, but we're on the draw with white 2-drop, white 3-drop, Vial, cheap black cards. I've never mulliganed a hand like this in my entire life. I have no 7-0s in the set. I have a 7-1 or 2, but I have 0 7-0s. So Swamp would have been better, but I can't complain, because that gives me the ability to play a bunch of life gain, Relic, So that should buy us a lot of time, if nothing else. Obviously, if we don't draw a swamp, like, over the next, like, 3, 4, 5 turns, we're still going to lose. But as opposed to getting stuck on 2 with 1, 2, 2 and doing nothing, now we should have a lot of time. Vial, of course, does nothing with no other creatures out, so we'll lead the Celebrant. My cats happen to them. Techno Shaman. Yes. Well, now there's a way we can lose for sure if we don't get a swamp. Roost is really good. It's kind of sad, because if I had a swamp, I'd be doing way more than enough that I wouldn't be that scared of that Roost. I mean, there's 7 of them that come into play untapped and 1 that comes into play tapped. So we're on an 8-outer for that. They're practically going off here. Get more lands, kick more cards. Just come on, deck. Swamp. Swamp. I asked you for a swamp and you gave me an expedition healer. Am I supposed to like that? Oh yeah, Roost is incredible. Double Roost, even grosser. At least let me fight against their busted uncommons. Thank you. So let's see. Whenever we gain life, they lose life. We can't cast a double black card yet, so looks like pretty easy that we want to get this out. Can't attack with the 1/1s because I'm not going to throw one away. The 1/4s because I'm not going to throw one away if they double block. But I will happily trade off healer for a 2/2 flyer. Gain another 3 life or whatever, 2 life, and then they take damage too. I don't think it was better to double spell this turn. The Vial not doing much. I mean, I get a point of drain, and the Blood Priest, what's that going to do? I mean, it's good to use your mana when you're stuck on lands, but if I draw a swamp, I have Scion. If I don't, I have the double spell next turn anyway. Okay, so I don't see an attack on the ground right now. It's important to get the Pack Beast out, so if I draw Plains, then I can still cast Scion. I don't see the Relic doing a ton at the moment, so I think it's Pack Beast and then Blood Priest. Pack Beast adding another type is kind of nice. I mean, we could get to the point where we can alpha for the win. Remember, every creature, if they block it and kill it, they take 1, or if it gets through, they take 1 with Relic Vial. So, this is tight. This is fun. This is the game for Mythic. We do get the rebuy. We'll have to 2-0, though. We'll have to win 2 straight if we lose this. If we win it, we're Mythic. So, 3/3 flyers bigger than the 2/2s. I like that. I don't see a reason to really attack on the ground yet. We'll just gain our life and drain them. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there with the Celebrants and the Blight Priests. So if I attack with everything, they can, like... They're definitely not dead, but there's a chance that it's actually not bad for us. You're right, I forgot about the Pack Beast 4/4 flyer. But what happens if I attack with everything? No, because they'll kill the 3/2. And then as soon as I'm not sending that, I have no attack. Because 2 creatures get through. So they, like... But, like... And, like, they have an 0/5, and, like, a 4/3 can't even block the 3/2. So it wouldn't be that bad for us, but there's no way it's right. Okay, so we're at 21. So we probably just take the hit for 6. The Flyers aren't secretly attacking, right? No. So, yeah, I'll just take the hit for 6. That changes nothing. So they're dead now to the Vial, unless they have something. So, now do I go for it? Yes, right? I can just not send the 3/2 even if I want to. Like, I can just send all of these. Keep the 3/2 back. They might not be dead because some of my creatures bounce with some of theirs and don't die. But again, like, then they're not killing my creatures. So if they kill my creature, I'm happy about that. And if they don't kill my creature, I'm happy about that. So unless they have, like, an instant way to kill Vile or something, this attack is totally fine. Oh, I guess they could have Into the Royal. Yeah, maybe this isn't a good attack. This attack may have been bad because of Into the Royal. And they have Into the Royal up. I mean, if they don't have it, the game's over. They're dead. But, I mean, they might be able to go to 2 or something, but it doesn't matter. They'll just die next turn. But, let's see. So this trade is good and whatever. So I just want to sack something that's dying anyway and not killing anything, which is the Blood Priest. Got him. Yeah, they didn't have the Into the Royal. But that attack may have been bad, because I would have lost to Into the Royal, and I probably didn't need to give them the ability to beat me with Into the Royal. I mean, I didn't have the land, obviously. I drew that, but I probably shouldn't have made that alpha, because if they did have Into the Royal, they actually could have won that game. And I think I could have beaten an Into the Royal otherwise. So that may have been a greedy alpha. Granted, if they had Into the Royal, would they not have played it on their turn to turn both of these Riptides into, like, a 5/5 and an 8/10 or something? They probably would have. So they probably don't have Into the Royal because they didn't play it on their turn. But yeah. We have Mythic. Thank you to everybody who egged me on to do one more draft. We got the draft is totally broken Black-White Cleric deck. Obviously, I'm going to play the last game, try for the 7-0. So we have another accomplishment on the line, potentially, but we did get the 6-0 the hard way there without a Swamp for most of that game against Double Roost. Let's see if we can finish strong. Finish with the 7-0. Have a good night, Real Freebie. Thanks for hanging out as we took the extra draft, but as we battled our way to Mythic. Thank you, Chad. I appreciate it. And thank you for egging me on to get me to do that one more draft. I might not have made Mythic this season. It might have been the first season I missed Mythic Limited if you didn't get me to do that draft. Because, I mean, the season ends in 20 hours or whatever, 15 hours now. So, I mean, if my next couple drafts had gone poorly, I wouldn't have made Mythic this season. I think the set is great. Like I said, I'm not going to say whether I think it's better or worse than Dominaria yet, not because it's a secret, but because, like, I've been playing the set for 3 weeks, and Dominaria for 3 years. But I think this set is awesome. I already have it as, like, basically after M20 and Dominaria, it's better than the other sets that have come out over the past couple years. Now let's see if we can get our first 7-0. Come on, busted Black-White Clerics. Let's get it done. So we have the Stampede, but we're on the play with a 2-lander. But we have to keep this, right? I mean, we have the 1-drop and 2 2-drops. This isn't like some kind of crazy greedy 1-lander. This is comes into play tap Plains. So I'm basically keeping a 2-lander on the play. Which, look, I might not get there, but I effectively have 15 lands and, 4 of these or 3 of these? So it's like an 18-land or 19-land deck. I'm on the play. My cards are not that expensive. And I can cast 3 of the 5 cards that I have. So I think you have to keep this. And then there's no real decision on turn 2. We're going to play Healer. I mean, if we draw like a tap land, we might want tap land Banneret. But otherwise, we get this out, and then we can play the Blood Priest and give it lifelink. If we draw land, we can play the Seagate Banner and the Blood Priest, in which case we get an extra point of drain. But lifelink is likely more important. Because remember, when you have a land light hand, you're looking to gain life, you're looking to elongate the game, so you have time to draw lands and cast all your spells for the win. Alright, no land, so that sucks. But like I said, we're a lot more interested in gaining 2 and getting another 2-power creature out than we are a potential 1 more point of drain. Come on, land. Can't fall too far behind against that relic or I'm not going to win. Relic is quite good against my deck. My deck is all cheap creatures. Obviously, I can go over the top of it, but not going to do it while mana screwed. I love M20, Sean. M21 I'm so medium on, but M20 is one of my faves. It's just about skeleton and grind, grind, grind. I love that format. It was a Heart Piercer bow bot problem, but if you draft it with humans, it's just not a problem. Because other people grab a bow here and there. It was only a problem with the bots, because you could just get like 5 every draft. Okay, we're starting to come online. So I can thwart back 2 creatures if I play the Banneret. So I think I attack with the healer. I mean, I'll probably send the Celebrant too, because I have near infinite life. And then what I'll do is play the Banneret. If I untap with the Cleric and the Warrior, I can thwart back the Blood Priest and the healer. If they kill one, I can't, but I'm stuck on 4. Hopefully I'll draw either a land or a cheap card to cast for next turn. Yeah, Risen Reef was a problem. But yeah, the bow thing, it was a problem on here with the bots, but it wasn't really a real problem. It was only a bot problem. If you drafted M20 now with humans, the bows would... Like, they'd be fine. Like, sometimes you'd get 2. Once in a while, you'd get 3. But humans draft the bows. The problem was the bots were just never taking them. And it makes a big difference, because even if you can get 4 or 5 bows, if you draft them aggressively in a human draft, if you have to take the bows second and third pick to do that, you're taking them over removal spells, and you've got a bunch of bows, but the rest of your cards aren't that good because you spent all your early picks on bows. I'm not saying that's bad. Multiple bows are great, but you still had to give up good quality early cards to get the extra bows. On the other hand, with the bots, you know you're going to table the bow. So even if it's your 4th or 5th bow and bows work better in multiples, you could still just draft the removal spell over the bow because you know you'll get it back 12th pick. So, like, it was one of those things like Secret Keeper that was really not a problem in person. It was really more of a bot problem. I first picked the black removal because it was the best card in the pack. And then second pick, I got past the Attended Healer. So then I took it. Like, I'm not going to force Clerics, but I'm going to look for it after I get the Busted Uncommon second pick. And then I pretty much just saw it, and it was wide open. I think I was the only Cleric player in my pod, almost for sure. Yeah, this Amulet's tough. Amulet is pretty bad for a small creature deck. There's no question about that. Okay, no debate. Scion, gain a life, grow it. If the Scion can live, and we thwart 2 more creatures, the Scion's going to be huge. If they kill the Scion, then we're going to get the Scion back. So, as long as they don't have a counter, thwart could come up big here. I don't really want to Shepherd until after Scion if possible. I mean, there's no reason to put them on the gate. They could have Disruption, but I mean, it's an uncommon. I don't see how I don't just cast Thwart and hope here. The Relic's going to be tough to beat. The Relic's on 1. I think we want this, the Healer, the Seagate. I mean, the Blood Priest gets an extra drain, but then they can kill it, so there's no way we get that back now. So it's Scion and one of the 2 toughness creatures. I think Banneret or Healer. Banneret's probably just better at this point. This really needs to resolve. But now my Scion's a 5/5. Hopefully they can't kill it. There are, of course, plenty of ways, but hopefully they don't have Bubble Snare. No reason to play the Zoff Consumption as a land. I think the only 6 mana card in the whole deck would be the Zoff Consumption. Well, they have the Relic out, so there's going to be a pause no matter what. Okay, that's a way to reset the Scion to a 4/4, but it's fine. it being a 4/4 not a 5/5 does mean if they have another synchronized spellcraft they can kill it, but I can't really do anything about that. If I get in like 1 or 2 hits with this, they're going to end up dying to the relics and the Zoth consumptions probably. So hopefully they just won't have an answer immediately. Hopefully I can get in like a hit for 5 with the Scion, because that puts them in very precarious range when I have Deal 4 in my hand and 2 Relic Vials in my deck. So a single hit with the Scion is huge for me. For now, though, of course, I could Nahiri's to put them to 7, but then I'm not gaining life. If I play a Shepherd, I'm going to get 2 different gain life triggers, and this grows to a 6/6. And then that takes it out of burn range, and they could like chump block it or take 6, and I'm pretty happy either way. So, clear choice there. And then they can chump or take it. I'd prefer they take it, but if they chump, whatever, I'm killing a 2/2 flyer. Yeah, Relic's really good in Blue-Red Wizards. But they still got a 6/6 flyer they got to deal with. Like I said, if they kick something, they're only making a chump blocker, so as long as they can't kill the 6/6 flyer, I'm in good shape. I mean, they have to deal with the Shepherd too. That's easier to deal with, of course. Like if they play an instant, this 4/3 can go up and block the Shepherd. But we're going to Nahiri's Binding that, so yeah. Never blocking. I'm at 34. Attack me all you want. Okay, so we have to play as though they might have something. We're not going to die. We're at 30. So I think we Nahiri's Binding the Wizard. I don't want to have them play like some random instant and then go up and trade the 4/3 for the 3/4, or like, you know, shock the Scion and then go up and block it with the Umari Wizard. So there's no reason to play for lethal this turn. Let's just Binding a potential 4/3 flyer. Yeah, they could kick Royal, but now what are they going to do? They can Royal my creature and then take 3. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's a fine play for them, but if they can't enter the Royal the Umara Wizard. I mean, they can, but then they can chump block with the 2/2, take 3, and then replay a 4/3. Like, no big deal. But if I don't Binding first, yeah, sure, they could Royal the Binding, and then they could double block the Scion and take 3 and lose both. But again, if I don't Binding first, it's way worse for me, right? They can just, like, bounce anything, get a 2/2 and a 4/3 flyer, double block the Scion, like, bounce the Shepherd, take 0. I mean, we can't say with certainty this is game. I'm very excited about having them at 2. They have to have a counter for the Zoth consumption to not die, and then I also have 2 Relic Vials in my 23 cards. So, feeling very good now, of course. And I've got all kinds of time. I'm at 30. So, if I block with the Celebrant, they can kill it with the Vial. That ties up 2 of their mana, though. Negate costs 2, which they'll still have, but that's not a card people play very often. Disruption costs 2, but I can pay for that. It's irrelevant. Is there like a 3 or 4 mana counter that people usually play in this format? Oh, I don't care about taking 10 and going to 20. The key is if I block, I might tie up 2 of their mana, because they have no idea that I have Zoth consumption for the win right now. So if there's like a 3 or 4 mana counter spell, there isn't, right? So then there's no reason to block, because I don't actually want to trade Celebrant for the Relic Toke counters. The reason to do that would be to tie up 2 of their mana so that they can't play like 3 mana counter target spell. If it's 2 mana or less, it makes no difference, because they have 4 mana. But if it costs, like, for example, if they were holding Cancel, just 3 mana counter target spell, they have no idea I have Zoth consumption in hand, so if I block, they probably Relic and drop shields, because they have to take risks, the way this game's going. Okay, though, for now, I'm just going to try and Zoth consumption for the win. There's not much that stops it. Anti-Cognition, the common doesn't counter it. Jurari Disruption, the uncommon modal doesn't counter it. They'd have to be main decking Negate. Maybe they have it, but they probably don't. Let's find out. I don't think we actually want to attack first, because I'm not going to attack if this gets negated. Because then I have to draw Relic Vial for the win, right? Well, maybe I attack and they chump with a 2/2, but I don't think it really makes much of a difference here. Oh, true. No, the Wizards and the Harry's binding, so that doesn't matter. And we did it. Mythic, the 7-0, the perfect end. Life is good. Thanks to everybody who rode with me today, especially those who encouraged me to do one more draft after the couple mediocre ones. To quote Kevin Durant, you the real MVP, because I might not have made Mythic Limited for the first time, I think, had I not done this draft. Without the 7-0, I would have tried one or two drafts tonight and then one or two tomorrow afternoon, but if they went poorly, I could easily have not made Mythic. So, and I think that would be my first time missing Mythic Limited ever, so... It's not like I super struggled this season or anything. I just didn't play the first 2 to 3 weeks. I mean, I played Magic, but I played a lot of my Turbo Fog deck. I got bored of M21 draft. But thank you to everybody. Appreciate the support. Gonna finish the night with a raid as usual. So Ryan Sachs is on. He says talking team draft and Zendikar Rising. So I know CFB is doing like a team draft thing tomorrow against the Lords guys. So that might be a good raid for those of you who aren't super familiar with team draft. You can listen and he's going to explain like how it works, the ins and outs. If I'm still on when they do that tomorrow, I might consider like watching their stream and commentating the draft portion or something. We'll see. They're doing it at night because they're in Pacific time. So I definitely won't be on like the whole time they're doing it, but they might be going on right as around when I'm going off, potentially. In which case, maybe I'll try that, but we'll see. Either way, thank you, Tinza. Really appreciate the 300-bit donation. Yeah, well, I'll put the deck back up. I'm going to tweet a picture of the deck as well. Thank you again to everybody, especially those who encouraged me to do this last draft. Get to finish with a 7-0, my first 7-0 of the format, and hitting Mythic. This deck was a masterpiece. Obviously, we ran hot. Anytime you 7-0, you ran really hot. But the curve is really good. 3 of the land spells, plus the 15 lands, so not much flood or screw. And these are all good land spells. Like, some of the land spells, like I said, are kind of weak spells. But, like, Zoth Consumption is a great late-game card. Stampede is a pretty good late-game card, especially with double healer. And Shelter's just a good card. So, like, this deck was just no screw, no flood, great power level, great synergy, just a sheer masterpiece. But now I'm going to raid Ryan. So, if you want to hear about Team Draft and how it works, follow my raid to Ryan Sachs' stream, because he says, his Twitch status says, he's talking Team Draft and Zendikar Rising. So, I don't even know if he's playing or if he's just talking. We're not doing another draft now, Kebrix. But I will be back on tomorrow for sure. And if you want to hear about Team Draft and Zendikar Rising, then go along with this raid. Either way, thank you to everybody, everyone who participated. You know I really appreciate it. Thank you again, Tinza, for the generous 300 bits to celebrate the Mythic hit. I hope everybody has a good night. And anybody else trying to grind Mythic right before the season ends, good luck. I'm sure I'm not the only one of the 1,300 people here who's trying to hit Mythic right before the season ends. So you rode with me, and I wish you good luck. Have a good night, everybody.